Wow. How's life going? Are we having fun today, guys?
I'm sure a lot of people, when the fascist takeovers were happening in Germany, were going, man, the Germans deserved it after World War I. Ha ha ha. It's funny to see the government of Germany fall into such disorder. Oh man, they got those clowns, the fascists. Looks like the Germans are finally getting their comeuppance. How'd that end up working out for the German people? And how'd that end up working out for the world? You think if the United States of America slipped further into fascism, that would be liberatory for the world?
4 months.
You want to see us? We could turn way darker than what we're doing right now. And you think America's done interfering with the rest of the world if it falls to fascism? You are fucking deluded. We'll be in a war with China or some insane ass shit, because that's what fascists do. They fight wars. 1 in 5 voters, including 45% of Republicans, approve of the storming of the Capitol building. In other words, 20% of American voters are fascists. Full-blown fascists. And you know, that's enough to win. That's enough to take power. That's enough. That is enough. If the rest of society doesn't stand up to these people, that's enough. School is not important. Work is not important. Nothing is more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all. The problem is that we still have to watch speeches from the 60s for leadership. Not a good sign. Absolutely not a good... Hey, what do you think we're trying to do here?
That's a dox.
I'm so glad Kamala Harris lost. Can I just say that? Can I just say thank God Kamala Harris is not president of the United States? Can you imagine how dire things would be?
I could end the video right there, couldn't I? Surely nothing is gonna beat that transition. Surely. I could end...
Kamala Harris is not president of the United States. Can you imagine how dire things would be?
I could end the video right there, couldn't I? Surely nothing is gonna beat that transition. Surely. Like Hassan, Mike from PA is a streamer I've only really understood through people's reactions to him. He runs in the same leftist circles, he gets in the same kinds of Twitter fights, he says the same dumb inflammatory stuff.
Can you imagine how dire things would be?
Always trying to be the smartest person in the room, without checking what the people there actually know. Like Dwight impersonating Michael impersonating Ryan. But where Hassan has created an image of himself that makes him brand safe, at least for Twitch.
What are you gonna do, bro?
Mike makes no such compromises for what he believes. From his cringe to his couch, what you see is what you get. Yet despite his sofa battery, he has still amassed a large following and gets thousands of monthly subs, making him one of the biggest left-wing streamers on Twitch. But I don't just want to talk about his greatest hits. It feels very high school, and there's enough of that in streaming.
Let's up those numbers!
People listen to what he has to say, and I want to know why. So, same as last time, I listened to him for 1 week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned and endured.
Oh, fuck.
So, same as last time, I listened to him for 1 week.
This is almost 2 weeks ago. What if this guy's watched me for one for 1 week already? Fuck!
And I'm going to tell you what I learned and endured.
Oh my god, if we watch all this guy's videos, he could do I watched Destiny for 1 week, and then there's just all of his videos for 1 week.
I think watching Hassan helped me for what to expect.
Whenever you see Hutch anywhere on this platform, if you are my subscriber, you are...
Wait! Daily Israel check, hold on. 3 minutes ago. Fuck.
Contractually obligated to use DSA payoff. If you ever see this bald-headed fuck,
Wait.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the drama.
Hang on.
I still have this ready in case we ever talk about the war. I have the cube.
The cube?
The reason why, okay, the thing is, I have a certain way about me, which is I'm more harshly anti-liberal than Hassan. And so people that have a liberalism within themselves, and I do too.
What does that mean?
Let's go make fun of Ethan Klein now.
Why?
I am not an abolitionist because people like Destiny exist in our society.
Okay, stop. This is, to put it mildly, a lot. And if you're not careful, it can run you over. But don't worry, I'm here to be your guide, so take my hand and we'll get through the madness together. Hopefully.
What we need to do is collect all this evidence, and we need to start mailing it to every single district attorney, every single detective, contacting politicians on both sides of the aisle until something is done. Because right now, there is an open and notorious child sex predator advocating for the predation of children. We need to intervene before somebody is killed.
Is he talking about Sneeko or me? I don't even know what he's talking about right now.
Disagree. We shouldn't get involved in this. This isn't up to us. The problem I have with people like you is you think, like a liberal, that these systems work. This is the essence of why your politics is shit. Throwing up your hands and saying, I don't want to get involved. That's how predators get away with it. And right now, we have a pedophilic cult that people are working to eject into the mainstream Democratic Party. This is a crisis. And ignoring it and hoping it goes away on its own is liberal bullshit. It's rape culture. It's exactly why predators get away with their crimes.
This will not be the last time he calls on his audience to do something that's more likely to make things worse than to actually help.
If
I still don't know if he... Oh, okay, never mind.
Destiny gets arrested and he goes to prison, or like he gets prosecuted, I swear to God, we're flying out to Miami for vacation and we're doing some streams of the trial chat. Florida State Court broadcast their courtroom hearings. Poggers! We don't have to go down to Miami until sentencing day.
It's kind of jarring to see Mike speak so flippantly about this when before.
Isn't it kind of weird that the things he's advocating that I get arrested and go to prison for would be federal crimes? You can't stream the court, you fucking retard. There's no videos allowed. I thought this guy was a lawyer.
He was saying that the justice system doesn't do anything.
He's going to flee to Israel as soon as he can. He's not Jewish though, chat. So he can't do Aliyah, or however you say it. Aliyah, yeah, Aliyah, thank you. Aliyah. I can never pronounce that shit. What you gotta understand about Ethan and Destiny, they're the same guy. They don't care about shit.
You see what's happening?
Like Hassan and I are political because we care about the world and we care about politics and we care about trying to get certain outcomes in elections and in political and social movements.
Obviously, he doesn't keep up this kind of energy the whole stream, but when it emerges, the tone shifts. It becomes less conversation and more evangelizing, like almost literally.
If there's a moral code or beliefs or just a sense of right and wrong, it's going to cause you friction in your life. And so if you're going to be a principled person, you must build up an army of people around you.
Mike is akin to a preacher, espousing a tale of good and evil, socialists and liberals/conservatives.
You must build up solidarity with a collective of people that will align with you. That's the only way to punish sociopaths.
He speaks of the wicked.
Ethan Klein and Destiny, they don't give a shit about anything but what's in their own benefit. They believe in nothing. They have no moral values. Every word they say, if it can advantage them, will be a lie.
That the people are waiting and ready to hear them spread the good word.
The reason why the left exists is what we...
Bro, for the outsiders, you think Destiny was fucking Voldemort? It's like the, people talk about me like the, I remember this scene. A demon with horns.
We've realized is that the vast majority of people are good people. They just don't know their own power. And this is why the left is the next stage in human development. The left is when we, the people, together, collectively, enact our morals and our values in the interest of humanity, and we destroy the parasites.
Soda podcast clip.
I'll be honest, I got kind of mad. Well, I mean, obviously I'm upset that he fucking died, but I was just mad at all the other streamers. I would get on Twitter, or I would get on whatever, and I'm not going to claim to know Byron as well as fucking Taub or Jenna or any of these people that knew him that well. But I go on Twitter and everyone's acting
like they're his best friend.
Like they were literally his
Bro, there's two parts to this. One, it's just cringy that everybody did this. But then also, too, because honestly, Rockfoot was autistic as fuck. He was incredibly fucking annoying to be around for 99% of people, okay? There's no shame or anything wrong with it, admitting that. Just because you fucking die or kill yourself doesn't mean you magically become, you know, fucking sane. But it was so funny how many people just he was my best friend. I loved hanging around him all the time. It's like, no, motherfuckers, most people did not.
Best friend. And it annoyed the fuck out of me. I didn't even want to say anything. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't want to put myself in the lane with these people.
But I do think a lot of people like kind of looked up to him too.
Sure, yeah,
especially a lot of viewers.
And a lot of people would word it that way.
Yeah.
But I would listen to a lot of the streamers talk about it, and like they would constantly have to justify so much of what they were saying. Like, yeah, it was one time I remember we hung out. And we did this, and we had this crazy bonding moment. But I'm like, did you? I don't know. And it just, I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way. And all I could think about was, I feel like Byron would be annoyed by this.
Probably.
That's what really pissed me off, because I know Byron well enough to know this would piss him off.
Yeah.
And it was just that was one of my big takeaways from it. I remember crying in the bathtub. I cried here and there. You're right, was unconsolable.
Greek was unconsolable.
Parasitical classes of sociopaths that have dominated human society since we settled down around our first agricultural fields in the Nile Valley.
And if we just follow the righteous path, we will be delivered unto the promised land.
We build systems of interlocking accountability and transparency. That is the next step of human evolution. Capitalism is the final form of domination. And personalities like Ethan Klein, personalities like Destiny, they thrive under neoliberal capitalism. And so it is up to you and I to enact our will that the world not be like that anymore. And moral values and humanitarianism guide the future. And so I need you to stand up and join me and fight shoulder to shoulder for a better world, which involves holding these people accountable.
To be cast down and derided endlessly.
And you need to start shaming people that are openly supportive of Destiny or Ethan Klein or any other Zionist. It has to be socially unacceptable to be a freak. It needs to be socially unacceptable to be a sociopathic liar. And the fact is that Ethan Klein is a Zionist.
He really doesn't stop going after Ethan.
He wanted to go online and posture as being pro-Palestinian, while at the same time understanding that the structures of Israel and its apartheid made that impossible. And when October 7th happened, those contradictions were exposed. And all the fake pro-Palestinian two-state solution people have exposed themselves as the genocidal apartheid supporters that they are.
It's crazy. How do you not see it?
And to a Zionist like Ethan Klein, pedophilia is ignorable as long as you support the genocide. That's literally what it is.
There's a line between disagree with a position or not liking someone's character and just ripping on them for huge chunks of time.
One of the reasons people got mad at me is because I called AB out for being a cowardly little bitch.
Ooh.
It's time for us to move on to all of our enemies have been exposed as botters.
Here he accuses Asmongold of being botted by right-wing oligarchs.
See who would do it. Like, I feel like the Mercers are behind it. Obviously, Elon Musk. I feel like the Gamergate shit has been a project of Steve Bannon from the beginning.
I have no idea how or why some accounts on Twitch had bots in their audience. There are likely overlapping reasons. But I don't think Mike realizes that by saying it's the influence of oligarchs, he's inviting scrutiny into his and Hassan's audience over whether they would also be getting botted by a country like Qatar, given their desire for influence on US politics.
Dectone, admit that you paid for bots yourself. The thing about somebody like Zach, he is legitimately a stupid, vile piece of shit. These things exist because of American foreign policy intervention. We invade Iraq, we create ISIS. ISIS is aligned with what? The Gulf states and Israel.
That is wildly incorrect.
Al-Qaeda was created by America. The Taliban was created by America and Pakistan. The Mujahideen was created and supplied by America. Why? To fight secular, left-leaning organizations and nationalist organizations, not even communism. And Asmongold is leading all of his audience down the fucking primrose path to death, suicide, and isolation. The world's not going to be miserable like you Zach, surrounded by cockroaches and filth.
Like, I don't think I've ever agreed with an Asmongold political take, but I wouldn't spend 30 minutes a day insulting him, especially to an audience that's already on my side.
If you fall into this rabbit hole, you are dumber than dirt.
Next, we watch a clip of Trump.
This is the essence of the conservative movement. This is Zach Rar. This is what the internet does. It convinces you that everybody else is dumb because the algorithm shows you stuff that makes you want to engage. It's an addictive dopamine machine.
It's interesting that he calls this out at the same time he embodies it. I don't know if it's intentional or not.
It's the tiny right-wing fringe, the dumbest of the people of the country, but they represent no more than 30 to 35% of people at the absolute most.
I don't think that's the fringe then.
Somebody asked me, Mike, what do we do with fascist Nazis? Do we show them mercy or smile? The answer is mercy is a luxury of the victorious. We do what we need to do to defeat fascism, and when it is broken, when it is defeated and crushed, when there is no more right-wing resistance, then we are magnanimous.
Okay, but who counts as a fascist in your view, given that, as we'll soon find out, you see the Democrats as
Everyone.
collaborators?
But up until that point is achieved, we must fight pragmatically to get there. And any other way of being is folly.
Wild levels of hypocrisy that he would say all this while vocally denouncing Kamala Harris.
We have to use the tools of our enemy to defeat them.
Mike gets asked about Gaddafi, former leader of Libya, and his response is something.
So Gaddafi? Gaddafi is a complicated figure who had a lot of flaws.
True.
But undoubtedly, he was one of the only models of successful development in Africa. That's why they attacked Gaddafi, because they didn't want the power of a good example.
Actually, Gaddafi was about to roll tanks into Tripoli, the capital of Libya, to suppress a popular uprising because people were unhappy with his broken promises and authoritarian oppression.
All right, I'm ready to talk more about politics now. I think we've done as much drama as I could fucking handle.
Oh boy, Israel.
Israel bombs a hospital, and then when journalists and...
Oh, whoa. Hold on. Is the stream on yet? Israel check. There's no way he does it right at the beginning, right?
For free. Nyla, 8 hours. You about to get a show too. What I do around these parts of people who don't fucking pay. Hold on. BRB. Let me get that glove real quick.
Okay, it's a video
where
game.
Where you at? Where you at, motherfucker?
That's
get
good.
The fuck
All right.
Outta
What's
here.
he going to say first? It's not going to be about Israel. I think this time,
Yeah.
he usually talks about himself for an
away.
hour. Well, that's good. That counts.
That's right. Pee Pee Poo Poo Park was operating last night as well.
Ooh, Riz voice this morning. Okay.
Please play date everything. What is that?
There you go. Okay.
And first responders come to heal the wounded. Israel bombed them live on...
I'm not even going to disagree with the premise, but you have a Putin as bad cube, and this is the worst war crime you've ever seen? I have questions.
And Reuters have also confirmed their journalists and freelancers died in the strike.
They all do this, don't they?
Liberals try to say that it's a genocide in Ukraine while ignoring the blatant genocide that goes on in Gaza.
So, where's the cube?
Now we move on to the main Senate race.
And it seems like he's good on Palestine. It seems like he's good on economic issues.
He calls Susan Collins a fleshlight. That's nice.
And when the choice is between Susan Collins, Donald Trump's fleshlight, or Donald Trump's puppet or ventriloquist dummy.
Then he gets into the California-Texas redistricting battle, and you think for a moment he gets it.
If the Nazis and the fascists are going to take power through cheating, you better cheat back. It's called reciprocal morality. If somebody backstabs, you've got to stab them right back. They have to be punished right away. If you let them profit, then they'll do it again.
And then it goes off the rails.
Hamas doesn't exist if you do reciprocal morality, because if Palestinians have the same rights as Israelis, then there's no cause for war. The reason why the Israelis feel like they can fight a war is because they're being supported and they're being rewarded and they're being incentivized. If Israelis were punished, they would stop doing it.
This is a complete misunderstanding of the conflict.
This is the politician I've been looking for, not just someone who talks big, but who actually is interested in governance.
He's only been an assemblyman at this point. All he has is talk. I support him, but I know if I hold him to literally every promise he's made, I'll be disappointed. He can't single-handedly upend the system, and I'm glad one person doesn't have that power. Wait, hang on. Let me try something here.
Somebody who is actually going to clean up our shit fucking government, clean out the parasites, clean out the consultants, who recognizes that value for your tax dollar, they don't have...
Yes. Somebody said, don't you think this guy sounds like Forethought? I do, actually, yeah.
Infinite consultants who are just soaking up money and excess lawyers.
Now here's where Mike gets to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, one of the many who were deported by ICE to CICOT, the prison in El Salvador, and was fortunate enough to be returned. Now Kilmar is facing being deported once again. Mike put his name in the stream title, so I assume he's going to spend a lot of time talking about him. And because it's important to hear about this, I'm going to play every word he says about it, and fast forward where he just lets the clip play.
All right, here's another story I wanted to talk about. Just a chat. They just re-arrested Kilmar Abrego Garcia. ICE just did a honeypot, or he came in for his mandatory check-in, and they arrested him. Like, this is just an absolutely insane fucking violation of all of our rights. I mean, this is fascism. There's really nothing more to say. This guy has not had his opportunity to have his case heard in court. He is a legal permanent resident of the country. That means he has a legal status in this country. It means that he is loyal to this country, and he's not being treated with the requisite rights of facing a fair trial. And as we were speaking, Trump made a blatantly unconstitutional executive order banning the burning of the flag.
We will not hear about Kilmar again this stream.
It's humiliating to be an American. It is. That's the only reaction I have. Our country is now under the thrall of the dumbest sack of shit.
But we will hear a more emphatic repudiation of Trump for a much more unforgivable sin.
With a stolen World Cup trophy. Why is that in the White House?
Lastly, during an extended segment where he glazes China, he brings up that the CCP killed American spies. You have 3 seconds to figure out whose side he came down on with that.
China dismantled CIA...
This isn't hyperbole, and I don't know...
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. I should permaban you for that. Destiny, Legal Eagle argues the boat bombing was basically murder. I thought you were talking about the fucking Greta Thunberg boat. Jesus Christ. You're talking about the drug trafficking stuff. Oh, that wouldn't even surprise me.
Spying operations and killed sources report. Yeah, wow, I can't believe China is not letting the CIA ruin their country.
If Mike were paid by China, would he sound any different here?
You're supposed to allow us to install the biggest pedophile as your president, just like we did in Afghanistan.
Based.
I am as happy as anyone that Trump is gone. I just worry. I have PTSD from 2008.
I mean, can we just dispel with this idea that there are no differences between the two parties?
I think there is definitely differences between the two parties. Absolutely, obviously. Okay. What separates me from some other online leftists, I'm not going to find the cloud in every silver lining. You know, because if you're always trying to find why things are bad in every situation, it's going to demoralize you. It's going to disempower you. It's going to make you cynical, and then you're just going to do nothing. I fight for what the right thing is, and then when I can grab the bag for regular people and it's not as much as I want, I grab it. Hopefully you don't have to experience the pain that I experienced.
I think it's safe to say that we're fucked.
Well, that's one way to start the day. So what happened?
Donald Trump is going to take 10% ownership in Intel.
That's what did it?
And there is absolutely no peep about it, not even from Wall Street. Now, I'm in favor of it, but to liberals and to right-wingers, that's supposed to be communism. That's supposed to be China shit. Can you imagine if Bernie...
Am I losing my mind? Hold on. I feel like I read a comment in my subreddit the other day about how wacky all the political shit had become. And that everything just feels so unserious. I'm trying to find this fucking comment. What the fuck thread did I click? Did the thread get deleted? Am I losing my mind? Does anybody know what comment I'm talking about? Who else read this? Link it.
Sanders tried to do the same thing. Wall Street there would be a 5,000 point crash.
He just keeps yelling about Intel. I'm more inclined to think he's upset because he owned Intel stock than that this is the actual crisis that will come up to the danger.
Dan.
of Trump.
At the same time, Donald Trump is saying he's going to fire a Federal Reserve Bank governor, Lisa Cook. This is Erdogan shit.
What really gets my goat is that he knew it was going to be like this, and yet he's describing it like it's a surprise.
These right-wing Democrats. Hugo Chavez would be proud. God, he's such a fucking loser.
And how they ask a liberal why Kamala lost.
We're skipping the smug TikTokers. I hate smug TikTokers. Now, welcome to the Central Committee Circus, where we will see a man twist himself in knots over whether a country he believes is racist and sexist would actually perform racism and sexism.
You can't just rely on racism and misogyny to win. Why can I say that? Because Republicans don't go out there and say, we're going to take women's right to vote away. They don't go out there and say how black people need to go back into segregation. That's just a thought-terminating cliche. She lost because she campaigned with Liz Cheney, who had one of the worst performing re-election campaigns of an incumbent.
3 campaign stops, no concessions. She lost because she investigated January 6th.
And what's my proof? Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
The idea that racism is so controlling our society 20 years after Obama, it doesn't even really compute.
Fucking fascinating.
Oh, we did it. Oh, we fixed racism. We had a black president. I remember that meme argument like 20 years ago.
I think it's a correct analysis of America, but I think from an electoral perspective, you're not getting any truth value. And you're also creating the incentive to discriminate against black women and men and women in general as leaders of the party, because you're implicitly programming the left to be skeptical of women leaders because of the supposed disadvantage they have, which doesn't actually exist if you look at the numbers.
So it didn't have to do with racism and sexism, but it could be racism and sexism if you say it's racism and sexism.
I think she lost because she's a dogshit politician with bad policies who suppressed the left and supported a genocide. But the thing is...
Was it a comment or a post? No, it was a comment on a post. I read this like last night or this morning.
This isn't a dictatorship around Trump. This is a dictatorship around the Republican Party.
That doesn't make sense.
And the Republican Party is an anti-democratic party. So is the Democratic Party, honestly. The United States of America under Trump nationalizes Lockheed Martin. That is the first sign that they might actually have a chance of standing up to China, because it means that they're abandoning market fundamentalism in favor of pragmatism.
I don't know what that means or if he thinks that's good or bad.
They're going to build drones and AI bots to surveil you. And if you ever raise a peep in protest, and if you ever raise your eye from your slave labor, they'll fucking drone your ass. That's the world they're building. The wild-eyed Alex Jones rambling is now reality. And they're doing a test run in Gaza. He's writing executive orders that just to directly contradict Supreme Court decisions. He's nationalizing American corporations at whim. He's dismantling the
Oh, he's not going to be live because the sun is on. He has to turn his stream off, right?
According to
oh my God, he's kind of live.
Close advisors had spent days crafting a plan for Trump to nominate Adams to be ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in an effort to get him to drop out of the race. Both men have denied any such discussions, and Adams has said he is staying in the race. In fact, here's what Mamdani told voters just moments.
Wait a second. Who is this guy? Who is he? Oh God, fuck, what am I thinking of? It's a TV show?
Joining us now is Lindsay Boylan.
Go back to the guy.
I didn't really watch the oligarchy tour of Zoran and Bernie.
Worked for former Governor Andrew Cuomo as an aide and was one of the first women of many to publicly accuse him of sexual harassment. Cuomo.
Like, it's so amazing how Andrew Cuomo is a sex pest, sexual assaulter freak. And he's also incredibly corrupt and incompetent, and his time in office was a disaster. And this is who the centrist Democrats coalesce behind. The other being Eric Adams, who is, again, another corrupt, provably corrupt Trump sellout. And that's the thing about centrist Democrats, and Destiny in particular, is that they claim they're anti-Republican, but every single of the politicians that they support are basically Republicans and are taking Republican money and are a control Republican Party.
Fuck! Yeah, I feel like it was somebody on Breaking Bad. Hold on, this is gonna bother the fuck out of me. Destiny mentioned. Scalba's Mod knows you're watching. Hi, Destiny. Okay.
Policy. They adopt Republican messaging, and they just lose. Worst of all, they lose elections to a fucking loser. I mean, the policy on Israel is a perfect example.
Go back.
Poll, 5% of people support Israel who are self-identified Democrats. What are we?
Senator Bernie Sanders and New York City Democrats Democratic.
Fuck. What am I thinking of? Oh my God. This is going to kill me. From Breaking Bad. I feel like it's a guy from Breaking Bad. You always says but give 0 hints. It's is it Lalo? No, I don't think so. It's not Gomez. Stop. Oh my God. Maybe I'm thinking of a movie? Like... No, maybe it wasn't Breaking Bad. Oh my God. I'll remember it later. No, not Gomez. Not... Maybe the Victor guy? No. Oh. Oh my God, I know who I'm thinking of, but it's definitely not, it definitely doesn't look like him. Hold on, I can't reveal, because it's so not him. It's so not him. But wait, hold on. Wait! Hold on. Hold on. Hole up. Maybe. The guy from the dinner scene in Sicario. A little bit. Oh, hold on. Oh, the chat is mixed on this one. One sec. We're voting on this. I'm going for a 50-50, a 50%er here. Fuck, now I'm just saying that guy. And then he does a straw poll on whether or not these two totally unrelated people look similar. Fuck. Oh my God. 70-30? You guys are fucked. Fuck you guys.
Independence of the Federal Reserve Bank.
And again, for a minute, you think he's actually doing proper criticism, and then...
I don't think people are waking up. It's fucking over.
It comes back around to being the Dems' fault.
Because of their service of the fucking APAC genocide, they have focused all of their energy on suppressing the populist left and progressive left in this country and capitulating and appeasing the right. If Bernie Sanders was doing this, they would call him Hugo Chavez.
Hakeem Jeffries called him Chavez, and you replied to his tweet on this stream. I just want him to stop yelling.
Joe Biden passed the CHIPS Act, gave these people hundreds of billions of dollars and got nothing for it. And Donald Trump walks in a room and they give them 10% of their value. The difference in political power between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is a chasm. It's the Pacific fucking Ocean.
The idea that the CHIPS Act, which Biden managed to pass through Congress with no margin of error, and Trump buying 10% of Intel unconstitutionally, are in any way comparable is proof that this man's mind is pudding.
Intel is so intimidated they did it without a fight.
Our CHIPS Act, which
Donald Trump and Joe Biden is a chasm. It's the Pacific fucking Ocean.
The idea that the CHIPS Act, which Biden managed to pass through Congress with no margin of error, and Trump buying 10% of Intel unconstitutionally, are in any way comparable is proof that this man's mind is pudding.
Intel is so intimidated they did it without a fight.
And he keeps saying they capitulated. He gave them free money, and Intel's management is incompetent. They've managed to lose stock value during an AI bubble.
Nobody is fired up by this. Give us a plan, give us a mission. Plan? I can't even get people to look at the Democratic Party doing a genocide. This is unironically MAGA communism.
And now Gavin Newsom redistricting isn't good enough, even though yesterday he said that you use the weapons of your enemy to defeat them.
And these dumb liberals are like, well, we got to do a referendum before we can gerrymander California.
I think I found the unserious comment sent to possibilities. No, it was a thread that I think I read yesterday or this morning. Somebody wrote something about along the lines of like, oh, I feel like I had this feeling a few months ago that everything seems like very unserious right now. And then another person replied underneath and they said the same thing. I don't remember which thread it was from. Did I ever read this tweet? 700 days of unlimited genocide since October 7th. Unlimited genocide.
You don't actually know what the powers and constraints of elected politicians are, down to the most basic rule of a representative democracy that says their power is derived from the consent of the governed.
Like these Democrats are controlled fucking opposition, taking money to do a genocide.
You're not seeing the kind of pushback you want because they were voted out of power and you expect them to operate as though they were in power. Republicans tell people the government doesn't work and then they get into office and prove it. For Mike, the government doesn't work and then Democrats don't get into office and prove it.
And people are legitimately fans of Gavin Newsom. Have you been to California? They've been trying to build high-speed rail for 17 years from Los Angeles to San Francisco.
Why is it always Republicans are bad because fascism, but Dems are equally bad because trains?
And I don't want you to give distance from yourself from Donald Trump. He is you. He represents you. He is America.
The leader of a nation is not indicative of the quality of the people there, no matter how bad they are or what kind of agenda they impose, whether the nation be a democracy or a dictatorship. We are not the sins of our nations by our mere existence within it.
There is not one scrap of redemption to be found in how this country has been run for 50 fucking years.
Mike's confusing his disdain for politicians with the much broader and even-keeled leadership of this country. The Bush administration invading Iraq or Reagan ignoring the AIDS epidemic is a separate issue from the various agencies and institutions that have been dedicated to improving people's lives here and across the world. This kind of nihilism is how Donald Trump was able to get into office a second time, and then immediately gut those agencies. Why is he unironically making the same argument?
We don't live in a democracy, but we have leaders who are wanting Trump's approval. AOC and Bernie Sanders are wanting, let's be honest, let's be clear, AOC and Bernie Sanders are fucking losers. They're not even popular in the places that they have complete control, because when you give the Democratic Party complete control, like they have in California, they don't do anything with it. They don't have success. Vote blue no matter who is California personified, and they can't even build a fucking single railroad.
And here's the part where he calls Cameron Kasky, a Parkland shooting survivor, a right-winger because he's on the Bulwark podcast.
Cameron, I'm gonna go. Why is this Cameron guy being promoted? He's being promoted because he's a right winger. Twitch's top botter says the F slur multiple times. What's this?
I don't think I've ever been happy for someone saying a slur, but anything to get away from talking about politics.
So this guy is a complete fucking loser.
And so Mike leads his audience to mass report Tectone. I'm not against Tectone getting banned for what he said, but Mike isn't leading this charge because it's the right thing to do. He's doing it because he found his audience a valid target.
Can I just say how crazy and insane Twitch's political scene is right now? It just blows my mind. I am gonna glaze. When I was a top politics guy on this fucking platform, we'd had debate panels. We're arguing with all sorts of different people. I feel like there were a lot of different political voices on Twitch. The right, not as much, to be fair, because of me. That platform was largely left-leaning when it came to politics. But like, we still invited him on, and we still, you know, fought with him and everything. And now with like Hassan, it's just the most disgusting, degenerate, creepy, gross orbiters who just evangelize and screech and scream. And then Hassan, who talks about, I guess, Jews all day. It's just crazy. Jesus Christ.
Let's give him exactly what he wants. Everybody get in there, hit that VOD, hit that report button. He wants to be banned so he can be like, oh, my free speech is being suppressed. This is the Democratic Party of genocide. This is the Democratic Party of fascist collaborationism. It is unsalvageable. It is unfixable. These people are evil. They have to be dealt with.
Are you going to clarify that?
So Hassan was just named one of Rolling Stone's top 25 most influential creators.
Was I in a car accident? Because I just got extreme whiplash.
When I said, don't vote for Kamala Harris, he was like, he's got a point.
Oh, hey, glad someone recognized that.
All right, chat. I want to have some fun. Let's make like the Destiny versus Ethan Klein crash out.
Okay, maybe politics was all right.
I hope that rabid DGGers don't hack their accounts again. Like
So here he is. He's directly calling. By the way, chat, he's directly calling for his audience to do stochastic terrorism and hack their accounts.
So you want?
All right, is this me making fun of AB when AB claimed that some DGGer hacked his account and this never happened?
Understand what you're doing? I'm glad you're familiar with that term. It's going to be important later. After ripping on Ethan Klein and AB some more, he watches a Noah Samson video on Gaza. And his only reactions for the entire video is just Ethan Destiny drama. He pauses the video as the victims are being named.
Earlier in the war, Mohammed Salama works for Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye. Salama was planning his wedding to another journalist, Hala.
Mike, what about the thought that Destiny DGG made the CPS call and then directed Ethan elsewhere? I mean, I don't know who made the CPS call. I tend to think it was either the doctor or the housekeeper, right? Like,
Wait, give me my favorite fucking clip of a thing ever is still... it's still the... Oh, where is it? It was this guy's video, right? Wait. Hello? Is there no transcript? Am I crazy? What the fuck? It was Hassan eating with the fucking starving baby on screen. Holy shit. That was Kino. Fuck. I don't know where it is.
Doubt it was somebody online. He said that his child had a parasite that you can only get from eating feces. We're getting an update on the housekeeper lawsuit. Fox News did a piece on Hassan. I think like this stuff is incredibly important. I have to say, Chad, that Noah Samson and the way he has treated using his platform to advocate for the Palestinian people has been an incredibly like heartwarming experience. Like
heartwarming. Okay, here's a clip Noah Samson had to delete from one of his previous videos.
We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying.
Now he assumes Israel's planting negative stories about Hassan.
This literally has to be a dictate from the Israeli embassy. I'm not even kidding.
Also, it is extremely messed up that he would call out the Israeli embassy as doing this after 2 people working there were executed, and people like Hassan and Noah Samson all but outright praised the killer.
Theo Vaughn, of all the male podcasters, I have the softest spot for Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn seems like a guy that I would have like smoked up with.
And here's where he complains about welfare queens.
Every single fucking veteran I know is on some sort of bullshit VA disability where they're not actually hurt. And then they go and they get another job. How the fuck is that legal?
This might be the most egregious thing he's done so far.
I want to talk about the Israeli bombing more because it's like we covered it a little bit, but I want to watch Democracy Now! React to this. I'll be right back, chat. But hey, majority reporters, be right back.
Wait, what? I want to watch this. I'll be right back. Based.
He turns on a clip of the Israeli attack and then walks away as it happens.
They've killed these people.
And once he's done talking about Gaza, he slides right into his outro like it was nothing. Israeli attack and then walks away as it happens.
They've killed these people.
Wait, does he have like the auto follow thing turned on his camera?
He turns on a clip of the Israeli attack.
Also, this room is so like bachelor male coded. I approve.
And then walks away as it happens. Everybody's favorite topic. I just want to point out how gross it is that he's not paying attention to a video about starving Gazan children as he eats.
Hospital for malnutrition. Tempers flare on the streets of Tel Aviv.
This is just like the perfect encapsulation of capitalism, I think, right? It's completely and totally what am I thinking of? Not synthesized. There's a better word, like when you take in something. Not synthesized, not subsumed. When you've like captured the criticism of yourself. The socialist is the capitalist, and is eating food, making millions of dollars, talking about another people's suffering that he doesn't give a fuck about at all. Good memes.
They've killed these people.
And once he's done talking about Gaza, he slides right into his outro like it was nothing.
All right, chat. I'm going to call it there. Thank you for all the support. Remember, you could subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. I appreciate you. The vibes are restoring. The universe is falling back into place. We are victorious once again.
What are we victorious for?
I made a hard prediction that no one cares and that this will never work. And what do you know? It didn't work. Voters don't care about foreign policy bullshit Russiagate. Jacobin, are you being class reductionist right now? I'm sorry. I've been accused of being class reductionist for telling people they should focus on the economy and class-based issues. Dem messages that usually move vote talking about education and majoritarian economic policies. Wow. So all the evidence is the Lincoln Project failed. It was a dead weight on Democratic victories. It was a diversion. It was a parasite. It distracted from the stuff that is actually working. The Democrats and Democratic supporters have much of the same brain rot and moral decay that Republican voters do.
Both sides.
Today we begin on Mike being proud that Tectone got banned before we take a look at his own prior bans.
Easiest ban of our lives. Didn't take much effort. Unbanned after 19 hours. Yeah, exactly. Because they were fucking wrong. Pieces of shit. This one was, you know, whatever. And
wait, did he actually get banned for that? Offered $100,000 to someone to kill the streamer Destiny. Oh, the FBI visited me to talk about this one too. I remember that.
And after 19 hours, yeah, exactly, because they were fucking wrong. Pieces of shit. This one was, you know, whatever. And this one was also kind of bullshit. And Asmodgold should also eat a ban for botting the platform. Like Tectone 100. And here's the thing about him. Of course he bots. Of course he bots. He's a sociopath. I don't know if Asmongold is being botted by like Elon Musk or, you know, Steve Bannon or whatever the fuck else, but these guys are botted.
I'm getting deja vu.
Those who's behind it, whether it's Mercer's, whether it is Steve Bannon, whether it's just Asmongold buying his own fucking bots, whether it's Elon Musk, who knows? Kick founder and CEO Ed Craven. His name is Craven.
Serious deja vu.
Yo, his name is Craven? His name is Craven?
It's crazy the level of entitlement that these people have, that they think they can come to a completely foreign country and start flying their own flags of some other foreign country.
I think one of the things about Asmongold that makes him so contemptible is...
And all over again.
He's brain dead, stupid fuck. Like, he's just dumb as fuck. This is flown by white Britons who oppose the genocide and the use of their tax dollars and their military to help a bunch of Israeli settlers kill babies. Zionist footstool botting motherfucker. Are you gonna cover this? Your body is rotting. You have no actual friends. Like, what are you doing with your life?
This makes up a significant portion of today's content, unfortunately.
You know the void is coming, right? The difference between me and Asmongold is I have loved ones.
It's worth pointing out, we got here because Asmongold did bad criticism.
Why did we do that? Why do we support Islamism? Why do we support these dictators? Why do we support these monarchies? Because we want to steal their oil.
Like, we're not talking about Israel as a vehicle to point out the double standard. We're doing it to insult Asmongold. He thinks that people in the Middle East are a monolith, that they were fractured by the West, and Israel is preventing their reunification so that oil companies can maintain their control of global energy.
True. They were this close to LGBTQIA++++ rights. They were this close, and then they goddamn bombs dropped.
Imagine Arabia with 450 million people, a $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion economy, controlling 45% of the world's oil production.
What is he? Is he calling for another caliphate? What the fuck are you saying right now?
That would be a world superpower. It would challenge Europe. It would challenge the United States.
Yeah, it was a world superpower. It collapsed after World War I. Yeah, hello, it's gone.
It would challenge China. They got to prevent that.
They did challenge them. They lost.
Just one of the wackiest things I've ever heard. Like, I don't even know where to begin. Do I start with non-Western imperialism is actually good? Or has anyone in these countries actually signaled they would want to unify into a singular country?
Asmongold doesn't give a fuck.
This is where it goes from kind of crazy funny to kind of crazy gross.
Okay, chat. There is an active mass shooting in Minneapolis.
The first thing he does when we switch over to news about the Minneapolis school shooting is read a comment asking whether the shooter would be an Asmongold fan.
Odds that this guy watches Asmongold. Unlikely, because all his viewers are bots. Shooting has been reported at the Annunciation Church, a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Fox 9 sources confirmed this.
Okay, that was actually a good one. Okay.
Suspect is dead, and authorities say there's no active threat to the community. Other than, you know, the constant threat of being in America.
Like, you're seeing what I'm seeing, right?
The press finds the need to talk about, oh, there's a division in the Democratic Party. There's a division in my damn house and we're still married and things are good. That's life. That's life. We are strong.
The fuck does that even mean? What does that actually mean?
We are strong because we challenge each other. We are strong because we're held
What do you mean, what does that mean? I feel like it's pretty obvious.
accountable.
Remember when Mike was willing to vote for Harris if she picked Walz?
New polling memo dropped from Graham Plattner campaign in Maine.
Oh my God. Somebody emailed me this a few months ago. I remember when I was on stream or whatever, but Shapiro is like more moderate than Walz, right? Was that the meme? I don't know. I don't actually know the Shapiro guy's position. I know some people were arguing over the VP pick for a while. And more Zionist. Some guy emailed me a whole ass thing or whatever, and it was probably true. That if Kamala would have chose Shapiro instead of Walz, every single person on the left would have blamed the VP pick for why she lost. But because she picked Walz, they had to move to something different. Yeah.
You don't have to cover the school shooting, but if you do, can you at least not enthusiastically switch over to Senate race polling?
Susan Collins, 32. Centrist Dem is up 1. Democratic Socialist is up 16. You have people that legitimately are like, China is colonizing Africa. Like, people legitimately take that shit directly from the U.S. State Department and then post it leftistly.
Who would you say is the best conservative debater you have debated? Is it actually Rob or maybe Ben Shapiro? The reality, bro, is that this place is fucking cooked. I don't know what weird... Oh, you're donating the tornado currency. Is that the Indian ruble? Is that what it's even called? To USD. Rupee, not ruble. The reality is this country is cooked, and your question is stupid, because all of these people are stupid. They're not stupid, actually. I have to stop saying that. These people are evil. I'm so glad I don't give a fuck, because I am a disaffected white wealthy person who doesn't care. I would kill myself. I would kill myself if I was Ukrainian. I would absolutely fucking end it all if I had to watch 2 seconds of US coverage. Somewhere, just statistically speaking, there is some poor fuck Ukrainian guy who opened the media and saw for one day like 20 headlines like the day after, I think it was like the largest bombing, was like 20 people killed, 20 civilians killed in Ukraine, and saw the headlines of like Ukrainian woman killed. I was like, oh my God, U.S. media is finally covering what's going on. Oh shit, oh my God, is something changing? And then they start scrolling and they realize, oh no, it's just rage baiting and race baiting from conservatives in the United States on Twitter. Ironically enough, probably largely driven by Russian bots, the same people that are bombing us from over this ditch.
Unfortunately, Jesse, I think it's perfectly obvious why the media deep sixes this particular story. And the answer is perfectly obvious when you look at the races of the people involved. If this had been a black...
Also, how fucking gross you care. And then the sexy pictures and everything. Kill your... Oh my God, dude. There are days where I hope that your God is real so that you can fucking burn in the fires of fucking hell with all your kids and your disgusting fucking family members and your gross fucking friends. The posting of like bikini pics and everything that we're supposed to care more because she's hot and then she got killed by some black guy. Like there's plenty of hot Ukrainian women that are dying in Ukraine right now that you don't see pictures of. Like all of it is so gross. I think they go through like 5 different like sexy pics of this girl.
Victim.
It's actually so fucking crazy to me, the coverage on this.
And it would have led the news nightly for months on end. You would have had riots in the streets. If it's the reverse situation, the media will completely ignore it because it doesn't match up with their preferred narrative of a white supremacist country that is cracking down on black people, even though statistically speaking, obviously the vast majority of crime is intra-racial, meaning white on white or black on black. Black on white crime on a per capita basis is significantly higher than white on black crime. That does not match up with the media narrative about white supremacy in the United States.
Do you also feel like they're sensitive to being called racist by their friends, family, and colleagues for highlighting black crime?
There's no question about that. In the echo chamber that the legacy media live in, if you even mention...
The echo chamber, as Ben Shapiro from the largest right-wing media alternative network is talking to Jesse Waters on the largest right-wing mainstream media network, and they both circle jerk over the Trump talking points for the day, or whoever feeds Trump the talking points for the day. I don't even know if this stroke-ridden motherfucker can make talking points anymore.
Black on white crime, then you are immediately seen as racially discriminatory in some way, because the basic idea on the left...
Like, are you anymore? I feel like in 2013, I feel like that was like peak woke, like 2013, 2014. Does anybody say this anymore? Or just the college campuses that you run around in and debate people on because it's the only people you can ever have a fucking conversation with, right? Like, who says this? Man, it's fucked up how much black crime there is in the United States. Who's canceling you for this take? No one gives a fuck, little bro. You guys like, where's the picture? The other picture. Where's the picture of the conservative hanging up all the scary monsters and then crying? Find it. Give it to me right now. Give me the picture.
Jesse, I think it's perfectly media on the left is about that. In the echo chamber that the legacy media live in, if you even mention black on white crime, then you are immediately seen as racially discriminatory in some way, because the basic idea on the left is that white against black is really the story of America, as opposed to blacks committing crimes against white people. To even mention that is to undermine the entire...
Thank you. It's this one. If you even mention black on white crime, if you even mention this, everybody calling you racist.
Narrative of the 1619 Project, for example.
By re-releasing these people out into society after 11, 12, 14 prior arrests, isn't there something about
God damn it. I don't care if he was involved in the Project 2025 or whatever. I don't care. Richard Hanania is the best Twitter user. He is the best Twitter poster. I don't care about anything else. He is the best Twitter poster, okay?
So you said something in your body did what?
Nah, the material,
This is the black guy that stabbed the Ukrainian woman?
put it like this, the material used my body to stab the lady.
And so she just got stabbed.
Yeah. You know that's not me. I'm talking about just for no reason. But since they did that, now they gotta investigate the material my body exposed to. Since they want to do all that, now they gotta investigate.
It's funny because she's from the Ukraine. She's from Russia, and you know they got a war. They had a war going on against the United States. So I'm just trying to understand, out of all people, why her?
That's hey, it ain't. I don't have nothing. They just lashed out on her. That's what happened. They lashed out on her. Who else was working out?
Oh, this is the killer.
Whoever was working the material, whoever was working the material, they lashed out on her.
Richard's tweet on this.
So you said
DeCarlos Brown Jr. says it wasn't him, and material placed in his body stabbed the victim. The guy is angling to be the next Candace Owens.
Self-preservation.
That's not the killer speaking. Oh, never mind. Was he just reading off quotes from the killer?
you said
I don't get it. What do you mean? The guy, well, assuming there's a quote from the guy, he just sounds like he's crazy or schizo. Somebody put something in his body that made him kill the woman. It sounds like a schizo, which is what Candace Owens sounds like. How do you not get it? What?
The judges and the DAs alone, why would they do that? Why would they turn these people loose over and over again?
It's ideologically horrific. You know, I have a book called Lions and Scavengers about
again. Why would they do anything about self-preservation in prior arrests? Isn't there something about self-preservation? The judges and the DAs alone, why would they do that? Why would they turn...
You know how I know this guy didn't have any serious prior convictions? Maybe he did. But I feel like he didn't because nobody brings up what he was ever arrested or convicted for. What the fuck was it? What happened? Why do we never bring that up? Because if he had like 14 violent assaults or something, or like 2 attempt murders or some shit like that, yeah, that's pretty crazy. What the fuck was he arrested and convicted for? Is his record public? It's a criminal record. It should be, right? Somebody posted somewhere.
These people loose over and over again.
It's ideologically horrific. You know, I have a book called Lions and Scavengers about the mentality that suggests that if somebody is acting badly, they must be a victim. And that is the mentality that undergirds all of this. When you hear the mayor say that you can't incarcerate your way to safety, that is precisely wrong. You absolutely 100% can incarcerate your way to safety. We do not have an under-incarceration problem in America.
Yeah, we do. He misspoke. He meant no. I meant we don't have an over-incarceration. We have an under-incarceration. Correct yourself.
We have an under-incarceration problem. We need these people. This particular person should have been involuntarily committed for mental illness. He had violent schizophrenia, or he should have been in prison.
Timeline. What do we know about the Charlotte light rail stabbing suspect's criminal history? Three misdemeanors. He was charged 3 times for misdemeanors between 2007 and 2009. The charges included simple assault, disorderly conduct, and resisting a public officer. According to court records, all the cases were dismissed. Details of the incidents are not immediately available. Pending court system document uploads. Okay. So he got charged. Where are my lawyers at? If you get arrested, does that mean that you were always charged with a crime? Or can they arrest you and then release you, like awaiting arraignment, and not formally charge you with a crime? I think you can arrest somebody, like take them to jail and not charge them and just release them, right? If you would arrest somebody... Oh yeah, because the cop can't charge you with a crime, right? Destiny, I'm 5 minutes behind, but did Shapiro deserve that critique? Isn't he pro-Ukraine? Also, you criticize him for echo chamber, but he's doing a media tour and is going on CNN and Breakfast. He does deserve that critique because he carries water for every dogshit Trump talking point. And maybe he every now and then he'll do adversarial interviews, but I don't know. I'd have to see it. Between 2011 and 2013, Brown was charged again with several misdemeanors, which he failed to show up in court. In September 2011, a criminal summons was issued for communicating threats, but he wasn't arrested. That could just mean they didn't find him. 2 months later, on November 2011, Brown was cited for speeding 22 miles per hour over the limit in Guilford County. September, October, November. So a summons, so he should have been arrested here. An arrest order was issued a few months later in this case. I wonder why he wasn't arrested at this traffic stop. If he was issued a warrant in September, and then he got pulled over in November, Brown failed to appear in court. Court records indicate that the county sheriff's office, they did arrest him in that case in June 2013. Months later, in August of 2013, he was arrested on an older warrant for failing to show up to court. The case for communicating threats, as well as 2 new charges of injury to property. Brown was released on an unsecured bond the same day. Arrest included 3 outstanding warrants for the 3. God damn, this motherfucker's got priors. New felony while on probation leads to prison time. Assaulted a Honduran man and stole a Samsung Galaxy and about $750 in U.S. and Honduran currency using a handgun. Oh my God. Do you think he stole like $100 million like Honduras stuff and thought he'd made it? He was arrested and charged with robbery with a dangerous weapon and possession of a firearm by a felon. Judge set 2 secured bonds totaling $110,000. Wasn't released. Ultimately convicted. Oh, and was in prison for 5 years. Okay. Was released and placed on parole for 1 year. 3 times between 2022 and 2024. Then arrested here. Didn't get charged with a crime. Jail and police records indicate arrests on April and May, both for repeatedly dialing 911 without an emergency. Okay. And then another 911 call. Jesus Christ. Little bro is mentally disturbed. Officers on scene said in court filings that Brown believed he had been given a man-made material that controlled when he ate, walked, and talked. How old was he when he... Well, was he? True. Nobody's asking that question. How old is he right now? I'm curious. What's a 911 misuse? Like revving the engine before it's warmed up? True. His age or mentally? I'm just curious how old he is. Because usually when somebody's been... Especially if he was in jail for 5 years. This dude was fucking crazy, probably. I wonder if, oh no, I don't know. Maybe one day we'll look into... I don't know why we don't have the, it sounds bad to say it, the insane asylums. I don't know why we don't have those places anymore. Maybe, there must be a reason, I'm assuming. But it seems like there's like an unfortunate middle ground between people who are adults and crazy, but not criminals yet, or not like killing people or themselves yet, but they're like clearly mentally unwell. And unless you have, no, not even family members actually can do anything if you're an adult. It's because of Reagan.
Or talking a mocking voice about China and Africa. I hope Mike just wasn't paying attention for this part where it's explained how SWAT teams need to clear the schools, because his response would strongly imply he thinks this was justification for police militarization.
Need to militarize the police more! Yeah! Give them fucking M1!
We just need a better vetting process to know who's actually schizo. Do we, though? I feel like if this guy is calling the cops and this guy's like, I have man-made material in me that's making me do stuff, I feel like you're probably... I think we probably know on that one, right?
Abram tanks!
So he either misunderstood or just decided to interject there.
I don't agree with the people that just say, don't do anything electorally, it's all a waste of time. Because in my experience, the reason why those people are wrong, it's not that electoral politics isn't annoying and fucking full of betrayal and disappointment. It is. But so is every other form of leftist organizing. Wouldn't that look bad for socialism if they faceplant or a stiffed? You don't understand how people think. It's very hard to actually defeat people. When people see someone get fucked over in an unfair fashion, it pisses them off. It radicalizes them. It makes them more willing to fight harder.
I feel like I'm going crazy. He's talking about getting angry and being radicalized by people getting hurt over footage of a school shooting. And despite all that, I cannot believe what he says next.
Corporations are a government. That's why libertarianism is so silly. Because the most tyrannical time of your life is when you're working at a job and you have a boss.
That's just so revealing, as though every other moment wasn't already.
Socialists want to create a society where there is no tyranny. It doesn't mean there will be no...
Wait, why are people saying this? Wait, is YouTube chat trolling me right now? Hello? What, 4 people just said that Charlie Kirk just got shot at a TPUSA event. $12:34 p.m. Mountain Time. Oh, 2 hours ago? Shots fired at Charlie Kirk event. Shots been fired at a Charlie Kirk event in Utah Valley University. Footage from the scene showed eventgoers screaming as shots rang out on Wednesday. What is today? That's today. That's 5 minutes ago. Live stream, 25 minutes and 36 seconds. Oh.
Valley.
It's too crowded. It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so and I
don't know if that was
back to like the love. Don't condone Hamas either. We don't think that's all right. We're not supporting terrorism.
Say that one more time real quick.
We also don't condone Hamas. We think that genocide. People have a right to live. And that's kind of back to like the love one another thing. It's like love everyone. Love everyone, regardless of race, everything.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys coming out here.
We appreciate you. Love you.
Are you gonna go down and see the get closer? Are they like restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded. It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so it's holy shit! Holy shit!
Why did stream cut?
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe. Okay, be safe. Bye. Apparently there's been a shooting. I don't know who's been shot. We are here live at Utah Valley State University. I don't know.
Holy fucking XCOM. These guys are under half cover. Elevated position? Hell yeah. Oh my god. They got a good vantage point.
If that was shots or if that was fireworks, to be honest, but... Good, how are you doing?
Were you able to see anything that happened?
Standing right here interviewing people. Hang on. Charlie Kirk got shot? Holy shit, Charlie Kirk got shot. This is unconfirmed. This is from my son who was down there right in front of Charlie Kirk. We're going to go down there and see if we... I don't know the act.
Wait, I'm so confused.
I don't know.
I don't understand why everybody's running. Utah's a open carry, like a constitutional carry state, right? There are so many good guys with guns here. This should be like the safest place in the world to be. Like at least 10% of the students could draw and just kill the, if there's like a bad guy there, no? Isn't that how it works?
But standing right here for my son. I don't know the.
They don't let them on campus, right? Isn't that like a no-go, no-gun zone for schools? I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can ban from public areas like that. Can you? Can you bring guns on campus as long as you're not in a building or something? I'm not sure. Damn, just 2 days ago, I was like, I need to invest in a serious concealed carry.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my god. Go, run. Holy.
Wait, did he get shot? I can't tell. There's no blood. I think it's... Holy shit, not safe for life. Somebody is... Don't play it. His... You don't really see any blood. Hold on. It kind of looks like he got shot. Bro, all my unfuck America shit. Are you serious? You couldn't wait? I'm just kidding. Not good. Not cool. Did he actually get shot? It kind of looks like he got shot in the fucking neck or head. And it was a single one shot. I don't see anybody nearby. So what? It would have been a rifle? Like at range, I'm assuming? Oh, fuck. Somebody's closer. Wait, holy shit. Is this guy dead? Wait. Oh, shit.
Counting gang violence. Great.
Oh! Whoa! Whoa! He's super dead. Holy shit. Okay, well. Let me go make sure my door is locked. Jesus. Holy fuck. He got... It's like, is it your jugular? The one that all the blood comes out of? He's like dead, right? Jesus Christ.
Counting gang violence. Great.
Jesus Christ. Don't, unironically, if that kind of shit fucks you up, people are posting streamables in chat. You're watching a person get shot in the neck and die, and there's a lot of blood. So if that's like a thing that bothers you, God damn, this guy is under arrest. It sounded like one shot too, right? The man who shot Charlie Kirk, we don't know though, do we? I feel like this guy would have, well, I don't know what I'm saying. I was gonna say I feel like he would have killed himself, but maybe not. Who knows? Jesus Christ. Well, this is the first one. Influencer killing like this, I guess. Political person. He's insta dead, right? When you lose when people get choked, you can either choke their like throat and like make them lose like breath, and I think that can take like a minute or two or whatever to make somebody pass out. But if you lose the pressure of blood going to your head, you can pass out in like literally like 2 to 5 seconds. It looks like after he gets shot, it looks like he almost like instantaneously passes out and he's like gushing blood from his neck. I don't know if that's like a survivable wound ever. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what you would do. Like, so you can't CPR or anything. You can't like pump the heart to get blood to go back up to the brain. Maybe if they were in a hospital immediately, you can blood transfuse. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think that's like a survivable wound unless maybe you're in a hospital. Jesus Christ. Jesus, that's crazy. Oh, I can't do that. I shouldn't do an edgy quote tweet. Somebody just said in YouTube chat, the things Hassan will do to get out of debating is crazy. That's too much. I'm not going to do that. Damn. Jesus Christ. One thing that I was saying to, there's 50% less blood pumping to his brain. He can't survive that until he arrives at the hospital. When people say when brain death happens, it's actually like a lack of oxygenated blood going to the brain. Does that actually take, it takes 5 minutes for permanent damage to set in, or is it just like a couple minutes? How long lack of blood to brain for brain damage to occur? A complete lack of blood is 4 to 5 minutes. And permanent brain damage is more likely after 3 minutes. So he would have to get to a hospital immediately and get like, I don't even know, again, I don't know how you get, I don't know if you can like pump blood up through somebody's neck if the jugular artery, is that what it is, gets shot. I have no idea. Jesus. 10 to 15 minutes for irreversible damage? 15 minutes? I think you're super dead at that point, my dude. Oh wait, carotid artery? I can just look it up. Sorry, hold on. Jesus Christ. Carotid, sorry. What is big vein in neck that bleeds? BBC News reporting on it. I think he's super dead. He gets, his body even does like is it the fencing posture? Is that what that is? I thought that only happened during brain, like concussive stuff though. But he does like the posture shit and everything. I can't believe he loses consciousness like instantly. Is it because of the blood pressure drop? Is that what causes that to happen? You lose, it's literally instantaneous, like conscious loss. Jesus Christ. Sorry, what was I saying? A friend asked me recently about going to these events and they were like, yeah, are you ever worried about dying? And the thing that I say is I feel like if somebody really wanted to kill you, in the United States, I feel like it's just a matter of time. Like, I don't know how you ever stop something like this. Even if they have security at their events, which they do, assuming somebody posts up with an AR-15, even with a 3.5 like I have, I feel like you could be 100, 200, 300 yards away, out a window, on top of a roof somewhere. Like, there's never going to be that much security. And assume you only need one shot to hit. Jesus. Did he get shot in the heart maybe? No, there's a video. It was like right in, like into his neck. I don't know if there's like an exit out the back or Jesus. Probably passes out from cavitation forces from the bullet. You mean like the little, like the concussive force of it passing by? Is that enough from a bullet to make you... If it hits his spine, he could be insta-dead, no? Well, I think the bigger issue is probably the lack of blood that is able to get up to his head because of the exploded neck.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
Jesus. What a... Jesus. Jesus Christ. Where'd you find the video? You're just going to spam my fucking chat. The carotid artery. It's this one? Is this the big one? You have at least 30 tweets in you, and they will be bangers. Well, let's just chill. Jesus. What is the... I'm so curious for the shooter. I need to know how he did it too. Was he just posted up with a rifle somewhere? It must have been a rifle. Where are my JDAM sound identifying experts? Has Hassan identified the sonic signature of the shot yet? Could he aim that well with a pistol? I mean, theoretically you could, yeah. But nobody, it didn't look like the shot was nearby, but it was a close shot. Like the framing of the camera was close, so it didn't look like the guy was shooting from close distance. Oh my god, this is like my nightmare. To be like a super pro gun dude. And get killed by gun violence in an open carry, constitutional carry state. This is like when I was going to Israel and I kept getting worried that either some crazy Zionist dude would bomb and kill me or some fucking crazy Hamas dude would find us and kill us. Approximately how long ago did this happen? I don't know, like a few minutes ago? You gotta start packing heat. I mean, realistically, though, what are you going to do in that circumstance? The guy got almost dome-skied. Somebody in chat said there's an article that said the guy shot from 200 yards. Is that true? Like, what do you do at that point? Oh god, hopefully he wasn't talking about Second Amendment or something. In the video that's farther away, you can see people look to the right after the shot. Looks like it was from pretty far away. It could be. Bullets do weird things as well, though, I think, when they're shot in like open spaces. Like there's going to be like echoes or cracks. So sometimes you can feel like it's coming from one way and not know exactly. Like there could be weird shit, but...
Too many.
Oh no, how many mass... Oh god, was it about gun violence? Oh no.
You know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh no, please don't be right after that. Not after that. All right, for the next 6 months, I can only talk about things that won't be ironic if I get killed right after. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Maybe the shooter had a sense of humor. He waited for that moment. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Unironically.
What the fuck?
Well, do we know if anyone else was shot? I mean, of all the videos I've seen so far, you just hear one bullet. Seems like the guy just posted up with his, I don't know, AR-15 and a, what, one of those Trigicon 3.5s or whatever, and just one shot, and that was it. Do Dean. Oh no. 'Tis the season. See you soon, Charlie. Dean. Oh no. Not to politicize this too much, but also, fuck, this is dark. It's kind of dark commentary. But like, if this would have happened in Chicago, like I feel like the National Guard would already be deployed. The fact that it happened in Utah, I guess in some ways we're, I don't want to say we're lucky, but I'm also curious if the, is that old guy that got arrested, the fact that he's old and white and not like black or whatever, Jesus, that's just crazy. And it's an old white guy. I mean, that's what we saw get arrested, but we don't know. We don't have any information, right? This literally just happened, right? I feel like this video is being posted, but this doesn't feel right to me. Like, where are the cops here? This guy had an AR-15. He just killed somebody, and he's just chilling with some other people standing around him. Like, is this real? Is this confirmed that this guy's a suspect? Did they find the weapon or anything? Like, this just doesn't feel right. I feel like he would have been tackled. Or campus security. My dude, unless the Utah fucking state campus security are the bravest fucking mall cops in the world, I don't feel like there's any world where campus security at a university is chasing down a dude with an assault rifle. Well, unless he surrendered to cops, maybe, actually. The cops are around him. Watch the whole video, Destiny. It just seems very chill, given everything. Is there any more information on this? Campus security are incredibly armed. They shot and killed the shooter at my school last year. Huh. Maybe. Maybe, I guess, actually, right. I mean, that's not to be. My parents used to talk about how crazy the 60s were. I think we'll all have a lot of I was there stories to tell our grandkids. Jesus. For all we know, they detained dozens of people investigating. Maybe. Destiny video on Threads. What, other videos? There's probably I imagine there's a ton of angles of him getting shot. I will say the weirdest part about the Trump shooting is I feel like we didn't get any videos posted from anybody from behind, and there must have been a ton of people who recorded it. They're pinning someone in the original stream you showed. What, the 20-minute one or whatever? Tune into our boy Hassan.
I saw the close-up video to confirm the veracity of the reporting, and
he has another outfit.
Tell you, in the absence of like immediate, super significant medical intervention, I don't know how he survives that, because.
Notice how he has his chat paused? He does this. Keep this in mind. He always has his chat paused when he doesn't trust his chat's reactions on things.
Video that is being circulated around online right now basically shows it's right in the fucking neck, and the amount of blood that gushes out of his neck in that moment, in real time, implies that there is very, very low likelihood of survival. Like, that's not. I think if your jugular was cut like that, I assume.
There's a major regional hospital only a few miles away. I think it's a remote possibility. Well, you would have to find a way to get oxygenated blood to the head. I just don't know how you do that when that artery gets cut. But maybe you can. I legitimately don't know. I have no idea. Can you survive a carotid? I keep saying carotid, I think. Can you survive a carotid artery cut? Like, wait. Hey, Charlie Kirk just got shot, and it looks like his carotid artery exploded. In your medical opinion, is it possible to survive a wound like that if he gets to the hospital immediately? Okay, time out. Ask all my doctor friends. Jesus. It's not funny. I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. It is crazy. Given how he tensed up, his spine might have been hit, so he's fucked regardless. I wasn't aware that you did that when your spine got hit. I thought that was in response to like concussive damage. I called it fencing posture, but somebody said something different. What's the name for it? Damn. I should post this. It's edgy and it makes, but this is a good edgy. It makes a point. I feel like it's a little too close to home though. I know these motherfuckers will make fun of me if I get killed in an event though. So, but Jesus Christ. Did he get shot more than one time? It sounded like only one shot. That's what it sounded like. Destiny. Why? Don't link me random retarded shit. We have a guy called Batman Turd. He said, based on my assessment as a medic, the injury was non-survivable. Immediate decerebrate posturing. Refers to a severe medical condition where the body holds an abnormal, rigid posture with arms extended, toes pointed, and head arched back, indicating significant brain damage, usually from midbrain lesion. It looked like the thing, I guess I can't tell, maybe because it could have gone like through his neck and like up into his head, right? I guess there's no way. Or it could have like gone like through the brainstem. Because it's hard with the angle of the camera. God damn, there's so much blood. Whew, this shit is... Jesus. Is this the first political influencer that was killed like this? Don't say the first, bro. Like it's one of however many. God damn. Would you stop having live events after this? Well, I feel like it's got to be the safest right now, right? Like who would do one right after, no? Looks like he was standing here. The guy got pinned down. You think the guy made the shot from... Oh. Oh shit, wait, where's the video? Fuck. Was this something you were watching?
Be safe. Okay, be safe. I don't know who's been shot.
So we would have think like around here. I'm sorry. My bad for trying to pause and play a fucking Twitter video. Did you see this video? Is it another one? Oh yeah, that's the streamable that's going around. Yeah, that's like a super... Damn. Bro, he's like one tapped. Holy shit. It's so crazy.
Shooting. I don't know who's been shot. I don't know if that was... Apparently there's been a shooting. I don't know who's been shot. Who's been shot.
Down.
We are here live at Utah Valley.
Guys, the reason why this sounds so bad, these types of microphones are meant to pick up sound like at a distance. You're not supposed to hold these right up to your mouth and speak. That's why the sound is so blown the fuck out on this. I think these are called shotgun mics. Just get like an SM 58 or 57, or 58 is like a standard mic here. It sounds fine.
I was standing right here interviewing people. Hang on. Charlie Kirk got shot.
Is this down here is where he is?
This is unconfirmed. This is from my son who was down there right in front of Charlie Kirk. We're going to go down there and see if we... I don't know the accuracy of that. Abby, are you inside or outside?
You see the fence on the right? It's there. Does he look down there anymore? Oh wait, he's going down, sorry. Do you think it was hollow point ammo, or do regular rounds cause that much bleeding? So where you bleed in the human body is just going to be a function of like where you get hit at. I think there are a lot of small things in your hand. Like if you cut yourself with a knife in the kitchen, you can bleed a ton. But there are certain places in the body where if you get cut, you're going to gush blood like crazy. And there are other places where if you get, even if you get shot, you're not going to gush like crazy. 9mm rounds, 45 ACP, 40 ACP? Is the 40 caliber? Is that what they call it? ACP? Pistol rounds are small, and for some reason, I don't know the actual rationale why, but they tend to, when they shoot and they go through your body, and then they leave an exit wound, and that's usually good for you. The reason why they have hollow points, so they'll like it opens when it enters the body, so that it fragments in your body, causes multiple wound channels, and causes a lot more internal damage. For a pistol round, for like a small round like that, you would have a hollow point. For rifle rounds, at least for 5.56 rounds, when the round shoots, it's supposed to tumble a little bit. It causes a ton of damage going into the body just on an ordinary shot, especially because of the velocity of the round, the size of the bullet, and the tumble factor and everything. They don't normally make, I don't think they normally make hollow point 5.56 rounds. I think it'll just be an ordinary, an FMJ, a full metal jacket, just a normal rifle round will shoot. It'll probably kill you, if it, depending on where it hits you, yeah.
My son just said that on the phone. No, he got shot. He just got shot.
I would assume the old man did it in a terroristic fashion. Old man, not much time left to live, and acts political violence before his soon-to-arrive death. It makes sense, motivationally speaking. Does it make sense? I feel like you have to be pretty crazy to... The admin already hinted at restricting firearms for trans. Get ready for restrictions on liberals. This is horrible. What is happening to our country? Yeah, Jesus. Spinal cord possible? I wish I just knew more medical shit. Maybe. I feel like it has to be some kind of brain or spinal cord injury, right? Because he assumed that posture, and it was instant. It didn't wait to pass out. It literally the microsecond he got shot. This is why from the first video I thought it seemed like he got shot, because usually when you hear, like when Trump, when it got shot at, you hear the sound and you kind of like flinch or whatever. This dude, it didn't look like he heard a sound and flinch. It looked like it hit, and he like did the weird thing. Yes, it happens with animals. If you went spearfishing, you'd see that happen all the time. Spearfishing? Fish? How can you tell the fish is doing that? He was bleeding out of his ear too? Oh, was he? Is that bad? If you're bleeding out of your ear, does that mean a brain injury? I don't know.
Counting gang
I'm looking at all the blood fucking pouring out of his neck.
violence. Great.
God damn. Jesus. Jesus, that's just crazy. Rapid loss of consciousness suggests a vasovagal response. Is that how you say that? Oh, I was going to disagree with you because I feel like if it was blood loss, it would have taken at least a second, but I didn't know what this meant. It's a common type of fainting that occurs when the, it's vagus nerve, which controls heart rate and blood pressure, becomes overstimulated. Does that mean, can this cause you to pass out instantly? Bro, he's gone instantly. I don't even think he knows he got shot. He's like... I don't even think he knows he got shot. Like, he's like gone instantly. It's like instantaneous. Next shot. Click. Sniper 3. Shut the fuck up. Gunman not in custody. I feel like, oh god, we're doing the breaking news thing. I guess it's only because this is interesting to me because I don't want to get killed in an event. It seems unlikely to me that the shooter would be standing here if he shot. I also said that the scene looked weird. I feel like just the cops, everybody's really chill. Like, it seems like a rifle shot, right? I think, are we safe to say this is a rifle shot? I guess it could have been a pistol shot at long range. But it feels like a rifle shot. I don't know if this guy could pull out an AR-15 at this range and shoot him and nobody around him is saying anything or reacting. That just seems crazy to me. But I mean, it's a crazy event, so no matter what the answer is, it's going to be crazy, right? But I'm a paramedic and this looks really rough. The amount of blood coming out and his posturing looks really bad. He also did not react at all, which is also a really poor sign for his outcome. Yeah, post the end of The Sopranos? I haven't seen all of The Sopranos. Does somebody important die in the end? Oh, shit. Wow, what's up? I'm streaming, by the way.
This is, did you see what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like, dude, Charlie's gonna be fucking dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's already dead. Yeah.
Dude, we're fucked. We are so fucked.
By we, you mean we as a country right now, the United States and the current...
Like that, the party, but like mostly
also,
like...
yes,
like,
wait.
probably
I think that we're super fucked. I agree. Hold on, wait. I'll text you on Discord. I just don't want to say anything crazy that's gonna ruin our shit. Hold on. Okay, I just want to be... I can be edgy because that's my brand. I just want to be careful. I don't even know if she's gonna say anything edgy. Probably not. I don't think she would have. I'm just trying to be careful for everybody's. New York Times update on location of the shooter. New rules for firearms on campus. Utah lawmakers updated state law governing firearms during the 2021 general session. Trying to affect May 7th. Individuals who are 18 years or older and have a current Utah concealed carry weapons permit may carry a weapon on campus, including in an open fashion. On campus. I feel like guns are just so cringe. Like, you can even see it in anime. Like, fighting with swords and everything is kind of like, you know, oh, like skillful swordmen and it's all this back and forth. But like for guns, everything has to get really cringe in anime to keep it interesting, because when you shoot somebody, they just die instantly. Like, I feel like in humanity, we power scaled like way too quickly onto firearms. And so like human to human combat is like very boring now, because it's like an instant death. I don't think there's anything you can, I just don't think you can counter at this. There's nothing. Shot from 200 yards. A spokeswoman for Utah Valley University, Ellen Traynor, said that Kirk was struck by a suspect who had fired from the Lossie Center, building about 200 yards away. The suspect had been taken into custody. She said was not a student. Do we have any more information on this? This is what I'm saying with like, remember the JFK shooting was impossible at like 83 yards is what people say. But like, you can be really accurate with these weapons. Even with a 3.5, even with irons, you could be really accurate at, but like if you throw a 3.5 scope on there and you're zeroed up and you've practiced like twice, you can be insanely accurate. I feel like the average person doesn't realize. It's so funny. There's like this weird scale of like leftists, progressives, liberals or whatever are like scared of firearms or whatever, and then conservatives think they're holy or whatever. But there's this weird thing where like AR-15s are very not scary weapons to handle. There's no recoil. They're cheap. Right? The rounds are cheap, relatively speaking, unless you're, you know, putting 100 or 1,000 rounds down range every time you go down to shoot or whatever. And you can be really, it's very, very easy to shoot a rifle. It's very, very, very easy to shoot an AR-15. They're light. If you really want, you can anchor them somewhere. The scopes are insane. It's like a video game. It's like video game shooting. It's easier than video game shooting. I feel like the sway in video games is bigger than the sway in real life. And I'm not even like an ultra experienced shooter. Like, I'm okay with pistols and I can shoot a rifle. I'm not like a fucking marksman or anything, but like with any amount of training, it is insane how, it is just so insane how easily accurate you could be, especially if you've got a good scope on your rifle. It's crazy. This is why it was crazy that one guy, whatever the kid missed Trump, 30 times or whatever, not to say that he should have or shouldn't have or whatever, but Destiny, when looking into this further, the U of U and the UVU are different. University of Utah and Utah Valley University. This happened at Utah Valley University. Oh, so that other website was irrelevant? Wait, can I get a map of... Let's see. Utah Valley University campus map. I just butchered the fuck out of that. They just confirmed 1 dead and are still looking for suspect on police scanner. I don't think this is the shooter. I just don't think so. It doesn't seem like it. Jesus Christ, bro. Please, God, don't let me get assassinated. I guess I'll be dead, so I don't care. People are going to meme so many of my tweets and statements. Fuck me, dude. Why was the old man invoking the 5th while being arrested? What do you mean? You should always invoke the 5th. What do you mean? I'm going to meme so hard if you die, sorry. If he was actually 200 yards away in a building, there's no shot. The bald guy is the shooter. No shot, bro. Come on. Let's be a little sensitive with our language right now. Yeah, the idea that somebody could pull out a rifle in the audience and just shoot him, I feel like that's unlikely. But I mean, stranger things have happened.
Ever lose your keys? Is that normal aging, dementia, or something else? Fear often stops us from asking for a simple checkup from the neck up. Knowing your numbers, blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol are common.
To be fair, Charlie Kirk is or was the biggest right-wing influencer in the country, so he was the first to get shot. Is he the biggest? I don't know. He was pretty big, though. Oh, shit. Has anybody changed the Wikipedia yet?
There's only 23 in the front, Taylor.
Sorry, you said you could leave it the first front counter?
What are the political implications of this? Who the fuck knows?
Heavily congested with foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
God, you know, it would be so horrible if that fucking, for like a final fundraiser, Turning Point could like sell, like, I went to Charlie Kirk's last event and survived shirts or whatever. I'm just kidding. That would be horrible. That's not good.
J371, we have drone deployed, operating at 150 feet from the southwest corner of the campus.
Let them know there's going to be no briefing. Just to start taking calls when they get here.
Picture again so that they can send it to me so I can send it to you guys.
Wait, what is that? What does this mean? There's been a video of the shot. It was the neck, praying he had combat casualty care. What, are they going to tourniquet his neck? What does that mean?
They're on a 1050 at mile marker 263, I-15 northbound, possible 1075 involved.
Don't celebrate. Listen, if liberals want to fucking be edgy on Charlie Kirk, all right, listen. I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody not to be edgy, okay? But when leftists, like when this Merrick dipshit does it, don't do it for these people, because she would make the exact same fucking tweet if Joe Biden were to get shot. They'd make the exact same tweets. Remember, these people, okay, Merrick, all the other socialists, Aaron, these guys would say the exact same thing if a liberal got shot and killed. Maybe he shouldn't have supported the genocide. So careful with who you end up agreeing with or retweeting on this platform. Just saying. Also, careful if you type in like RIP Bozo and shit on the Reddit. I think you can get banned from Reddit for that. And I'm pretty sure Hobbit is closing those threads, so careful.
This is the guy that shot him?
I just don't believe it. It just seems so chill.
This is the guy that shot him?
This guy, is his pants down? Maybe it was during the arrest? Destiny, there is a way to save a person in the field in this situation. What? Destiny, to your point about the cell phone footage of Trump's attempt, look how many angles we have here already. Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, that Trump shit is really weird. I'm looking for his gun. I mean, I feel like they wouldn't have the murder weapon with him, or they wouldn't have the weapon with him necessarily. People carrying out Charlie Kirk. Oh, I see them putting him in the back of a... What is the big black thing? Expedition or something? Dude, he's so dead. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Jesus Christ. I'm seeing this 200 yards thing again. Oh, this is just quoting that same New York Times thing. I don't know where he's getting his info from, though.
Metro Medic 32 available, going back to 1.
Or they got it from the campus spokesperson. I don't know where the campus spokesperson got it from.
Cleared up 950 just for example.
I'm so sorry, but like, does this guy still...
Suspect are in black long pants, black bag,
Is this
longer
guy-
hair, with blank, dark aviator style sunglasses with a long gun.
Uh-oh. Wait. Does this guy live in Indonesia still? Is he?
Blocking the northbound lanes, report of a motorcyclist hit his brakes and flew off
What a wild fucking tweet.
the avenue for
Wait,
traffic
is this
control.
another video or is this the same video? Just zoomed in. I think it's the same video zoomed in, right?
Yeah, I
Of
copy.
him getting shot.
Sure, 6 clear.
Or 57's en route to my arbiter dagger.
Oh shit, wait, I just noticed. Oh wait. I can't tell if it's an artifact or... Is he bleeding out of his right ear? Out of the back of his head? Too?
Engineering building.
I wonder if it went like...
Copy.
Like through like this, like, and came out the back of his neck. Like a spinal cord or something, or...
County for 4200 North University Avenue in Provo for an accident with injuries. It's going to be a motorcyclist who hit his brakes and flew off of the bike. He'll be a 20 to 30-year-old male, conscious and breathing, not alert, with a wound on his leg. 4200 North University Avenue.
I would be super sus of any Twitter accounts. Charlie Kirk has officially been confirmed dead. I don't think they would... fuck me, dude. I need a doctor on stream. I don't think you can pronounce people dead until he gets to the hospital, right? Do they do it in an ambulance? Regardless, he didn't take an ambulance. They put him in the back of the big black vehicle or whatever.
That's the description you were looking
Are they
for.
expeditions? Is that what
on
they're called?
the tip of the mail.
So you wouldn't get...
You ready for that?
You wouldn't get confirmation of him being dead until he gets to the hospital, right? Unless they stopped and found an ambulance and then a paramedic. I don't know if paramedics can do time of death. An Escalade, Suburban, or Expedition.
Sunglasses with a long gun. Information was given at 13:26.
I buried a person recently. You need at least 2 hours before the pronounced dead. What? There's no shot that that's true. What?
sent a different photo.
You could be dead at the scene if there's no vitals. Yeah, but I don't think there was a doctor or anybody at the scene to pronounce him dead. They just carried him off to the Suburban or whatever and then drove him to the hospital. They would have to go from like... They would have to carry him from the place to get him to like a hospital bed on some kind of life support in like 4 minutes for there to be... Like, I don't even know if it's possible. Didn't Shadow say there's a nearby hospital? Yeah, but but we're talking like seconds matter here. Nearby hospital, there's a big difference between like a hospital's like 10 minutes away versus like 2 minutes away.
Respond to accident at 3700 North University Avenue in Provo. On fire 1.
They must have doctors at the event, no? They might, but I didn't show it on stream, but there's a video of like 5 or 6 men carrying him into a Suburban, I'm guessing to take him to the hospital. I don't know if a doctor was in that group or not.
3700 North University. We all see an accident at this time. Do you have any details?
Or let's go ahead and start. Give another one.
I literally saw it happen in front of my eyes. I was just there. He looked at almost immediately, man, there was so much blood flowing, and it was a solid 10 seconds before anyone covered the shot. There were paramedics already on site when I left, about 1 minute after. Says a guy in Kick Chat.
What he's telling us about ET 10 minutes, I finally was able to contact somebody at 1332. On the tow list to get somebody to answer.
4200. Although we are getting another report of a TA at 3700 North University Avenue. I'll send somebody else on.
Is this the confirmed building? The Lossy Center. This would have been where the shot's from?
Yeah. For just confirming.
Look at the ad.
723.
It's fine then.
About 2 minutes. I'll give you a patient admission here in a second.
What was the last thing he said before being shot? He was talking about guns and he said gang violence.
It's the same as the 4200 North. It's going to be a single motorcycle crash.
Thunder, nice.
Your call, station 23, you can cancel this one that you were paged to as a duplicate.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are these guys in the center or whatever? I bet there's a way that you can tell like where the shot like comes from based on the like the sound of the crack or whatever and how it, but I don't know how to do it. Like when you played Arma, you could always hear the crack of the bullets like hitting stuff near you before you could hear the like the shot, but I don't know how that factors in here. Jesus. You can see a blood spurt behind Charlie for a split second. The bullet probably went through him. I have a 4chan close-up clip. Yeah, I saw that. It's the same 4-second clip that's getting posted on different mediums. But yeah, it looked like there was blood that started to gush out of the back, but it was for like a couple frames, literally. Abby tweeted and said, "There's no update yet, but I would be extremely surprised if we survived. It looked like a full or near full transection, the left jugular and or I keep wanting to say cardioid, carotid, Jesus, carotid artery. It's rare to the point of a case report or two to come back from that." NBC's reporting he's at the hospital now.
Second shots. I wasn't immediately worried. I didn't feel like, it seems clear that whoever was doing this was not really going to target other people. So
crying and like
I stayed
I'm like
relatively calm after that.
hyperventilating and fucking basically almost like I'm like dry heaving and like almost throwing
the gunman at all.
No, I did not see the gunman at all. I literally just heard the shot and then chaos.
I mean, you sound pretty calm now, and you said you thought it was just one shot, but I got to think this was incredibly jarring to see somebody you came to see speak
fucking
be
die
shot
in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely sure that.
I mean,
it was
it's a fair
one
question.
shot.
Sorry.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, were you had to be? I'm just surprised that this wasn't jarring to you, or was it?
Oh, it was. Like in the moment, it absolutely was. I kind of did get a little bit of adrenaline, seeing what had happened, seeing people. But I started seeing people like run through bushes and along the side of the building, and like people trying to crowd toward the small place to the door. And it just occurred to me that like, there's a good chance of people trampling each other, and that was really my bigger concern after that. So I was trying to tell people like stay calm, walk slowly. Because that wasn't really the general vibe that I was getting from people. But after, I think that gradually that did start to set in with people that, we're probably fine. And then we went into the lobby of the building, the main building at UVU.
Tyler, did you see anybody take Charlie Kirk out of there? Did you see what he looked like after he was shot? Could you see anything in the seconds afterwards when he sort of fell over, I think is the way you described it?
No, I couldn't see anything. I talked with people afterwards. They were saying that some of the people near the front were saying that they'd seen blood. Another lady that I talked directly to, she said that he'd been hit on the left side of the chest, potentially.
I saw that tweet. It was stupid. It's just because I saw the blood on the side of his chest.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then after he's shot, I mean, does the crowd realize what's happening?
Yeah, I think people realized pretty quick. There were people who were absolutely certain that that he wasn't going to make it. Like literally within 60 seconds, like I heard people going, "Oh my goodness, like it's over for him. Like pray for him." Like
because the gunshot wound was so severe.
Jesus Christ. NBA circle jerk. Charlie Kirk if Curry was the shooter.
Initial assumption was that he'd been hit in the head, actually, because I saw his head go back.
Yeah. It sounds like it was such a violent thing to witness. Were you on campus to just to ask him a question, to debate him? Were you there just out of curiosity?
I wanted to ask him a question. I had a prepared question for him.
And for our viewers who don't really understand the Charlie Kirk tour, I think it's called the American Comeback Tour, and it says prove me wrong" on the tent. The whole sort of premise of these events are that people can go and debate Charlie or ask him about something, correct?
Yep, that's...
Why is he so obsessed with me? Are you okay, bro? I think I have him blocked even. If Charlie does end up dying, his kids will still probably see their dad about as much as you see the son you abandoned. Are you okay, little bro? Does Charlie Kirk even have kids? Jesus Christ. I'm like fucking Israel-Palestine to this dude. He has a newborn?
Ground.
Oof, damn.
Yeah, you know, obviously somebody got a gun into that outdoor amphitheater there. Or I should just say the amphitheater, but
It's actually interesting to me how much of a difference video makes. Like, we've had multiple school shootings where 20 plus kids get turned into a Tarantino movie, and the response hasn't been as crazy as this. Reminds me of how footage from the Vietnam War turned public opinion against it. I wonder if this actually has effects on American gun culture in a way unfilmed school shootings don't. No, I don't think so. The video sucks or makes it more real, but the reason why, well, for me personally, I'm guessing for most of you, I think the reason why this feels so weird is because usually like shooting and death and stuff happens to others, like other people. Like, it's a thing that you talk about, but it doesn't really happen to you or your group. These are like horrific things that don't happen. So seeing somebody who's like part of your like circle or group of people have a thing that like that happen to them, I think is a very jarring experience, because it's just not something that you're used to. Like, that's not possible. Like, it's, you know, like Gazans or Israelis getting shot and killed, or a gangbanger getting shot and killed, or some other thing. But to see somebody that like you kind of like know of, or that is in your circle, it just feels a lot different. I don't know why. It just I'm sure there's some ordinary human empathetic response where closer to you feels different. But these just they're very abstract things that don't ever feel like they can happen to you. And then when they happen to somebody more in your circle, it just feels a lot different. I think it hits a lot different.
Terror, it's to intimidate people who...
Is the 4-second clip with the shitload of blood actually real? I believe so. Nobody's saying anything different, and there's multiple angles.
Trying to invite discussion and have people come up and ask him questions to challenge his ideas. And, you know, I wanted to do that. And I mean, obviously what I saw was horrible, but kind of as a secondary point to that, I'm disappointed I didn't.
Is he just lying? Is he just saying this to get like an early tweet? Source tells me Charlie is stable. Does stable count as dead? Like stable dead? The fuck? He wouldn't even be. It would be like he'd be like critical or something. Or no, what? Why would he even tweet this?
Shot in the neck or the chest. We're hearing that from eyewitnesses and also other reports from people that have been out there. How much time do first responders have for a gunshot wound like that, where it is near so many vital parts of the body to try to save somebody?
Like your brain?
Yeah, so I saw the video unedited, and I can tell you right now, it is going to be tough to save him just from the amount of blood loss. I've had a friend, John, who was shot in Afghanistan through the neck, and he got a few stitches in the front and a couple of stitches in the back, and that was it, and he was back on his feet. The neck is very...
I hate fucking breaking news. Why does anybody cover this shit? I'm only watching this right now because it's obviously something that's very in my circle. God, in the neck doesn't mean anything. Why are we even listening to the in the neck? Like, you can get cut in the neck or throat and it's not a big deal. Or you can have a bullet pierce your fucking artery and come up the back of your spine. These are significantly different things. Okay, sorry. Ugh. Wow, okay. The video you're watching is a black screen. Do they have HDR protection on NBC News? AP is reporting that Kirk is in critical condition. What does critical means? I'm sure there's like a rating system, like what all the different things mean. Oh, not HDR, HDCP, is that? New angle showing him fall, not safe for life.
You know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
That's so crazy. Oh my God. Jesus. I'm sorry. I don't know how many times. There's nothing else I can really add to that. Close-up shot of the stream of blood out. Yeah, we've already seen this one. I think if it's the same one, it's been posted a ton. Yeah. That fall would fuck him up even if he didn't get shot. I think the shot is probably significantly more damaging here than the fall off the chair. I have a screen recording of the shooting from the third row if you want it. What, like you were there, or from what? Like you have unique footage, or? Jesus Christ, this tweet. Charlie deserved it for biting his older brother's hand in that video. This is too edgy and too niche and not funny enough. But because of Hassan's basketball skills, I feel like you could do one for this. Charlie Kirk if Hassan Piker was the shooter. But it's not. It's not. That's not. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think Hassan's rhetoric had an impact on the psyche of the shooter? I wouldn't even begin to know. I mean, like, this guy, the guy could have come from any political faction, no? He could be a far lefty that thinks that Charlie Kirk is a fascist. He could be a center leftist that thinks that he's like a super, that thinks like I do. He's like a super mega, traitor guy. He could be far right who thinks that he's like an Israeli sellout. He could be like a weirdo anarcho dude, like the one church shooter trans person a couple weeks ago, a week ago. Okay, it could be anything, right? There's a lot of reasons why a lot of people want to kill a lot of different people in this country right now. At least 3 students in critical condition after shooting at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County, Colorado. We're on another shooting right now, okay? That mass shooting is going to have to wait. This is honestly not surprising. I've been deep diving this news shit for the past 2 months, and it's unironically brain rotting. Like, people call me emotionless IRL, but I've never wanted to flip the fuck out more than I have the past few months deep throating this shit and Fox News, the White House just shitpost. I wish that I could find the post on my subreddit. Fuck. It was like a comment chain. It was like a top level comment, and then I think a reply to it. It was in response to me watching a video or something. I vibed with the comment a lot. I wish I could remember what thread it was on. But I think somebody was like, does Destiny just seem like he doesn't care as much about this? Like, I feel like I've had this feeling for a few months, or it took Destiny a few months to get to where I'm at right now. Fuck, I wish I could remember. Fuck, what thread I was reading. Wait, is this the angle that I just watched? I think so. What is the gist of the comment? Literally what I just said. Browsing history. It's not my. It's on my. I browse on like the Reddit Narwhal app or whatever, so I don't think it's in my history. A spokeswoman. See, like now I don't know if I trust this comment. A spokeswoman for Utah Valley University, Ellen Trainer, said that Kirk was struck by a suspect who had fired from the Lossie Center, a building about 200 yards away. The suspect had been taken into custody, she said, and was not a student. Because this is saying where he got shot from, but was somebody taken into custody? I feel like that would have been reported on. I feel like somebody would have got wind of this. Jesus. Bro, the NBA circle jerkers are brutal. I don't even know anything about basketball, and that subreddit is fucking hilarious. Who? Why? What are these dick rider fucks? Oh my god. Kill me twice. If I get shot at a fucking event and killed, and the New York Times is quoting Hassan terrorist Piker for my death, just fucking obliterate my body. Oh my god. Please, God, don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Jesus, kill me. Why the fuck would you quote the literal terrorist supporter guy on this? Jesus. They were debating. Who cares? This was it for weeks. We don't need Mr. Terrorist Piker's takes on this. I don't know why you guys are typing like you guys reach for the most random relevant facts. Like, oh, maybe this is why. Jesus. Like, why are they quitting? Oh, you're scheduled for a haircut in 2 days. Okay. My God. Yeah, seriously. This is the guy that they quote. This guy, this was the one who you're quoting right now about how horrible gun violence is? Good one. How long did he get banned from Twitch for this? Was it for 30 days or? Jesus Christ. Tim Pool right now. People keep saying that this is the footage of the suspect being detained. I do not believe this. I don't think this is true. I know everybody's... I don't know why I'm even bothering to... I don't think this is the shooter suspect. People are way too chill around him. Where this guy got arrested from was like in the crowd. It just doesn't seem likely. I don't think I believe this. I don't believe it. Maybe it is, but I haven't seen anything else confirming it. Like, I don't think any major media's reporting on this, but... Grok confirmed it? Oh, well, if Grok confirmed it... There's another video of him. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. I don't think it was. But
was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
what do you expect them to do if they apprehend them? They are chill because they got him. There isn't anything else to do. Cops are never chill, number one. But it looked like this guy initially got arrested. He was like in the audience. This guy, right? This is the same guy that was arrested like in the audience, like maybe like no more than 20 or so yards, if that, from the where Charlie Kirk was. Like, are you saying this guy pulled out a rifle right there and shot him?
We don't know.
Miskiff agrees with you that it might not be the shooter. do we know that it was him in the audience? Oh, I guess technically we don't. Maybe.
Was insane.
That is completely different.
How politics?
This man was not locking people into gas chambers.
I don't think Hitler did any of that.
Right.
Killing Hitler was insane.
That is completely different.
How? It's politics.
This man was not locking people into gas chambers.
I don't think Hitler did any of that. It was other people that did it for Hitler.
Oh my God, Miz, please.
I like how you go like this.
I don't want to be in this fucking clip of you, please. That was horrifying. That made my heart.
Wait, somebody. I was not. A friend sent this to me. It was on Twitter, but it's been deleted. Not safe for work. Obviously, I'd also mute it before you play it on stream. It's loud. Bro, this is the exact same fucking video that is being posted everywhere. Why the fuck did you send this to me? Good one. He wasn't in the audience. I was about 10 rows from Charlie. They're saying they got that guy out of the building about 200 meters away. Oh, are they saying they pulled this guy out of the building? Oh, maybe I'm just assuming he was the one in the audience. If he's not, then maybe, well, maybe this guy could be it then. Well, if they arrested the shooter, though, I feel like they'd say it, right? Where's the weapon? They didn't find it? Wouldn't this be reported somewhere? Destiny, why would he say shoot me if he's not associated? Sounds like he doesn't want to be taken in and wants to die. Why wouldn't he just kill himself? Why do you guys do this weird... Do you guys not... I don't understand why everybody falls into these stupid backwards rationalization things where you try to like find a fact and make it fit everything. People say and do retarded fucking shit all the fucking time. Like, what do you mean? Like, wow, if he says that, that must be 100%. Like, these are exceptional events. The idea that you could like so easily declare like, oh, well, if he says this, he must be a shooter. Like, we need more than that. If this is the guy they pulled out of the building 200 yards away, and if they found a weapon or something, I would maybe believe it, but... Jesus Christ.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My God. Politico reporter saying the blood spurting video is AI. Tweet is deleted. Okay. New York Times reports he's not the shooter. The police determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, a university spokesman. Okay. Wait, have we seen the shooting from more than one angle with the blood? I think we have, right? Oh, this was the comment. Thank you for finding it 17 hours ago. I've been noticing Destiny closing out of this nonsense rhetoric from online politics more often now. I got to this point a few months ago. There's a weird undertone in it all that I cannot really describe right now. Best I can call it is disingenuous and misleading if I'm being really kind. It's tiring to listen to people like Hassan lie with impunity, the government growing corrupt by the day, and a government party, or a Democratic Party that is slow to rise from its feet. I'm not a doomer, but it definitely isn't the best feeling to feel like an island in a sea of crazy. It's been like that for a while for me as well. At first it was just Trump fans, but it's been all of politics, to be honest. I can't count the amount of times I've closed out a vid once the script starts getting read by these people. Once you realize that everything they say is either a lie or half-truth, meant to lead to a specific end, and nothing you can say or they can hear will change that, it's pointless. You know, everything they're going to say and all the counters, it's like watching a rerun of the same episode over and over and over again. I can only tolerate when he's actively having a discussion with someone about politics now. Yeah, I agree with this. Jesus. Oh shit, hold on. It's virtue signal time. Where's the picture of that Hassan tweet? Got it. Man, wow, that's pretty crazy. That's crazy, chat. Oh, we saw this. In June, we had a Democratic state legislator assassinated in Minnesota and another shot by a guy with a list of other victims. Kirk's murder is hideous and awful, and this rising tide of violence is terrifying, but anyone calling it one-sided is lying to you. True. I said this like 20 times and nobody cares, right? The fact that Hassan is like saying crazy shit on stream after 2 Jewish people get shot coming out of like a fucking Jewish museum, and the fact that those 2 lawmakers got killed, and only 2 because the police were proactive on that, which I give them mad props for. It could have been who knows how many people, right? Because I think after the 2 lawmakers got shot, the police force was like, we need to start calling all these people because there might be like a pattern or some shit going on, and they managed to catch him, I think, on his way to the 3rd house, like jumping the fence or some shit, right? Like that could have been so much worse. Oh damn, another view.
You know how many trans Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
God, what a horrible topic to get assassinated on. Jesus.
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
It's just such an insane shot too. Jesus. My God. Confirm that the man in custody is not the gunman. Yeah, people have said that. He's alive and critical. I could be wrong. I need a doctor. I think critical condition can also just mean that you're being kept alive on machines. Like you might be... Can someone be brain dead in critical condition? Is that possible? I don't know if they would say that or not. A patient can be in critical condition and later declared brain dead. Brain death is the permanent cessation of all brain functions which occurs after severe brain injury or illness. Patients are often kept on life support machines in an ICU to maintain bodily functions, but once brain death is confirmed, the patient is... Yeah, I think he's... telling you to hold on. Don't hold on. Do what the fuck you want to do. Destiny, it means life-threatening, unstable vital signs, uncertain outcome, serious condition is one step lower. Lower? Like as in better, or? I imagine critical is worse. Serious is not as bad as critical. Yeah, okay.
And this, oh, I'm in the gym right now, and this is what comes across my news feed. And I'd just like to say prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family, and Democrats, woke people, and liberals, fuck you. Oh, I'm in the...
Okay, dude. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Wait. I'm behaving so much on Twitter right now, okay? I could have said so much insane stuff and I haven't, okay? I'm behaving so much. Kirk being rushed to the car. That's old. He's at the hospital now. The thing is, like, depending upon, fuck me, dude. There's some stuff that I don't like to talk about because it's, because if you publicize it too much, it's kind of like self-fulfilling. Like if you say like, oh, like if I was to kill somebody, this is how I would do it. Ha 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 ha, right? And like never get caught. Like it's just like, I'm not saying this happened because who knows, but like imagine this guy has like a mask on, like one of those, like there's pretty realistic like pullover face masks that like, not like a, what do you call them? Not like a COVID mask, but like so that you look like somebody different, to where like if you were talking to the person, you would know that it's clearly fake. But from like a distance, you know, you just whatever, you know. No, people are saying like a balaclava. No, like an actual like a face replica mask or whatever, like a silicone like face, like to look like somebody else or whatever. Imagine like you walk into a building, especially if you have it planned, right? If you already know where you're shooting, assuming your scope and rifle works, you wait for the event to go on. You've got like a hour plus window. You go to where you've pre-planned. You already know the range and everything, so you know the mil dot and everything. And you just walk up to the window, wait for there to be like not many people nearby. Take out your bag, take out your rifle, aim, shoot. Put your rifle away. If you're 200 yards away, rifle goes away, like mask comes off, toss it in a trash can, I guess toss the backpack if you need to, and just like walk out and leave. I feel, how would you ever get caught? Like that's the only thing I wonder. I'm only saying this because it's been how long and they haven't got the guy yet? I feel like don't people normally get caught like pretty quickly after these things? Like I feel like somebody could just do this and just like disappear, and it's like, oh, okay, well. Or they shoot themselves. They had masks for the bank robbery in good time. Oh, maybe something like this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. $413? I don't think I'd believe this. 4 minutes ago, I feel like we would have heard this, no? Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead. I feel like we would have... I don't believe shit like this. Wait for mainstream media to report it. She's saying Charlie is alive. Alive here is a misnomer. We're getting back to the abortion debates. Like, I'm pretty sure somebody can be on machines on life support in critical condition, but they're brain dead, basically. We just don't know it yet. You're waiting for the confirmation. Just because the person is alive doesn't mean anything here. Like, he could be gone. But maybe not. Maybe they found a way to... Or maybe the damage isn't as severe as it looked, maybe. And it just looked really bad. But this is why I say wait for some mainstream thing to report it. If somebody wants... Somebody should measure like the time between the like him being carried to the car. I feel like there's enough clips and everything. Like him getting shot, carried to the car, and then how close the nearest hospital is, and you could probably find out the chances of...
Stop, folks! Stop!
Oh, this is him being carried off to the car. Yeah, like this looks more like how I would expect the police to be in this situation. These guys have their guns out even. That's him being carried to the car. This cop has his pistol out, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it cut out. Yeah, a friend of mine that's close to the family said he didn't make it.
323? Dan Bilzerian is a fucking retard. Why would you trust any of these fucking retards? An hour ago, yeah.
Of a lot of people as they are concerned for his well-being. Right now, this is all we know, that he is in critical condition, and as soon as we get more information, I will bring that to you. Mary, Ron, back.
All right, information coming in just by the second here, and we have new information into our CBS News 24/7 newsroom. An interview.
What is this outfit combination?
Charlie Kirk, just before the shooting. Let's take a listen.
But after I got done talking to him, I really couldn't exit because there's such a big crowd.
Do you think there's really a chance of the shooter escaping with all the video footage? Surely someone caught something. Things will likely be pieced together quickly, like with Luigi. The Luigi guy was fucking retarded. This guy seemed way more calculated, but I don't know.
It's really weird because the second guest that I talked to, before I went and asked him the question, what I was going to ask him, he was talking to him about how he was going to ask about transgenderism or something like that, but nothing about shootings. And this is the irony that came to me, which was like, right when he asked that, not like 5-10 seconds later, he was shot. And
do people just like... Are people just like tweeting this out to be the first one without confirming anything? Like aren't these like reputable, semi-reputable Twitter accounts? Justin, Charlie Kirk, pronounced dead, age 31. Where?
Position for sure, and I think it had to have been a long rifle based off of how. So Charlie was like 10 yards in front of me from where my microphone was, So even if you have a pistol, if someone was talking about a pistol and all this stuff, and
All right, that was an interview from an eyewitness there who had just spoken to Kirk right before he had been shot. So obviously new information coming in. I want to go now to Anna Schechter, senior producer for the CBS News.
If anyone will have it first, it'll be TMZ. I don't know. I think it's going to be some mainstream media. I'm pretty sure TMZ knows when people die because TMZ is just really well connected when it comes to like celebrities and shit. That doesn't mean that they automatically know, like, what's the death count in Gaza? Oh, let's ask TMZ because the meme is they always report first on celeb deaths, LOL. Like the whole fucking United States and probably a decent chunk of the world right now is probably at least some parts of it. But the whole United States is looking at this shooting right now. Like, we're going to know when he's dead. It's not going to be because fucking TMZ reports it. It's going to be because every mainstream media news outlet in the United States and maybe world gets a hold of the information.
Going room to room to try to clear people away from the area. But we reported earlier, we had multiple sources who told us a man was in custody. There is video of that our own confirmed team has cleared, and that individual has now been released. So still very fluid situation, unclear exactly who the suspect is and the motive. We still do not have either of those at this time. But the latest information is that the person who was taken into custody has now been released.
Yeah, let's touch on that, Anna, because we were saying let's not be quick to talk about what a motive may be, and obviously let's not be quick to talk about who the gun...
Whoever this guy is, the Nightcrawler guy from the Spicy Sonal tweet, this is a real sociopath. He held that fucking video steady the entire time.
May be. And so in this particular case, they did make an arrest. Was this person armed, and do we know why they jumped to that conclusion?
Oh, they got him. Okay, well, I mean, for a best case scenario, I guess, it looks like they might have literally ran Charlie out, like, he might have been in the back of that car within, like, 20 seconds, assuming this video from start to finish is him getting to the car.
In America over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
That's at, like, 10 seconds, and then he's already fallen behind stage. It looks like there are guys that are picking him up. Are they carrying him away? Hold on. And 15 seconds, 16 maybe? Well, they might drive him to the hospital, like, look, fucking immediately. Maybe? I don't know, dude, though. That's a rough one. Link? Here you go. The Arcolite guy posted in chat.
To arrest that person.
You see, you can see, and investigators can take a look at the angle and do an analysis. There are people who are highly trained and have a lot of experience doing this, and they're going to
get right up. Wait, I live in Utah, and this is from my cousin's friend. This was the building that was reported that the shot came from, I believe.
Yeah, you think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from,
Is that a person, or is that like a thing, or?
Finger. Well, from over there.
Oh, maybe that's like a police officer or something?
And now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah, you think he'd already be in place?
You would think that.
try to at this time. We have not been alerted that it is all clear. We have not gotten any information that, you know, the threat is neutralized at this point.
All right, Anna Schechter. Anna, thank you so much. We'll come back to you for more information on CBS News 24/7 as we monitor this. Let's get to our breaking news correspondent Chanel Call in the CBS newsroom in New York. Chanel, what are you learning right now?
Well, we're just tracking some social media reaction to the shooting that took place at Utah Valley campus earlier today. I want to start with Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democratic senator, writing
these masks.
I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. There is no place for political violence in our country. It needs to be condemned, and it needs to stop now. Also seeing New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani tweeting this, saying, I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. Mitt Romney is saying this: the shooting of Charlie Kirk has shocked and sickened me and my family. We extend our prayers and profound sorrow to Charlie and his family, many friends and followers. Another senseless act of violence appalls us. Nancy Pelosi saying the horrific shooting today at Utah Valley University is reprehensible. Political violence has absolutely no place in our nation. All Americans should pray for Charlie Kirk's recovery and hold the entire UVU community in our hearts as they...
Stop. Listen. The network that airs the Charlie Kirk show, Real America's Voice, is currently displaying this Chiron. Charlie Kirk has passed. Listen. Every reporter, police officer, like medical personnel, all the mainstream media are probably plugged into this right now. I would be shocked if some random fat fucking retard got a hold of this. Also, like shooting and everything is bad. It's bad. But like, this is like, for conservatives, this is like kind of fuck around and find out. This is what they want. Remember, you're like deploying the National Guard to places. You're sending the Marines around. You're talking about us, go to war with people. Like, this is kind of this is what we're kind of gearing up for. So, I mean, you can't really be surprised when this is the kind of shit that's happening, right? Like, when politicians are getting killed, when people are, acting fucking unhinged and insane, and you're all feeding into this like crazy, like, yeah, there are going to be deaths on both sides of it. That's how it works. This is how like a degenerating democracy appears. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of stupid to act surprised on this.
The same.
All right, we'll continue to follow this. Chanel, we'll circle back with you on CBS News 24/7. Thank you so much. Obviously, a flurry of social media posts from political leaders following the news of the shooting. Chanel read a few. President Donald Trump posting to Truth Social, writing, quote, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." Vice President J.D. Vance posted.
His own network is saying he is dead. Stop, Destiny, it's true. Bro, this tweet is 10 minutes old. You're saying these people found out and tweeted it and nobody else has figured this out yet? Shut the fuck up.
At Utah Valley University for FBI Director support on the ongoing response and investigation. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson posted, quote, "Please join us in praying for our good friend."
But I can't tell if this is a meme post in my chat or not. Bro, I'm sorry, but you're off the deep end, Destiny. This shit is too far. It's always the left that pulls this shit and then goes, oh, this is what the right wants. Come on. I don't know if that's a sarcastic... I don't know if that's sarcastic or not.
Today, we will continue to share updates. Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political...
I'm seeing this clip posted everywhere.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
What do they think people do at these events? I mean, that's a retarded comment. But no more retarded than anything these fucking morons say, so what are you going to do? Based. I welcome the retardation.
Lots of confusion, even amongst local law enforcement that our teams are talking to, trying to figure out what happened there with an initial purported suspect taken into, or person of interest taken into custody, who was then released. So very chaotic, fluid situation. As I mentioned before, those open air, crowded event spaces like the one where this occurred, that's incredibly difficult, not only to secure ahead of time and during the event, but then afterwards. You can imagine hundreds of people running to safety, dropping items, and law enforcement and investigators are trying to come in there and find a weapon, find the suspect. Very, very challenging situation. At this point, we have no information about a weapon identified or potentially dropped by a suspect who fled, or whether or not a suspect is even in custody. According to our latest reporting, it appears it's possible that police are now chasing down leads. Remember,
chasing down leads.
There's a lot of open source.
I feel like the guy's gone, but I mean, I don't know. But like, there's not a cell phone video of this guy coming out of the building. There's nothing. There's really nothing. We don't have. It didn't sound like he had like, you know, like a silencer or subsonic ammo. That sounded like a full report shot. So you would think somebody in the building would have heard or something. No, that's crazy. Was the building closed that day or?
Items, very difficult to figure out where exactly that shot came from and where the shooter might have fled to. Of course, there are people, highly trained investigators, who would have done an immediate analysis, guesswork as to exactly where that shot was fired from, and they want to case that area, looking for any clues.
Oh, he's like, so he's gonzo. You guys have the police scanner up, right? Nobody's reporting a chase or anything. This guy is like, oh shit, dude, if they don't find the shooter, that's gonna be the most fertile ground for fucking insane conspiracy shit.
And as soon as shots were fired from atop that adjacent
shots?
building,
I only heard one shot.
It was complete chaos. Now, in that case, there were snipers, Secret Service snipers, relatively nearby who took out the shooter within seconds. This is a very different situation, it appears, at this time. You can see on your screen, those look like federal law enforcement agents, potentially, SWAT team there coming out, and they're trying to figure out exactly what is their game plan, where teams are going to be deployed. So, as I mentioned, very fluid situation at this point.
Yeah, and Anna, I can't help but think that this has been more than an hour since the shooting happened. So this window is certainly closing into potential suspects in the immediate area. And so when we first reported that there was a suspect in custody, whether it was the shooter or not, that led us to think maybe that window was closed and maybe they found someone. But this is now a wide open investigation. Can you talk to that? And now just how widespread.
That's a great point, because the farther out we are from the initial event, that then widens the periphery of places that law enforcement needs to.
Can you update us? Is the shooter caught or not? No, I don't think they have any idea who it is. There are no suspects. They're just like casing basically the area now. I don't know how confirmed it is, but apparently the school spokesperson said that the shot was from 200 yards away in one of the buildings, 200 yards away from Kirk, and the shooter's just gone, I guess.
For sure. You see there that members of that police SWAT team there, it seems like they've been given their marching orders. They're going to a specific location. That looks like a Humvee that they're riding on. They have their bulletproof vests on, long guns, so they're the gentleman in the front pointing. So we just have to wait and see in terms of how they're going to apprehend the suspect.
Absolutely. And as we look at this investigation into finding the suspect, we're certainly waiting for more information on Kirk's condition as well. We'll certainly report that just as soon as we have it.
Could be a DC shooter type deal using a cutout in the trunk of a car with a driver, or is the school's courtyard closed off? Either way, if he's not got in 48 hours, he's in Mexico and then Russia in no time. You know what? I don't trust that announcement actually from the I don't trust the announcement from the school spokesperson. Why do we think that that shot came from that building? I also don't trust people to be able to originate the sound of a gunshot in an open area. It sounds like it could come from anywhere. Dude, I don't know if we know if it came from that building. I shouldn't even repeat what the spokesperson said.
So I basically started yelling, guys, we gotta go, and we just all started leaving. I left all my friends. We just lost all each other, and then I just came and found my host family's dad in office. Yeah, so I'm here right now outside of the campus.
Wouldn't his own network have direct knowledge of his condition, given that they'd probably report there before anywhere else? My guess is they would tell family members before anyone else. That'd be my guess. Like immediate family, maybe close friends. If like whoever showed up at the hospital with him, maybe.
A lot of the college students were there.
Maybe the president if Trump is calling.
With families. I think everybody's probably feeling about the same of how I feel right now. So.
I mean, just what are your whole thoughts on this? I mean, this event comes and people come out and show out not expecting this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm neutral, moderate, but you can debate, argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual. Yeah, so I'm just trying to digest everything right now, but that's my thought at least. So
how long would you say it took for everyone to get out of the area?
Probably for a little bit. I think maybe like up to 3.
Rewatch video and watch the ring he's wearing. It randomly breaks. Bro, videos can artifact in all sorts of different ways. The idea that the fuck is this? Oh, this is in LA. Stop with this autistic shit. Go do that. Go do that retarded shit.
Have you been able
else.
to make contact with anyone you were with?
I have. Everybody's safe with their families and friends. Yeah, and I called them and they asked me if I was okay, and I'm fine, and everybody's doing okay. So, yeah. One shot. Yeah.
All right.
What do you think conservative response to this will be? It's going to be the exact same response that it always is. It's going to be blaming the left. It's going to be a call for more aggressive rhetoric towards the left. It's going to be a call for the left to condemn or disavow whatever the fuck. Anybody on the left that does any sort of disavow whatever bullshit, I think is cucked and weak. I saw Newsom doing it earlier. At some point, if I hear any mainstream conservative say, we need to bring the temperature down, then I'll start taking it seriously. But until then, nah, fuck that. I don't think same thing I said on the
I didn't actually see Charlie, but I heard just a loud pop. And in my mind, I was like, okay, could be a firework, could be something, but I had a cement kind of pillar or barrier behind me. And, just to be cautious, I kind of went behind it. The people with me were like, what was that? And then that's when people started saying to us, hey, Charlie's been shot. I saw him fall. And then I knew, okay, this is an active shooter situation. I crouched down. A lot of us crouched down. We really didn't know what to do. I was just kind of waiting for, I guess, other shots to go off. Maybe 30 seconds after the shot, people started to yelling, run. There was a door maybe 10 feet from us, and people started filing through that. And so we said, all right, let's go. I crouched down, went to the door, and I just took off running. And, I guess ran as far as I could until I felt safe to the parking lot, and then eventually to my truck. And it was with a couple other people, and we all kind of stuck together. And we didn't know each other beforehand, but stuck together. We're just talking about it afterwards. So that's basically what happened to me. I was maybe 50 to 100 feet directly to the right.
Jesus.
Of Charlie Kirk.
Was this 3 hours ago?
On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina by a savage career criminal.
Her life story, I think, will be told both in the United States and Ukraine for years to come. What do you think the importance of this story is most fundamentally?
This was one of the coldest, most senseless murders I've ever seen. She had no interaction with this guy whatsoever. She was sitting minding her own business, and he just takes out a knife and just decides to stab her. I do say this with some form of just heaviness. I don't like politicizing situations like this, but it just necessitates it because there are so many dynamics at play here.
This is what they're going to do with Charlie's death, just to be aware, because I know every liberal is going to rush to Twitter to condemn political violence and all this bullshit. The right's not going to. They're only going to condemn the left. That's what's going to happen. You have the most inflammatory president in all of U.S. history. I'm sorry, but it super falls on deaf ears to try to do this. Oh, no.
Here, based on the information evidence we have, the attacker did say, I got that white girl. The attacker racialized it in his own telling of this situation. And we all know this. Any honest observer of your program knows this, including Van Jones even knows this deep down, which is that, of course, if a random white person on a subway took out a knife and stabbed a black girl senselessly to death, there would be massive media coverage. There would be policy changes. There would be people having to apologize for this. We saw this in George Floyd, and yet, for whatever reason, this situation has not garnered even a fraction of that kind of outrage or backlash.
captures the moment the crowd heard a gunshot and everyone started running. So you can see the crowd react to the sound of the gunshot and mobs of people rushing to find safety. Take a look.
What should the messaging from the left be? The messaging should be everybody needs to chill the fuck out in this country. Like, everybody, but not until the right says it. The right should say it first. It's so easy and it's so basic. This isn't even like a hard take. This is just like the easiest fucking take in the world. I'm sorry, didn't this fucking retard just tweet like 1 day ago about sending the National Guard to Chicago and like brag about it? Like, I'm sorry, but like this is the world you want, and now it's the world we're living in. So if the right can recognize this and they can start to bring it down on their side, then sure. I think you can have a conversation, but it can't be one-sided. It can't be unilateral. Oh, wait, are people saying Trump? Oh, if Trump says he's dead, he's dead. Trump would know because I'm sure he's in talks with the families. Or the family. 4:40, 2 minutes ago. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and my family. Charlie, we love you. Damn. Jesus. Destiny, this is very bad for Democrats, independents, and normies. Will now become sympathetic with Republicans. Trump polls are about to shoot through the roof. We're totally screwed out. Only if you take the cuck position on it. And hey, listen, if that's what America votes for, we're a democracy. So that's where we'll go. We've done one civil war, I guess. Like, if that's where people want to go, you can't have one side constantly ratcheting up the temperature and then crying on the other side every time bad shit happens. How many people have you heard me? You can make a supercut. How many people have you heard me debate where they've said over and over again, Trump is just joking. Trump says shit like that. Who cares? It's just Trump. Trump just talks like that. Like, I'm sorry. If the president of the United States speech has no impact on the overall mood or temperature of the country, well, why the fuck should any of us care? You lead by example.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Maurice Dubois. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President Trump just posted on Truth Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. The statement there from President Trump as Charlie Kirk, we are told now, has died.
I think Charlie effected a lot of evil, but he seemed like a good person and good faith debater. I wish he would have debated with Destiny. I mean, like, yeah, maybe, but I mean, like there's the Jordan Peterson video. It's such a good one on what would it take for him to become a Nazi. It's a good video. Like, people just otherize evil people or otherize like political violence so much, and they just assume that it could never happen to them, or they're not contributing to it if they're not doing it directly. If I don't directly kill somebody, like, people never stop and think like, what would it take for me to participate in some system like that? And it's why I keep getting annoyed when I see the like people tweeting like, oh my God, shit is getting crazy, or this is getting really bad. No. It's not getting crazy. It's not getting bad. We are already in a really, really, really bad place. We're already in a really scary, horrible place in this country. Right? Trump has done so many insane things, and Republicans are clapping along the entire time. You've got masked men abducting people, shooting them out to other countries, to fucking concentration camps in fucking El Salvador, to deploying the National Guard and sending Marines to California. Like, all this shit is happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We just had the president of the United States posting videos bragging about killing 11 drug dealers with fucking F-35s or boat guns or whatever. Like, yeah, what do you like? You're not isolated from the impacts of all this stuff happening. I don't know what you want to say. Like, I don't understand. This is like, it's not even like fuck around and find out. It's like this is the obvious consequence of turning the temperature up like this.
Away from their statement, which gives the indication that there is either a manhunt underway or a suspect about which we don't know the condition or the location. The FBI and the ATF are among the investigators on the scene, along with local police. But let's take a look at that Utah Valley University statement. It says on September 10th, 2025, 12:20, It's Mountain Time. A single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on the Utah Valley University Orem campus. That's as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot. We don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. So you have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI is Salt Lake.
We could really afford to ratchet down a bit, just simply because if this happened to Kirk, it could happen to you. Yes, this is FAFO, but I'm being selfish and want you to be alive and well for a long time. Bro, if I got shot at these events, at some event like this, all these motherfuckers would be mass memeing on me. Are you serious?
City field office is there as well and responding, but there's no information now as to if there's a suspect that's known to law enforcement, where that suspect is, if a suspect is wounded, in custody, or otherwise. So we'll wait to see what law enforcement has to tell us. But that's obviously an enormous variable right now as the campus remains closed and as the country reacts to this tragedy.
Okay, Scott McFarland, thank you so much. Certainly a shock to the system. Reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum this afternoon as Charlie Kirk, people trying to process his death here. Senior White House and political correspondent.
Fuck, it's such a cringe quote, only because it comes from a cringe season. But like, it reminds me of fuck, what does he say? It's just one sentence.
It always seems a bit abstract, doesn't it? Other people dying.
Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, this is like America in a nutshell. Like you act like this, and like shit is crazy. It is, and this is tragic. It sucks. You don't want people to die. It's not good. But but like, what do you expect?
Ed O'Keefe joins us as we watch this video. Ed, this is the moment that he was shot. Blood was then seen pouring from the side of his head, from his neck, and now this.
That's right. We're now more than an hour since this happened, and the concern and the prayers expressed by Republican leadership especially came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country. This is yet another high-profile example of it. And I think, Maurice, it's important that we acknowledge that there are probably many people watching right now who don't necessarily know who Charlie Kirk is, are not familiar with the work he's been doing for the last several years, because in our increasingly digital and divided world, he may not have been served up to them in their algorithm and in their feeds. And he is a 31-year-old from the Chicago suburbs, as you said, founded this group Turning Point USA back in 2012, inspired by the Tea Party movement. And he very quickly became a really influential conservative leader, especially among younger conservatives, galvanizing them to vote for various Republican candidates. And
what do you say to somebody saying that it is just the left increasing the temperature? They're retarded. They're dissociated from reality. I don't know what you do with those people. We already had this problem with the guy that stabbed the Ukrainian lady, right? We don't have, psych wards or insane asylums for people like this. You're detached from reality. I don't know what to say.
Became very close with the Trump family, the president, Donald Trump Jr. especially. He was among those that pushed now President Trump to select J.D. Vance as his running mate, believing that Vance reflected the future of the Make America Great Again movement, and was able to convince him to do that. And then last year...
Okay, but not a small amount of people feel that way. How do you actually engage with them, Destiny? They don't feel that way because of the media they consume. They're not watching me. They're watching infinite reels on Fox News and the Daily Wire and people like Charlie Kirk. Not anymore. So I don't know. I don't know what you can say. Like Trump's bread and butter is violent, over-the-top rhetoric. Like, I just don't know. Like, it just feels retarded to me. I don't know. It's like when you watch a kid do some retarded shit. Like, how many times anybody that's had a kid has watched them do something where it's like, if you keep trying to, stand on that, you're going to fall. If you keep trying to, stand on that, you're going to fall. You keep running down the stairs like that, you're going to trip and fall. And then one time they trip and fall, and you're like, well, what did I say? Like, yeah, like
during the presidential transition, was in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago on a regular basis, meeting with the president directly, handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in saying that they were key to the new government. And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening of this tour that was set to go to other campuses across the country. They regularly draw thousands of people, mostly students, mostly men. And as you see there on the tent, it says, "Prove me wrong." He had this popular segment where he would essentially sit at a table, and in this case under a tent, and invite people who disagree with him on issues to, quote, "prove me wrong." And they would.
Would this even have a chilling effect at all on the hateful rhetoric from MAGA? A chilling effect only happens depending on the message that you receive from a particular thing, right? The reason why there's never a chilling effect ever, like a chilling effect would be good. People always say chilling effect like it's a bad thing. Some chilling effects are good, right? Like if somebody feels uncomfortable making death threats, I see a lot of people like replying to my tweets, quoting my address right now, by the way. Okay, I'm all loaded up, so we can, I guess, that's what we're gonna do. But the, fuck, what was I just saying? Fuck, I just lost my train of thought. I just read I had a DM at the same time. Oh, chilling effects can be good things. You want some speech to be chilled. The issue is that every time an event like this happens, the right never accepts responsibility for it. There's always an excuse or reason. It was always the left that did it. It wasn't actually anything related to them, so there is no chilling effect on their side. After every single event like this, the left is this is basically just like the firefighter shooting after the Trump rally. And my guess is, because people are so uncomfortable, even Gavin Newsom, and I don't necessarily fault him, and maybe he shouldn't even have the same line of attack that I would have here because he's a politician, but like, when every time an event like this happens, the left apologizes, the left disavows, the right immediately goes into conspiracy mode, and then they never take responsibility for anything. Why would any of their speech be chilled? According to them, they're not doing anything wrong. It's just the left, right? So what are you gonna do? You know, why? If you're on the right, why would you chill anything? It's all like 2 politicians were shot and killed by a crazy dude who seemed to be MAGA, who was rolling around with a paper full of politicians, a list of politicians to kill. And we talked about that for like 3 days, maybe. And that was it. These people got killed at their homes. Nobody on the right talked about that. Nobody on the right talked about turning down their rhetoric. Nobody on the right talked about how maybe we need to chill a little bit on this. They made conspiracies immediately, and they started blaming the left. They do it every time. If I wanted to be a huge dick right now, I'd be tweeting out, like, asking for fucking Charlie Kirk's autopsy. I don't believe the bullet was real. I think that the shooter was actually staged and blah, 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 because this is what they do with every single thing, right?
Would have an exchange of ideas that was generally respectful. And it could be on anything from issues in the Constitution to something in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment. And the goal was to just have those free flow of exchanges between them. But he was most especially an influential and key figure in the Trump movement. Again, close with the president, and many in the White House who this afternoon are quite stricken by this news. Our colleagues who are over at the White House say when this news broke, as they learned about it as we did, many of them rushed into closed-door meetings and have been seen to be quite upset by this, understandably, because this is somebody who worked with them to get Donald Trump reelected.
So right here, what is the takeaway here? So Gavin, I don't want to attack Gavin. I love Gavin, okay? So Gavin took the cuck position. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, violent, reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. It's not even really cocked. I'm being harsh on Gavin. But what do you get? You breed this kind of thing, you fucking jackass. Like, imagine looking at Gavin Newsom, and then imagine looking at Donald Trump going, wow, Gavin Newsom is a highly divisive, highly, rhetorically instigating type of figure. Like, I'm sorry, but you're just fucking delusional, dude. Like, you're just crazy. You're so far removed from reality. I don't even know what to say or do at this point.
And in many cases, probably weighed in on whether or not they should be holding the jobs they do, and would have campaigned alongside him back in the day.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in, saying, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, sending out a prayer for Charlie Kirk. 31 years old, a major figure on the right. Even if you don't know him, he was known and loved by many people across the country. Let's go to our CBS News Chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You can't overstate his impact on the right, Bob.
A tragic moment with many developments at
Destiny, bro, every time some extreme shit happens to someone on the right, you have the dumbest takes. It's insane. Like, I know you say that, bro. I'm sorry. I hope in 10 years, you guys look back at this and cringe. Or maybe in 10 years, you'll just pretend that you never believed this shit. But, you've seen, I ran this same dance with Dave Rubin on the Piers Morgan show or whatever. When they're like, why don't you disavow this? Like, I don't know. What do you think about J6? And he's like, well, that wasn't us. That was different. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, fuck you guys. This is what you want. This is what you want. This is the type of society that you want. You are actively building this. You in chat, the chatters, the conservatives that are mad, you guys are actively building this. You are tweeting stuff, okay, that leads to people like Charlie Kirk getting one-tapped while he's doing a fucking college debate show. Every time you tweet out about how we need to have a fucking civil war and we need to go hard on all the fucking illegal immigrants and we need to crack down and send the National Guard fucking everywhere and we need to do all this shit. Yeah, you guys are the ones contributing to that. Like, you're all playing into it. and you think it's based and it's epic, and it could be based and epic if you enjoy it on Twitter, that's fine. But don't be surprised when the shit spills over into real life, because that's eventually what happens, because Twitter is real life.
At this time, the governor of Utah has just posted on social media, Governor Cox, that he spoke with President Trump and said that, quote, "We will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy." So President Trump, talking to many people involved on the phone, CBS News, has also just learned that the House of Representatives, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana, just is called for a moment of silence to recognize the death of Charlie Kirk.
Is it bad that I don't feel bad at all, but still feel like awful that political violence happened? Yeah, you should feel bad. It should feel bad. You shouldn't have... It's not good that people are getting killed, even for the guy at the Trump rally. It's not good that people get killed at like political violence, or for anything really, right? Like, you don't want that to happen, but...
And to offer prayers for his family. This is a seismic political moment in American politics. While he is so young, as Ed O'Keefe said, he is someone with enormous influence and power. And this comes at a politically charged moment in this country where so many people feel on edge. You feel it when you cover events, when you cover the president of the United States. But this is someone, I've been covering conservative politics for nearly 20 years. He is such a star because of the way he articulated his views and was able to sit down with people not only on the right and in the center, but to sit down with figures like Governor Gavin Newsom of California and many Democrats. This is the...
But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
I mean, like, as somebody that grew up with ultra fucking conservative parents, yeah, this is what I was always taught. Garbage in, garbage out. Stevie, if you sit and play those brain rot games and you watch these violent cartoons all day and everything, they're eventually gonna... But for some reason, conservatives think they're immune to it, or it doesn't impact them. Yeah, I don't know.
The death of someone with influence, but also the death of a rising political star. So many Republicans on Capitol Hill are heartbroken because they saw him as a friend. They also saw him as a real leader of conservative politics in this country. And for the president to make the statement about his death tells you a lot about how President Trump, who has been the Republican nominee for the past 3 presidential cycles, how he feels about this man. And it's hard to quantify and characterize the amount of anger, frustration, pain that is being felt in so many corners of American politics right now, especially those who knew Charlie Kirk.
And Bob, he had no small part in helping Donald Trump get reelected, right? I mean, Trump gives him a lot of credit for getting out there and getting the youth votes.
President Trump certainly does. Over the years, I've talked to President Trump, and he believes he's always at the center of his political movement, and he's the one who drives it forward. But even he has acknowledged in recent years that it was people like Charlie Kirk who, in the wake of his defeat in 2020, stood by him through legal challenges, through other issues. Charlie Kirk helped President Trump on the outside rebuild a political movement that ultimately lifted him to the White House in 2024. And you see these crowds, it's reminiscent of a Trump rally, but with a younger audience. And he was someone who connected President Trump to younger...
Nobody disagrees that this was expected. Expectation was what made the speech bad. Made what speech bad? Now that it is here, it is time to tone down on all sides. Yeah, if the right wing wants to. We'll see if they do.
People who felt displaced in the culture or in the political system, and in the way others on the left and center have rallied youth, Charlie Kirk was someone who rallied youth on the right. And he became a force on college campuses, a force inside the Republican Party. I've spoken to Republican politicians in recent years who said speaking at a Turning Point USA rally was just as powerful sometimes for their own constituencies as speaking at a Trump rally. And this is going to, already it is, based on our reporting here, convulsing so much of the political conversation in this country. The agitation, the anger, it is coursing through so many of the text messages, the phone calls I've had within the past hour. Outrage that this violence is having such an impact on a major American political figure like Charlie Kirk, who was as high profile as almost anyone else on the right, competing with those on television in elective office. He was seen as someone with political capital, not just famous, but influential.
Yeah, Bob, and I think a word you used there, connect. He really knew how to connect with the people, with the voters, and help Donald Trump get reelected. The reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum, as we keep telling you. Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, Minority Leader, I should say, saying political violence has no place in America. The shooting is horrifying, and I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. I want to bring in Jordan last as we look at these images now, haunting images. Jordan was at today's event at Utah Valley University, and he saw what happened there. Sir, thanks for joining us. Can you take us?
Why be preemptive in your assumption? Forget evidence. The order of operations makes it impossible to defend. Why be preemptive in my assumption? Because I'm basing it on every single response and every single reaction to every single conservative media figure for every single piece of right-wing violence in this country. Like, Donald Trump literally issued a mass pardon to every single J6er. Like, what? And now you guys want to cry about violence? Like, what are you talking about? You're fucking retarded. What do you think is going to happen? And then you want to try to say that Joe Biden, the guy who said 1 million times, I'm I'm a president for Democrats and Republicans. I'm trying to be president for all America. You try to say it's the same shit. You guys are fucking retarded. I'm sorry, but like you're so lost.
Through where you were, what you saw, and your reaction.
Sure. The event started about 12 p.m. I got there right in time, walked past their security detail and everything.
Can you explain why this is considered political violence when they haven't even caught a suspect, let alone identified one? Well, because a large political figure just got shot in the middle of the thing. It's probably politically motivated.
I defined a line to ask him a question. I actually was looking forward to challenging him on a couple things. I really respect him. I wanted to talk to him, and made my way over to where I thought the line was, which is maybe directly, I would say 50 to 100 feet to the right of Charlie Kirk. I guess, yeah, at his 3 o'clock.
Where does the right-wing alt-media space go from here? Realistically, unfortunately, the same place they were before. Probably nothing's going to change. The left will all disavow. A few people will get dragged on piers and in the center-left media, and then all over the right-wing media. The right-wing, especially if they don't catch this guy, are going to blame this as some like crazy left-wing conspiratorial shooter, and it's the fault of like Kamala Harris or whatever other divisive rhetoric or BLM or Antifa. And then we just keep on doing the same shit until the next set of shootings. If it's a right-winger, people are going to be really mad. If it's left-wing people, they'll talk about it for 12 hours and then move on, like they did with the 2 state senators in Minnesota.
It was only a few minutes. Like the first question had just finished. It was kind of a longer question, so they had maybe done that for 10 or so minutes. And they had just gotten into the second question, I believe. And that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, at first I think, okay, maybe it's just fireworks. But after a few seconds, all of us kind of standing together, it's a very suspicious sound to hear with tons of people. There were so many people there. And there was, I guess, like a cement pillar or wall kind of right behind me.
I don't buy the logic that right-wing rhetoric on violence caused this. You'd expect left-wing figures to get shot if that were the case, wouldn't you? There were 2 state senators in Minnesota that were shot and killed. And that guy was on his way to kill more people. Number one. Number two, almost 100,000 people stormed the Capitol in 2020 because Trump told them the election was stolen. Okay? There were some guy after, was it in 2016 or 2020, a conservative dude mailed mailed bombs to a whole bunch of Democratic politicians. We just stopped talking about it. No one cared about that event. And then also ignoring the political figures. If you live in an environment where you keep telling people every single thing is out to fucking kill you. The illegal immigrants are coming in to fucking kill you. The fentanyl from China is coming to fucking kill you. The Venezuelan drug dealers are coming to fucking kill you. Black people in your country, if you're white, are coming to fucking kill you. The race wars, like Antifa is coming to kill you. The rest of the world is trying to kill us and take advantage. If this is your rhetoric all the fucking time, what do you expect? These people believed in QAnon and Pizzagate. Gretchen Whitmer was a whole ass fucking plot where they had a few people who were convinced they were going to go and kidnap the... Whitmer was the Michigan governor, right?
This suspicious sound has just gone off. I kind of put myself behind the wall. It was very, very good cover in case anything was happening. And then my brain was processing. It's a very loud sound. It seemed to me to come...
Here it is. And this is what will happen, and nothing will change. Some people get mad at me. Some people will be happy I spoke up. And then, but for the most part, everything will just continue as normal. Ted Cruz is retweeting conspiracy theories. A Democrat has just shot Charlie Kirk in the night. We don't even know this yet. We have no idea who shot him. Like I said, there are so many different, because of how the types of fractures that exist in the political climate right now in the United States, there's a lot of people who might want to kill Charlie Kirk, right? The far left, commies like Hassan, those types of people would want to do it. Center left people might think that MAGA is a fascist movement. They kind of are. And want to do it. A far right person might want to do it because Charlie Kirk is like an Israel cuck or sellout. A center right MAGA seems like the least likely, but who the fuck knows? Destiny, again, justifying violence because of rhetoric is just insane. The problem with Americans is you guys, because you take your speech for granted, you have no idea how important or how powerful it actually is. I feel like you motherfuckers should have to fight to vote every 20, 30, 40, 50 years or something. I feel like most Americans don't deserve it. You take it for granted so much. The idea that you would say something so fucking retarded, oh, so you're mad about a couple of words. It's just such an unbelievably childlike position. But I guess it's not surprising because most of the Republicans that I debate, when I talk about Trump, and I'm like, don't you think this guy says a bunch of crazy shit? They all just play it off as memes and they just say it's funny and shit and everything. So, these are the memes. These are the memes you wanted. So, here we are.
In my mind, it came directly from the center of the crowd. I don't know where it came from, but that's just what my mind, I guess, was thinking. And then that's when, after a few seconds, people started saying, like, oh my goodness, Charlie was shot. I saw him fall to the ground, and that's when I realized this is a serious situation. We all crouched down. We have great cover, but I was then just listening for more shots because obviously this could become a much worse tragedy than it already was. And there were no more shots coming. We were maybe 30 seconds passes, and that's when people started yelling, "Run!" There was a door maybe 10 feet away from me. I had to lose my cover to get to the door, but it seemed like the best option. So crouch down and just go with the people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got through the door, I ran as fast as I could, I guess, and as far as I could.
Now, Jordan, I'm glad you're all right to tell us about this. From all accounts, the atmosphere was, pretty pleasant, right? Pretty chill. People were into it. They were listening to their speaker. I'm wondering, you said security detail. You passed a security detail. Others have told us there was no security. So describe for us what it was like to get into this. I guess it's a quad there at the school.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were.
That's the thing I say. Unfortunately, like you can say there's security, but and I'm sure there was maybe some security. Actually, I don't even know if you're allowed. Again, this is like an open carry state, constitutional carry state. I don't know if you're allowed to tell people no guns because it's a public area. But even if they did have some security here, are you going to lock down every single building on campus for this? Because if the shot really did come from hundreds of yards away, well, then how the fuck, what are you going to do for that,
Security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything. And in fact, I've been in not a shooting situation, but other dangerous situations before. And so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think, anyone in here could have a gun. No one checked me. So I was, just a thought that came through my head.
Yeah,
so it's very tragic.
Kind of a haunting image there. All right. Well, Jordan Last, thank you for sharing with us what you saw and what you did in those terrifying moments. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, a lot of reaction coming in from the White House where he was very close with so many people there.
That's right, Maurice. I was actually meeting with a White House official today when the news broke, and then several staffers were in and out of the area, and they were all visibly shaken, deeply saddened, and throughout the day have seen that from officials here at the White House, including tears and people consoling each other, because, Maurice, this wasn't just a trusted advisor to President Trump. This was a friend to so many people here at the White House. They worked closely with Charlie Kirk during the first administration, during the president's reelection campaigns, and of course now as he is in office for the second time. This is somebody who has a direct line to President Trump and his inner circle. And so it is a very solemn day here at the White House, including for President Trump. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I remember one of the last times he was here, we shook hands, and he was always so excited and proud to have this relationship with President Trump. Most recently, Maurice, he was here at the end of May for an event, and the president was asked a question about the youth vote, and he pointed right to Charlie and said, TikTok was a big reason why I won the young vote. And Charlie was the first person who told me to engage on TikTok. So he credits Charlie with so much of his victory, so much of his successes politically. And again, we are hearing reaction from the president and from so many other officials here at the White House today, Maurice.
Okay, Weijia Jiang, thank you so much for that. Our correspondent Chris Van Cleve right now is outside the Turning Point USA's headquarters. That is in Phoenix. That is Charlie Kirk's organization. Again, Charlie Kirk was 31, co-founded that 12 years ago, or when he was...
Oh, just as a heads up, also for people on the subreddit, you cannot post content that glorifies or calls for violence or anything like that. You will get banned. We will see you. We will ban you. Or if the Reddit admins catch you, they will ban you and your account will be banned. There's nothing we can do about that. Just letting you know. Don't do it.
It's about 18. Chris, what are you hearing there? What are you seeing now?
Well, the office behind us here, you can see, is now blocked off. There is security here. We understand employees were sent home after the shooting. We just watched one woman come up with 2 bouquets of flowers that were taken inside the building here. Charlie Kirk was an Arizona resident. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just put out a statement, Maurice, saying that she is deeply saddened by this news, adding that this tragedy is not about who Charlie Kirk supported politically. It is about the devastating loss of a father, a neighbor, and an Arizonan who called this state home and whose life was cut short by senseless violence. It's not the first time an Arizona political figure has been impacted by political violence. Of course, Gabby Giffords was shot and nearly killed at an event in Tucson here. So it does sort of echo of that. And I can tell you, in talking to people who do work on events with several of the MAGA influencers today,
it's a real treat to see all these liberals condemn political violence now. You called us Hitler. You called us Nazis. You called us racists. You have blood on your hands. It's crazy. That's Stephen Miller's wife.
they are very rattled. One of them is saying this is literally his worst nightmare playing out, something that they thought about when they were doing big events. And now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like. Ben Shapiro, we understand, has canceled an event he had tomorrow in California. His team certainly rethinking how they move forward with big public events.
Okay, Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters there in Phoenix. It is just after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're on the air with a special reporter. Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, known for mobilizing young Republican voters. Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway. Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted about Kirk on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Those words from President Trump. Let's go now to our CBS News national security contributor, Samantha Vinograd. And Sam, the talk about the security detail, he had some people around him, but no metal detectors, nothing like that. That's something that's most certainly going to be looked at going forward.
Well, Maurice, this is just a devastating development, and certainly there will be an after action of what security protocols could have been in place to try to prevent this horrific incident. But right now, there's certainly a heavy focus on how to apprehend whomever was responsible for this terrible incident. We don't yet know if law enforcement authorities have actually identified a suspect, if they've been able to ascertain whom in the crowd was responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk. So the first order of business is certainly to identify a suspect. They can do that through eyewitness accounts, through social media, through videos from the scene, and other uses of advanced technology. Once they do identify who was responsible for this incident, they will certainly be working to locate the individuals through warrants at the individual's property, reviewing their social media, talking to friends and family, and then, if necessary, employing a range of federal, state, and local law enforcement assets to try to track the individual if that individual is at large. What we don't yet know is whether there still is an ongoing threat to the public. If a suspect has not been identified and has not been apprehended, Maurice, that may in fact be the case.
Sam, anything from the video we have seen, anything tell you or give you any clue as to the distance of the shooter? Because initially the local authorities there thought they had him, or whoever it was, from some 200 feet away, I believe it was. I looked at it, untrained eye, I thought it was maybe from close range. What do you make of it?
I think it's a little hard to tell. It certainly doesn't look like the individual was in the first few rows in the crowd that you're seeing on your monitor right now. And various witnesses have indicated that it sounded like it was more of a rifle rather than a pistol.
But I don't know if you'd be able to tell the difference in sound necessarily. Both rifles and pistols are both very loud, even outside. That being said, if the guy was shooting close range with the pistol, like in the crowd, I feel like somebody would have seen, heard, said, done something. The idea that this guy was like in the crowd and just shot and left seems very unlikely.
I would imagine that law enforcement, federal, state, and local, again, the FBI and other parts of the federal government are likely involved at this point, are likely reviewing video from the event itself and trying to ascertain where the shot came from. There's advanced technology that they can use to trace the path of the bullet that fatally struck Mr. Kirk, and then from there to try to capture footage to identify the suspect.
Okay, Sam Vinograd, thank you for that. Our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, joined us now. Reaction is pouring in from across the spectrum, Ed.
It is, Maurice, and importantly, it's pouring in from across both political parties. Obviously, the president, the vice president, others in the Trump administration, from the moment the reports first surfaced, asking for prayers and now recalling their late friend and fellow conservative activist and leader. But we've also notably seen Democrats. We heard.
It was 100% a sniper. The video from far shows a student turning the camera because the shot was behind them. When you say sniper, I think it was just like a 5.5, like an AR-15 round, right? A 5.56. Because I feel like if you're talking like a 50 cal, I think your head would like explode. Like the entry wound. I don't know where my military people at. That wouldn't. I feel like an entry wound that small, but from that far away, would only be a 5.56. Like even an AK round or something would leave a bigger thing. No, I don't know. I'm not.
Chris Van Cleave there mentioned the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. California Governor Gavin Newsom was one of the first notable Democrats to weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And what's notable about Newsom weighing in is the fact that earlier this year, as he launched his own podcast, the governor invited Kirk on to discuss essentially how Kirk had successfully done it for years for Republicans, and what it was perhaps that Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this. To reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, quite effectively engaged and galvanized younger, more digitally focused voters to their side. And the Democratic Party ever since has been trying to sort out how to do it. Well, Kirk was one of those that had been doing it for several years, and Newsom in that case at least wanted to get to know.
I don't play this game. Aren't your tweets about Charlie Kirk not also stirring things up? I'm saying also for your own safety. No, shut the fuck up. Like, just leave. Go somewhere else and go watch someone else do it. If you want to go and be cucked constantly, there's plenty of femdom-y women or gay guys out there that would love to expand your asshole with their 12-inch fucking dragon dildos. Go do that shit somewhere else. The idea that Democrats all have to stand down and disavow and beg for forgiveness while the other side is accusing us of like causing all of this, and then you guys go right back to having the insane fucking rhetoric over and over again. Again, how many people have I spoken to where I'm like, don't you think Trump's rhetoric is kind of crazy? I'm like, well, I don't know, it's kind of funny, lol. Well, this is the funny epic shit. This is what you get. Like, you're voting for the president of the United States. This is the guy who sets the tone for what everybody is supposed to be thinking and feeling and doing and for your entire country. And if the goal is like epic memes and hilarious jokes and like crazy inflammatory tweets and negative nicknames for everybody and declaring national emergencies everywhere and saying we've got to go to war with every fucking country in the world because everybody's trying to fuck us over, and saying that we have to deploy the National Guard everywhere and steal FEMA funds and that we're taking over city, like,
And they had.
Yeah, what did Trump say about the Minnesota shootings, actually? I'm curious. He must have said something. He must have made some general statement, I would imagine, right?
A rather meaty and respectful dialogue about their differences, which is what Kirk was trying to do today here in Utah. We also heard from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Gabby Giffords, of course, the congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, and said she was horrified, and political disagreements are always allowed, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. There was a short time ago, Maurice, a moment of silence held on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. Sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
Prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
No shot he said this. There must be something else, right? At Destiny, yeah, but I don't feel like killing people due to his rhetoric, so why should others? Because you're in a privileged position where politics just doesn't affect you much. Politics and luxury beliefs are things held by people who go onto Twitter and they practice it for fun. But when you're actually somebody whose life is being severely negatively impacted, so if you're somebody who's being, arrested by masked men, or if you're somebody whose life has been destroyed through, some other means, or if you're somebody who is in another country whose life is being destroyed, it has an impact on other people. And politics is not just like a big fucking meme for fun, LOL, let's see what happens kind of thing. Like, there's real world shit happens. This is politics. Like, it's not just like a meme. And if you keep treating it like a meme, I don't know what to say.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position.
Oh yeah, this conspiracy theory that the shooter was appointed to some high position. This guy was like on a board of a city council. I remember this. Fuck these people, dude. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting.
So whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
On the big beautiful bill, sir, can you talk?
One second.
Whatever.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there at least momentarily in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he galvanized people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to...
Oh my God. Oh, I'm about to read. My fucking spirit animal. Oh my God. I just saw the list. I saw a checklist. Hold on. Oh my God, please God, the one other person in the planet that makes me sane. Hold on, maybe. I don't know, I haven't read it though. Let's see. In the last few years, we've seen the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the storming of the Capitol and pipe bombs left at the RNC and DNC, the break-in to kidnap Nancy Pelosi and the brutal assault on Paul Pelosi, multiple assassination attempts against Trump, the assassination of Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the shooting of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Luigi Mangioni's assassination of Brian Thompson, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Political violence is contagious. It is spreading. It is not confined to one side or belief system. It should terrify us all. The foundation of a free society is the ability to participate in it without fear of violence. Political violence is always an attack against us all. You have to be so blind not to see it. I'll take it. That's okay. All right. Yeah.
denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's go to Justice Correspondent Scott McFarland now. Scott, first we were told they have a suspect, and now we're told they had the wrong guy.
Yeah, we've been blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the last few minutes because there is a lack of clarity over what is the status of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back, and the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to respond to this, the local police, and we know
Look on the rooftop.
Yeah,
Charlie was down here. Do we know though, like, could there be people on roofs? This guy up here? Like, is that a thing that people can go up there? I don't see it. It's this thing up here. This guy? Guy? I think that's a guy. It does look like he ran left right after the shot. Maybe, yeah. But who knows? Who knows?
According to folks at the university who've spoken with CBS News, they're going door to door now on campus to help evacuate anybody who's there. They want everybody off this campus. And if you are doing a door to door evacuation, if you are offering to come get people and walk them off the campus, that's indicative of a kinetic threat, of something that is not fully settled at this point. But we're going to keep tapping into FBI sources here to get a sense of what's going on. But I'll tell you, it is unorthodox now. We are 2 hours and about 20 minutes since the shooting, and we do not have an update from law enforcement if they have somebody either in their sights or in handcuffs.
Door to door, Scott, that suggests a dicey situation there at Utah Valley University. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Right now, former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley joins us. Mr. Whatley, you knew Charlie Kirk. Our condolences for sure. What can you tell us about him, and what are your thoughts right now?
Well, my thoughts are with his family, and obviously, want to offer our prayers for me and Suzanne both. Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior, and he's a guy who fought for what he believed in, and he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole in America, really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, we cannot allow this.
Destiny is just using the right's accusation of hypocrisy just years after the fact. After seeing politicians pander to violent movements like BLM, the right's not going to condemn January 6th. Y'all started this. I'll see you in the field, my friend. You are delusional. You need to be forcibly committed to some kind of like psychiatric institution, or your great-grandchildren probably just need to take your phone from you. When Kamala and Biden were running to be elected in 2020, they had to disavow the BLM violence, and they did. And they said multiple times that violence was unacceptable. When Biden got into office, Biden did not try to federally pardon anybody charged with relation to BLM violence. Everybody in the Democratic Party recognized that that was bad after the fact. They said it wasn't good. It hurt our election chances. There are some radicals, there are some crazies that still liked it, but the lawmakers and the top down generally disavowed it. When Donald Trump was elected, not only did he pardon all the J6ers, if you're a conservative, you donated to me, you probably still think that the 2020 election was stolen because you're fucking retarded. You've been brainwashed by this guy. Hopefully at some point you wake the fuck up. Maybe not though. Maybe this is just, maybe we're like on a course where you just can't change. It's impossible to course correct at this point because you're so brain rotted. You're so like divorced from any reality or any kind of like critical thought. I don't know, but I mean, people like Charlie were part of the programming, so good luck, I guess.
To take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, I mean, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How do we get to this point where now this is almost, I don't want to say not surprising, and not expected, but people are still sort of reacting like, I knew something like this would happen. How do we get here?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. I think that when we think about President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, and it's really easy, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father, no place. We think
something like this would happen. How do we get not surprising, and not expected, but people are still sort of reacting like, I knew something like this would happen. How do we get here?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. I think that when we think about President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, and it's really easy, in the moment to say it's the other side. But
what about what about the state senators of Minnesota that actually died? Did we really just memory hold this, didn't we? Okay.
Fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father has been taken from us way too early in his life.
A little more about what type of father and husband and man Charlie Kirk was. Hard to believe we're talking about him in the past tense right now, but someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that he approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him. You know, he was a very intense, very loyal person. He was very demanding.
Oh, and wait, what am I watching? Face the Nation? This is CBS. Is this supposed to be left-wing news? How did we get here? My God.
But in a good way, and I think that you know, he brought a passion to politics.
Oh, sorry, it was the one state senator and his wife, and then the second one was shot but not killed. Sorry, the two killed. One was a state senator, the other was their partner.
He brought a passion to what he did with Turning Point.
Or the woman was the state senator, and then her husband was shot and killed.
I think that's unbelievably commendable, and like I said, it will be a big hole in certainly my world and everybody else's world that had a chance to know Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We appreciate your remembrances there. Reaction coming in from Governor Wes Moore, Democrat of Maryland, condemned in strongest possible terms the attack. You know, you see this kind of reaction from Republicans as well. Tom Tillis, the senator, praying for Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our society. So I bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You're hearing the condemnations far and wide, yet here we are once again, Bob.
You're not hearing condemnations far and wide. Like, you're hearing it from one side, and then the other side is on full fucking conspiratorial meltdown mode.
If Charlie Kirk is dead right now, I am 100% radicalized. Let me know where to turn myself in. I'm 100% radicalized if he's dead right now. And the people that were involved in his murder and that are rejoicing in it just did the opposite effect of what they intended. Because now tens of millions of, yes, highly intelligent and capable men like me are now fully radicalized. You've awoken the beast, okay? So you want to see what happens next? Charlie Kirk didn't represent racism. He literally represented the highest order of moral ideals and values, and he literally loved everyone. It was out of love he tells you what's wrong with your positions and your views on life and your behaviors. If Charlie Kirk is dead...
And they make fun of us for glorifying George Floyd. Okay, dude.
We are once again the specter of violence continuing to hover over the United States and our political culture. You see leaders in both parties expressing horror at what is unfolding here on a college campus today, a time when so many students are going back to school, starting their classes in September. It's the carnage of violence at a political leader. And this country has seen it many times before. You think about President Lincoln, you think about the shots fired on President Reagan, of course, President Kennedy being gunned down in 1963, and other political figures have been shot. You think about George Wallace running for president being shot. He survived. Charlie Kirk, at such a young age, being gunned down, assassinated at a political event. This is something that is bracing for so many of the people we cover. Yes, there is a political debate that's often very testy in this country, but so often behind the scenes, most people I cover see the dignity in the other person across the way. Violence is not part of the American system. It's something that has scarred America's history.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. That respect is gone. You're fucking retarded. I don't know who this guy is. Mainstream media people, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they just don't, maybe they're illiterate or they don't read the news or follow anything. Like, you literally have a whole new sham investigation cooked up trying to blame Barack Obama for Russian-related shit from 2016 that the Justice Department is like actively investigating. Like, they're actively trying to destroy lives and investigate and revoke clearances and remove bodyguards and Secret Service protection for people. Like, it's just so hollow. Like, this is the fact that people treat any of this with any credibility at all is just such a fucking joke. These guys on the left in the media here are super complicit in this. They need to not be so fucking spineless. It's so cucked.
But it's not part of how we have dialogue. And Charlie Kirk, whether you are a defender of his, an advocate, an ally, a friend, or a critic, he is someone who was in the arena. And so many people, whether they're activists like Charlie Kirk, who are media figures, or they're political figures and leaders who are in elected office, they believe that by going in the arena, they may be bruised ideologically, they may be bruised when it comes to their rhetoric, but they won't necessarily have to face this sort of violence. But we've seen the attempted assassination of lawmakers like Steve Scalise within the past decade or so. Of course, President Trump facing his own assassination attempts, Gabby Giffords, the former member of Congress. Both parties have dealt with this, and now today, a real rising star dead at such a young age.
Yeah, for sure, Bob. And what it means for our politics going forward, that will be chewed over as we move forward here. To recap for you, the conservative activist...
Man, we really hate Minnesota.
Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University. A search for the suspect is underway, and a motive is still unknown. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has...
You're talking about when Biden removed Trump's security detail before he was shot? Wasn't it the opposite? Didn't Trump get increased security detail? I've never heard of Biden taking away maliciously security detail from Trump or anything. I do remember when I'm pretty sure Trump was the one stripping people of Secret Service details. Was it for Kamala?
It's been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Maurice Dubois.
Actually, I don't even know if you can take away ex-president's Secret Service. I feel like they're like granted that for life. Yeah, and for Fauci too, while calling on his whole fucking fan base to assume that Fauci was literally a hellspawn that was trying to inject your children with trans vaccines or whatever. Trump cancels Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail that was extended by undisclosed Biden order. President Trump revoked Harris's Secret Service protection on Thursday, according to a copy of a letter reviewed by CNN. Former presidents receive Secret Service protection for life. Harris, as a former vice president, received 6 months of protection after leaving office, according to federal law. That period ended on July 21st. However, her protection had been extended for an additional year via a directive, not made public until now, signed by then-President Joe Biden shortly before leaving office, according to multiple people familiar with the undisclosed arrangement. That is the order that Trump canceled in his letter titled Memorandum for the Secretary of Homeland Security. Like, fuck off. It's fucking cringe. Trump revokes security clearances for Harris, Clinton, and critics. Oh, these are clearances, security clearances, but...
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. This is a special edition of The Takeout. Charlie Kirk, one of the most important voices and voter mobilization forces in the MAGA movement, was shot and killed in full public view today at the start of one of his signature Prove Me Wrong events on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Videos circulating online reveal a single gunshot and a wound that eyewitnesses said struck Kirk's neck and resulted in considerable bleeding. Just moments ago, President Trump posted on social media that Kirk had perished, writing, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie."
This was an unhinged tweet. Nightmare on Wall Street. Like, it's just... Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't... Like, you guys are crazy.
This show will focus entirely on this developing story, which is harrowing. For a show that is devoted to conversation about politics and civility within the public space, we will explore the consequences for a country that is wrestling with deep political divisions and more frequent spasms of politically motivated violence, with victims, we should note, on both sides of the ideological spectrum. Kirk, 31, was the married father of 2 young children, a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. Former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley knew and worked closely with Kirk and will join us tonight. And one of the most influential writers in conservative circles, Matthew Continenti, will also join us to talk about Kirk's influence, how it rose, and his close connection with many people in the Trump White House. We begin with Anna Schechter and the latest available information not only on what happened, but what authorities are doing in pursuit of the assailant. Anna?
Well, Major, so many unanswered questions and really confusion right now, even a couple of hours after the event. There is no word that a suspect is in custody. Our teams have been analyzing the video that showed the moment that Kirk was shot. It did appear that the shot came from some elevated position. He was in a vulnerable position because there were elevated buildings around a large open grassy area that you're seeing there. You see students running in the immediate aftermath. Here is the video that we're talking about that appears to show the shot that was fired. We're told a single shot. This is a very challenging crime scene. And if law enforcement is still looking for that suspect, every minute that goes by widens the periphery of places that they need to search. There was especially...
I mean, not to ring this bell too many times, but Kirk never advocated for violence as far as I know. He did, however, once posed the idea of televising state executions and having children watch as an initiation that would affect them in a holy way. This is the man he was. I mean, like...
I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like 30 or 40,000 bucks. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco, but if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
I'm just saying, it's kind of weird.
Drop the hammer. Drop the hammer. Hey. What is going on?
On Friday, San Francisco.
Right, this is going with a guy once he's inside. There's footage of him inside the house attacking him. I feel like it's hard to find, or I feel like I hadn't seen that until recently. Like a year ago or whatever, but it's kind of fucked up. Kind of weird. Destiny, do both sides not rely on fear? I don't have anything left to say to people like you. I'm so sorry. If you want to both sides it, then go for it. But you're divorced from reality. There's nothing I can say to you at this point. You're way too far lost. Good luck. Hopefully you find your way back to the real world in the next couple of years. The funniest thing is that the people who hated Charlie Kirk the most, by the way, but I don't even know how much of the mainstream media follows all of the online feuds or whatever. The people who hate Charlie Kirk the most are actually the gripers. Now, I don't know if there are going to be any Fuentes fans that would do the shooting. Like I said, everybody technically has, or there's like multiple political groups that would have motivations to, want to do political violence.
The field of domestic security, domestic terrorism, international and the like. Begin to walk us through what's going on the ground. Anna Schechter just told us they're still searching the campus of Utah Valley University. That means this is an evolving and still potentially dangerous situation, and that whatever happened escaped the immediate ability of authorities to put a dragnet around that particular individual.
Well, Major, based upon the fact that a suspect has not been identified or located as far as we know, it is entirely possible that there is still an ongoing threat to the public. So right now, law enforcement officials are incredibly focused on trying to ascertain who fired the gun that killed Charlie Kirk. They'll do that from eyewitness accounts, by using video taken by individuals at the event and other advanced technology to just try to figure out who the suspect is. And from there, whether it's searching buildings on the campus and or looking through the individual's social media and tracing his or her movements, try to ascertain where this person is so that they can be apprehended and try to mitigate any threats to the public.
And part of that analysis will be the wound itself and the directional relationship, because Charlie Kirk was under this tent. You can see it. Came to somewhere around here. We are from eyewitness accounts and the available video that suggests a sort of area.
Law enforcement officials have a range of different technologies.
If neither side backs down, what is the best outcome we could expect? I don't know. Some type of civil war? Like,
to literally trace where the bullet came from, what kind of rifle or other weapon was used, and then from there to just try to figure out exactly.
I'm sorry, but can you show me the amount of high-level commentators celebrating the Democratic Congress deaths compared to the ones celebrating Charlie's right now? I haven't seen any high-level left-wing people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. For high-level right-wingers saying unhinged shit about deaths, there was the Mike Lee tweet or whatever that I had earlier where he was fucking memeing on the fuck, was it that? No, wait. Fuck, somebody linked me that tweet. The Wall Street one. This is this was like hours after I think these shootings had been reported. Like, that's crazy. As a U.S. senator, I mean, you've got like, Trump is the. The thing is that like I could put together a document of like all the crazy shit that Republicans say or do after. Obviously, the pardoning of all the J6ers is fucking unhinged. That's just crazy. These are people convicted of seditious conspiracy, and all of the people that were rioting and committing violence. Like all of that is unhinged and crazy. But no matter what I put together, you're just gonna counter with what about what this Twitter account tweeted about BLM or something retarded like that. Like there's no point. You're lost. You're literally lost. Like all of the Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account, the White House Twitter account, all it does right now is repost like violent, stoking the flames rhetoric of how based and epic it is to watch the armed military roll through U.S. cities and stuff. So, yeah.
Exactly where this individual was standing when the shot was fired. So that
Rhode Island Democratic Senator Jack Reed joins me now from Capitol Hill. Senator Reed, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, man.
There you are. This is a very hard day in America.
Yes.
I'd like to get your assessment.
Well, the attack was...
I just listened to that and he sounds just like you, little bro. What do you mean? I'm not justifying it, but political actions being taken by this person are why it happened. He implied the double-edged sword that it was his gay lover, which was a common conspiracy with no foundation. It was his gay lover that broke into his house. There's video footage of the guy smashing his fucking head with a hammer, okay? So he was playing into that as part of the thing, and he said it would be epic to bail him out and ask him questions or whatever. You'd be a midterm hero.
Reprehensible. One of our fundamental principles of the...
Dehumanizing by calling everyone mildly right-wing, white supremacist, Russian agent, Nazi, evil, etc. for 20 years has had no effect on the political temperature. The left is cooked. You need help. Oh, good luck. I'll see you on the battlefield, my friend. Because we might be past the point. You are legitimately brain broken. Like, there's nothing I can say or do to convince you otherwise. Like, you're fucking retarded. I would bet you we could put both of our life fortunes up against each other and spend 6 hours in a room trying to see who we can find more violent rhetoric from, Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Like, you would lose that 100 out of 100 times. You could give me 30 minutes to go through Justice posts this year compared to... There's a reason why the only thing you saw from Biden a million times... What is the worst picture that came from Biden a million times? It was this stupid fucking picture from this speech because you guys zoomed in and you wanted to say that this was the fascist fucking speech. This is the worst thing you had to say about him for years. Even Alexi dipshit Friedman tried to get me on this. Wasn't Biden being divisive here? Do you remember what Biden's speech was here? Biden speech, White House, MAGA, Americans. Even in this speech, even in this one that you guys obsessively cummed all over yourselves over and over again attacking him, even in this one he said, transcript. He tried to qualify. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there is no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans, and that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. This is true. This is just true. Again, I'm sorry, but most of you fucking retards don't even believe in the outcome of the last election. On what ground do you think that you can question any narrative in the media if you can't even understand something as basic as the fact that you're fat fucking ED-ridden, dying of 15 different ailments that we're not allowed to know about president, that you don't even accept you lost the election? Why do you think that you have any ground to stand on in talking about analysis of media or who's saying what if you can't even comprehend like that basic fact? Fuck, which speech was it? Was it in Philadelphia? It wasn't the White House, my bad. grab a Red Bull. One sec.
My fellow Americans, please, if you have a seat, take it. I speak to you tonight from sacred ground in America.
This is the Vice President of the United States on Twitter a few days ago. Killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. Killing the citizens of another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. I don't give a shit what you call it. How did we get here, guys? How did we get here? How did we get here, guys? You're fucking so lost.
Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where America made its Declaration of Independence to the world more than 2 centuries ago with an idea unique among nations, that in America, we're all created equal. This is where the United States Constitution was written and debated. This is where we set in motion the most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. With 3 simple words: we the people, we the people. These 2 documents and the ideas they embody, equality and democracy, are the rock upon which this nation is built. They're how we became the greatest nation on earth. They're why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began to speak as plainly as I can to the nation about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats, and about the incredible future that lies in front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We the people have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall. A flame that lit our way through abolition, the Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, world wars, civil rights. That sacred flame still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free, and just. That is the work of my presidency, a mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first, we must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America or blue America, but of all America. And I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election. And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards.
Maybe you're right and I'm guilty of what you say, but how do we get back before a MAGA republic, before a MAGA republic, and at least respect each other? I don't want violence for either side. You don't get to make that choice. That's not your choice. That's collectively our choice, right? It's a prisoner's dilemma. That's where you're in. You can either both cooperate or you both fuck each other over and then we civil war. But one side cooperating means the other side will always fuck you over. That's where you're at. The sooner you understand that and realize that, it's a very well understood phenomenon. It's not crazy. We called it appeasement at World War II. We call it prisoner's dilemma in psych in high school. Like it's very, very, very obvious. It's very easy to understand that dynamic. That's where we're at right now. So
backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power.
Wait, because I don't want to do the Alex Jones thing. I'm not here to just rile people up. You can't reseal Pandora's box, buddy. You all made the bed, now lay in it. Well, I don't know if that was supposed to be supportive of me or not supportive of me. The political temperature can absolutely come down. One person alone could easily could cut the political temperature in half, and that's Donald Trump. Very, very easily. One of the things that was so disappointing was if you followed Trump throughout the primary season in 2016, there were times when Trump was magnanimous, and a lot of us kept thinking like, okay, maybe if he wins the election, maybe he's going to like switch on like the super Trump negotiator, like businessman, cordial guy mode. He's just like really aggressive and competitive. Now that never happened. But like the whole political temperature in the country could change in an instant. It literally could change in an instant if Donald Trump wanted to. The left can't do it because the Republicans are the ones that are constantly jacking it up. So yeah. I'm saying this for you to hear because if you're on the left and you're confused, the reason why you're confused, okay? The reason why you're confused is because you are always fighting defensively, okay? You can never, ever, ever, you cannot win anything in a defensive war. The only thing you can do is come out as even. If these are two countries, I don't know why they're boobs. If you get invaded by some enemy force here and you manage to win 100% of the war, the only thing you've done is taken back all your land. That's it. You don't actually win anything. You're just even, right? At best. And you don't always win 100%. You might not win 100%. Ukraine is saying that right now, right? You have a bunch of Republicans who have been cheerleading the most aggressive, disgusting, vitriolic, damaging, violent rhetoric that we've seen in my lifetime from a U.S. president. Just on unbelievable levels. They're stepping into your world and saying, guys, you need to be nicer. You need to turn it down. Excuse me. Fuck you. You guys can turn it the fuck down. You guys are the ones who are pushing all of the insanity right now. You have to calm the fuck down. And if they don't, and you decide to let them step into your territory and then throw your own rules at you, they're only doing it so that they can continue to push on their advantages. That's it. That's all they want to do.
2020 election as preparation for the 2022 and 2024 elections. They tried everything last time.
The crazy thing is that, statistically speaking, somewhere in America, a liberal told their conservative friend, holy shit, did you see how crazy that school shooting was? And the conservative friend was like, bro, not funny. And the friend was like, what? And he's like, I get it. Charlie Kirk died at a university. It's like, wait, what? Charlie Kirk died? Oh shit, no, there was a totally different school shooting that just happened. I didn't even know Charlie Kirk died. That's how fucked our country is right now, okay? Jesus Christ.
To nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time, they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people. That's why respected conservatives.
The toning down the rhetoric.
God.
The very same people who never toned down the rhetoric.
Is he at least attacking the right, or is it both sides still?
It's fucking crazy. Political reports, a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk on the House floor just now quickly devolved into chaos and yelling, with every lawmaker standing up and...
Wait, no suspect yet? I think it was a shot from far away, and I think he either ditched his shit or he just packed up and left. This is like the nightmare scenario. I don't talk about this much on stream. I might have once or twice before. I talk about it a decent amount with real life friends. The nightmare scenario is I really do feel like if you wanted to kill anybody in the US, it's very easy to do so. And if you're not like retarded, you can do it with a decent level of effectiveness and maybe not even get caught. And I mean, that's kind of what we saw here. Like, it's just, you can be lethal at range so easily. I don't know, like, you're just never supposed to be in public. Are you always supposed to be behind like Pope glass? Do you never like exist in an arena that's not, you know, metal detector? Like, it's kind of crazy.
Quiet observance. Representative Lauren Boebert demanded a spoken prayer. Silent prayers get silent results, she said. Everything is a fucking performance for these people.
Why are you pretending you even have a side? The Democratic Party is split. Half of the party hates the West. You don't have a united front anymore. That's not true. You only think that because all of the crazy shit that you consume on the right is telling you that. The No Kings protest shit that we did, there was one day where a bunch of LARPy, cringy Palestinian losers came out with their fucking flags. And then after we did that, the No Kings protest, that was like one of the largest protests in U.S. history. That was a relatively united center-left coalition of voters. So no, the idea that everybody on the left is fucking insane, it's a necessary delusion that your side keeps up to justify your insanity. When you constantly like pit the other person as the aggressor, you can pit every action that you do, you can cast it all as self-defense, and you do it. Like, how many times do you see people do that? Oh, well, they did this, now we have to respond, now we have to respond, now we have to respond. If you want to know what Republicans say Democrats have done, just look at what Republicans do. Everything Republicans do are things that they claim the Democrats already did, even if they haven't. But if they say they've done it, it justifies it in the eyes of brainless automatons like you who sit there and mind slurp all of the rhetoric on social media all day from them.
Okay? Everything. Look at this. That's a performance. She is trying to get her 15 minutes in the spotlight. Silent prayers get silent results, she said, leading the jeers from Democrats with some shouting about a school shooting that also happened Wednesday, which is also true. There's a school shooting that took place while this is happening. You understand?
Wait, is he
Representative Anna Paulina stood up and started shouting expletives at the Democrats before Speaker Mike Johnson gavelled lawmakers down. This is disgusting, said House Republican granted anonymity to react candidly to the clash.
Okay, why are we watching a son? I don't care. Keep in mind also, well, I will throw a punch to the left, although some of the right losers supported this guy too. This shit is the same as Luigi as well. Anybody that cheerlead that shit, you guys are fucking crazy. You're out of your fucking mind to think that you could just sit there and clap along when Luigi walks up and shoots somebody, and then when Charlie Kirk is shot. Now, I don't know how many people on the right supported that versus the left. It felt like everybody online supported it. It's hard to say, but... Yeah, I'm pretty sure fucking my chat, but you guys are all brain broken on healthcare. Wait, is there like a CNN live channel? Wait, does CNN not have a live channel? Oh, what is this press conference? This is from like the school or whatever. Do I care about this?
That's going through there. Okay, so this is one that's going to the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so technically that one should be showing up at the back, I think.
Yeah, that's just the room audio, so I don't know if it... Yeah.
Police to speak at 3 p.m. Yeah. My fucking God. We might have just witnessed the most significant assassination in this country since MLK Jr. Give me a fucking break, dude. I wonder if Richard would want to come on a chat. Huh.
Okay. So they're not here now. We are hearing it in the room, but
right here to be able to have a press conference. We're inside an auditorium right now on campus, and boy, there's a lot of unanswered questions still out there, especially if the shooter is still out there. We did see some a picture that somebody sent me of some SWAT team members out in the Orem neighborhood there. I don't know if you remember or not, a little bit earlier.
Did they catch the person who shot him? Nope.
Racing away as if to go to somewhere close by campus. I don't know exactly what they were This is the podium right here. We see it all set up.
Alleged shooter seen on roof. Yeah, we watched that earlier, but we have no information about any of that. We have no clue. I don't even know if this was from after the shooting.
So there's somebody on the roof right there?
Or before, or what?
Sam? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So
There's a second video of them running, not safe for life, second video post. Yeah, we saw, or I saw that, but I still don't have, I don't know. It could be anything. I don't know how often people are on these roofs or what security looks like, if there's a lookout dude, if there's any kind of secret service. I literally have no idea. I have no clue. Nobody else knows. So until more information comes out, who's to say? As someone else who was alive and watching the news when the Tea Party was around, it really feels like that was the beginning of the end of any sort of rational GOP. The more I look back, the more I wish we could have started noticing this happening in 2010, not 2020. The Tea Party was a huge blow to the conservative brain. That was one of the reasons why I was so happy to fucking obliterate Sarah Palin beside Mehdi Hassan, because I hate that woman. I blame her a lot for the mind rot that my parents now suffer. Like that, her and that whole Tea Party shit was fucking, it was so corrosive. I mean, conservatives were already a little bit fucked, but what was the Tea Party thing? They started off as like a offshoot of the Republican Party that was like, they say they're more libertarian, but when they say libertarian, they just mean like more extremely conservative, basically. And I think they were getting a little bit away from, they were a little bit, I think, more isolationist. Like, I think that it was a reaction to like big business, like neoliberalism, kind of, or neoconservatism. I think they were a bit anti-interventionist. They didn't like the Iraq, Afghanistan stuff, I think. Didn't like the support for big business and all that. And then I feel like from the Tea Party shit, the conservative party started to kind of like morph and change. People like Glenn Beck were like the figureheads of this, a little bit more conspiratorial.
Yes, yes, I'll try and find that out, and if I find anything, I'll let you know. So certainly presents a challenge. Okay.
Nice. I know it's too soon, but that was a professional shot at a secure venue. It wasn't random. Looks like a secure venue. It was in a school, outdoor university setting. Professional shot. The guy's probably shot before with a zoom scope. Looks like the guy arrested was not the shooter based on reporting him out now. It was a political assassination with complex planning involved. Be very careful in the information space around it. And pray for his poor wife and children. What a horrible burden for them to be forced to carry. What is the time zone? At 3 p.m. Even if it was PST, it'd be speaking right now. This is dumb. Oh, Richard Wildock. He said 15 minutes. Oh my God. Fuck! Charlie died. God damn it. This is not the way. I didn't just know him from our interviews and debates, but I met his wonderful wife. This is beyond heartbreaking. Violence is so stupid. He was a real person, a human being who just died in front of our eyes. Tragic. Good tweet, Cenk.
Who did this? It's interesting. You know, we don't know who did this, but I do know it doesn't help the left, which makes me think, is it the left? I don't know. I don't know. We don't know, but it feels professional. That's all it feels to me. You know.
Keep in mind that they said that this feels professional, right? Because the guy did one shot, hit, killed. But also, the stupid fucking kid who missed Trump, that was also professional. Remember, they believe that that was like a stage thing as well. So I guess we splurged for money when it came to Charlie Kirk, but we cut corners when it came to Donald Trump. Like, none of this is real. This is all like a delusional fantasy to these people. Like, it's just, these are all just like games to these guys. I look forward to, if the assassin ends up being a groyper, I look forward to conservatives talking about how groypers are from the left or something. Jesus, who the fuck is it? Oh, is the other Banks? Wait, who the fuck is this? Is this like a troll account or what? I don't even know. A socialist account? Schizo musician. Is it actually that one though? Okay. Oh, she is schizo. She is insane. Oh, okay. I have no idea. All right. Jesus. They sent a trained sniper to assassinate Charlie Kirk while he was sitting next to a table of hats that said 47. You could be next. I hate to say it, but I have a sick feeling we'll be seeing more targeted assassination. The left are terrorists. All of them are. Nice. Laura Loomer's tweets are unhinged in the past 2 hours. Yeah, she is. But at least she doesn't have any influence in the administration. It's not like she visits the White House regularly and tells Trump who he should fire or anything like that, right? Anyone who sacrificed their soul on the altar of Israel, as Charlie Kirk did, should strongly consider changing now. Jesus Christ. Is that Jan Perlman chick? You know her? What, have I like debated her before? What do you mean? She talked with Vosh a bunch. Okay.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise.
Hi, Steve.
Wow, hey, what's up?
Hey, hold on. I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, I'm a new Discord, bro. All right. Oh, let me hold on. Give me a second. Let me just close my closet so nobody sees me. Yeah, so we're live right now, aren't we?
We sure are. Don't say anything crazy, especially right now.
It's a bad time to have, to make an ill-considered take.
Man.
It sucks. It really sucks. I mean, do you ever meet Charlie Kirk?
I don't think so. If I did, it was only briefly at an event.
Yeah, I was at a show for I don't know, 20 minutes or something.
Mhm.
Nice guy. The people I talked to, my friends say he was kind of more, I mean, he was like the most sane of the huge influencers on the right, which isn't saying all that much. I mean, when you think about kind of Tucker and these other people, 2 kids, only 31. It feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah.
But he was young, and it's just sad. I don't know.
Yeah. True. That's very true. I don't know what I want to talk about right now. The one take that I've had that's been like very frustrating for me watching. There's a lot of takes. There's a lot of stuff that combines in here. Here, this is like a broad thing. Have you ever heard somebody say like, "Oh, it's just politics"? You ever hear that like saying like, "Oh, this is just politics"? It's like,
sure.
I feel like that's like a luxury position that there are a lot of people that kind of dabble, especially in the social media world, in like quote unquote politics. I think there was a big article on maybe in WAPO or New York Times a long time ago. They called it like political hobbyism. That people kind of treat it as just like sports teams and games, and you follow along and you are really mad or you're happy based on if your team wins or loses. But at the end of the day, you're like very detached from it. When you close your social media feed, you're like done with politics. And I feel like people don't pay attention to like the real world impact on things. And one of the biggest kind of things that upset me is I talked to so many, obviously, right? I've debated so many conservatives over the past several years. And every single time I bring up like Trump's rhetoric, it is divisive, it is violent, it is vitriolic. And they're always like, well, he just says shit like that. It doesn't matter what he says. They're just words. Who cares? Blah, 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 blah. And yeah, people keep saying like, wow, it's about to get really bad. And I'm like, no, it's been really bad for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I just wrote a Substack on this. I made exactly this point. You can say, if you say civility is important and like we have to be careful with our words, you cannot choose Donald Trump as your leader. You've forever lost the moral high ground on that. I mean, he was just posting a meme the other day.
The Chicago one. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I was reminded of it because I saw you post it. It's like, well, he's just declaring war on Americans.
But it's like it's memes and it's jokes and I know you're not laughing because you're saying it. You're laughing at like the absurdity of it all. But like, yeah, it's annoying to me that every single thing is just treated as a joke. And then I feel like right now, and this is where I'm kind of like, it's hard to push this because you come off as a sociopath. But like we're locked in this eternal downward death spiral of when a bad event happens. If a liberal did it, then the left has to disavow, the left has to beg for forgiveness, the left has to show how much they've like fucked everything up. The right will obviously, take their wins, they'll be, kind of glib about it, they, make fun of them or whatever, and then you move on. And it's like, okay, that's, I guess, whatever. But then when something bad happens on the right, the left also has to take accountability, and it's also still the left's fault, and the right will always refuse to take any accountability. They'll say it wasn't them. They'll say that it was a conspiracy theory, right? The Whitmer plot was actually just entrapment. The Jan 6 stuff was actually just feds on the ground that were inciting it. The Minnesota shooter that was hunting lawmakers was actually a top secret leftist. Like, it's you get stuck in this downward spiral where it's like my messaging to, I would even say to like Democratic leadership is like, the right needs to turn shit down. It can't just be they don't do anything wrong ever, and it's constantly the left that has to do this over and over again, because I feel like it's actually worse. It's like a prisoner's dilemma thing where you're cooperating and the other side is fucking you over and nothing is changing. Like right now, to cap that, like when people talk about the divisive rhetoric in this country, right now, the entirety of the divisive rhetoric could be turned down by Donald Trump on his own. He on his own could make that decision to say, you know what? I'm not going to be the nickname president anymore. I'm not going to have my, Kristi Noem, who doesn't know what habeas corpus is. I'm not going to have her making videos flaunting about people being held captive. I'm not going to call it alligator Alcatraz, right? Like they could do that, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, the way I put it, I just had a Substack on this right now, and if you were gonna put like every politician on a scale of 1 to 10, how mean-spirited or cruel or hateful they are, you would need to put everyone between 1 and 5, because you would need space between Donald Trump and everyone else. Like you couldn't have 7s and 8s. Donald Trump is just in his own universe, and just like it's every single day. Like you're just kind of, we become immune to this stuff. So when a judge rules against the Trump administration, Stephen Miller goes out there and says these are Marxist judges. You can't imagine it. Obama or Biden, a judge rules against them. They start calling the judges Nazis or fascists. They don't do, like, somebody on the left will call conservatives fascists and Nazis, but like they don't say that about random judges who ruled in ways they don't like. This is just so normalized, declaring war on cities, saying we're going to go liberate Los Angeles like they're under Saddam Hussein.
This is, by the way, this is the same thing that they kept saying Kamala would do. They kept saying Biden would do this. And the hardest thing is finding out that conservatives have like zero foundation in anything they said, right? This was always supposed to be after COVID. Remember the Great Reset? They were going to send the military into every city and force you to get vaccinated and force you to have, like, I still hear people talking about that. RFK is talking about how they fought back against like the vaccine mandates for the COVID shots. And it's like, there were no vaccine mandates for COVID shots. Are they talking about how like in 2020, Biden ruined all the lockdowns across the country? Donald Trump was the president. States do lockdown. Like they've put so much like fake stuff in front of conservatives. I feel like when conservatives do something, let's quote unquote bad, they think that the other side has like already done it first. And I think that's like the hugely damaging thing.
Well, there were COVID mandates for schools and work. I mean, there was some.
Well, the school stuff, but that was state by state. Those were like clearly within the purview of the state to decide, right? And for works, those are for workplaces. Remember when when Biden tried to do the federal thing, I think the Supreme Court shut it down, and he said okay, and then they didn't do it.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. I mean, there was coercion. Regardless, there was coercion. And, the states, I think, were in many cases were following the lead of the federal government. But anyways, regardless.
But that was Trump's federal government.
I know it was Trump's federal government, yes, and it's been no, not the vaccine mandate, anyways. But that was, this was 5 years ago, and like, I think COVID was really bad. I think that the kind of the overreach was probably worse than you think. But nonetheless, I mean, like, you can't just complain about COVID forever. 5 years later, there has to be some kind of understanding of like these people in politics and what they're doing and what they're, what these people are doing and kind of what the standards are and for each side. And the like rhetoric of Donald Trump is just on a different level from everyone else. And even the powers that he seizes, these people, they don't want you to. You see this guy, this Fisher King guy. They like, if you call Trump if you call him a dictator, like somebody will take it upon themselves. Like, well, we can't criticize an expansive view of executive power. This is just kind of normal politics. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane. I do wonder, we could talk about them all day. I do wonder what are they going to do now? Charlie Kirk was a big figure. He was kind of like the standard of like what the mainstream of MAGA was at any particular moment. He had a cultural presence. He was mocked on South Park. I wonder if they're gonna just cancel future episodes that are mocking him. He was he was like a cultural figure. He was one figure who broke out of kind of the conservative influencer space. And I just wonder like what comes next. Like what happens now that Charlie Kirk is not there. I mean, we've just lost somebody who was actually important in our politics.
Yeah, I feel like it feels a little crass, but I am the king of crass. I don't give a fuck. Oh, and you are too on Twitter. I appreciate your Twitter account to talk about the political realities of what happens. But it actually is a really big blow, because one of the things that I keep pointing out is Donald Trump, the MAGA movement is very much like a cult that's like centered around the Donald Trump cult figure. And the only other people that get credence in that movement are people who are like borrowing from his aura, right? Like Elon Musk was never forming a powerful political party after Trump kicked him out. JD Vance, as much as I say like JD Vance is more of a threat than Trump, he's not really, because nobody's following JD Vance anywhere. This guy has less charisma than fucking DeSantis. Charlie Kirk, though, was very young. He was very bright politically. The guy was, I don't even think he had his fucking GED, right? And the guy's 31 years old, and he's built this like worldwide.
I thought he was a college dropout. Was he a high school dropout?
I don't know. Maybe he had his GED. Maybe he was. I don't even know if he went to college. But maybe. But regardless, like low education background. This guy's 31 years old. He built across the United States. Like he did the thing that you're not even supposed to do, because you're old enough, right? For our whole lives, college campuses were always lost to the far left. You know, they're the crazy Marxists and radicalists, and they're just an area that you shouldn't even waste your time in. And yeah, he went in there. He built a huge coalition. Turning Point USA is massive. This guy is talking like the way that I knew that we would know when he's dead is when Donald Trump would tweet it out, because Donald Trump is like personal friends with this guy and talking to his family, and like, yeah, it's a pretty significant figure to lose, I would say. Yeah, that guy had like a huge political future, whether it was in politics directly or on the organizer side ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of whispering in Trump's ear, and it was weird. He was kind of being pushed around by these Fuentes types. They were getting him to become more anti-immigration, kind of talk more like them, talk these like kind of white identitarian issues. And you're right, he was kind of a brake on it and like a facilitator of kind of where the right was going. But yeah, I mean, it's it's sad, man. Do you worry about this stuff? You're a famous guy who pisses a lot of people off.
I mean, a little bit. I always say that I've talked about it a few times today. I don't usually talk about it on stream because it's like a self-fulfilling thing. But I've always said that it's kind of scary that I feel like it is really easy to kill somebody in the United States. Like if you post up far enough away, you have an AR-15, weapon is easy to buy, scope is easy to buy, shot is easy to take. I don't know how you're supposed to protect against that, save from always having the Pope glass in front of you, always doing indoor events.
I was at DC on last week, and I was at an event. I got invited to GB News. They're having an opening of a Washington office, and I was, there was no metal detectors or anything. I was there. Nigel Farage was there. I was standing right next to him. Howard Lutnick was there, stood next to him. People like throughout the Trump administration, major figures in conservative media. Yeah, there is no barrier. I mean, you can get close to people pretty easily.
Yeah.
What can you do? It's gonna have, if it's happening, it's gonna happen. The odds are low, right? How many influencers out there in the world, right? There's thousands of them, and it happens once every several years, right? But yeah, I mean, it is like you do kind of worry about a situation like this, but you can't worry about it because what are you gonna do? Even Charlie, somebody said that like, people get shot. It's kind of Second Amendment. I wonder what the gun situation is going to be with this. So yeah, I mean, it is something that you just kind of deal with in a country with guns.
Yeah, but I mean, it's scary obviously because it's not a very tenable situation. If you feel like any of your political people can be killed at any point in time outside, especially when like everybody has such a huge investment right now. Well, everybody except the center left has this huge investment in ramping up the political rhetoric, the violent rhetoric. I think I wish that, I mean, like Trump would have to lead it, but you just can't look for moral leadership, I guess, from any conservative right now. I wish that Trump would turn it down. There were times, I don't know how closely you followed the primary season. I feel like such a sucker. Well, no, I don't know if I fully bought into it, but there were times in the 2016 primary season where Trump would like lose a primary or win a primary, and he would come out and there were these flashes of not showmanship, not civilmanship. There's a word I'm looking for, where he's acting like a gentleman, and he'll congratulate Ted Cruz for winning a primary in a state, or he'll congratulate people that he beats for they fought hard. And I was like, maybe once he gets elected and comes into office, maybe we'll see that Trump more. Maybe this is like showmanship for the primaries, but that's not what we saw. And then. Yeah, dude, I remember, it was so funny because I remember my biggest fear coming into this election season. You can probably find so many videos of me saying this. My biggest fear was Trump's going to come into office and do nothing and take credit for like all of the Biden investments and just sit back and reap the rewards of it. the fact that it's gotten like this is just insanity, dude. Jesus.
You know, that would have been nice. That would have been that would have been a nice outcome if he just, you know, had a decent, was willing to go along with kind of the good, you know, the kind of good pace that the economy was on, and then do a few other things. Yeah, it's it kind of sucks. It sucks, man. It's like, yeah, you're like, oh, Trump could turn it like, no, he can't. I mean, he's what? He's 80 now. He's 81. He's been like this his whole life. He's been going crazier and crazier. I don't think you change at that age. I mean, I think it's probably his health problems. We saw recently with when he disappeared for all those days. You know, he's not in position. You probably heard after he got shot, there was these profiles of Trump, and he's like, oh, you know, he's thinking more kind of spiritually. He's sitting there and thinking he was saved by God, and then, you know, like the next
Caroline,
day he goes back to think who he is.
Yeah, and you've heard. Well, sometimes I wonder if he's thinking of stuff like legacy or otherworldly stuff, because Caroline Levitt, remember in the White House room in the press briefing office, was it like a week ago, where she was like, Trump is trying to think of like getting to heaven. Do you remember this? It was a very
Yes.
fucking weird thing
He
for
said that
him.
himself.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
okay,
saying
yeah.
that himself. He's telling people, yeah.
Jesus.
A moment of candor when he's like, I don't know how good I've been doing. And so that's why he's trying to end all the wars, apparently. But then he's with, you see the India-Pakistan thing? That was wild.
What one?
The one where he basically he said he ended the war, and it caused a big rift. There was a New York Times story on this.
Oh, because Modi, yeah.
Would have nominate him for the Nobel Prize because he didn't do anything. So he was going around trying to claim credit, and like actually causes a rupture with India over like Modi like being unwilling to, like the Pakistanis are willing to play ball and he wasn't, and this was like kind of a big break between the two countries.
Yeah. I feel like there's so many things where, like, especially when you're like a politically aligned with a certain party, right? Like I'm a big supporter of the Democratic Party, and I have been for, you know, several years, where you're like, I wish this one thing would happen. I used to do this on stream all the time. I wish that this one thing would happen so you guys could see how wacky and crazy you are. And there have just been so many things that have happened now where it's like, this is not the brain-breaking moment. Like, how is it that the president of peace, who was going to end all wars, you guys are clapping when he, you know, we've already moved on from him threatening to invade Greenland, redraw the borders with Canada after talking to Putin. And now we're clapping as he, you know, bombed Iran and ended that war somehow by doing an offensive action. And now he's like deploying shit to the coast of fucking Venezuela and Brazil. And now we've renamed it, or we have a sub name for the Department of Defense. We call it the Department of War again. And the Epstein stuff, apparently none of that actually mattered ever. And it's just like, what? Like, does anything matter? Is there anything real about any of this? Or is it all really just a game, even in the political world? At least from the conservative side? Like,
I mean, no, not really. I mean, look, I think there's a few things that are real at the heart of conservatism. There is, and like Trump can't cross the movement on these things. They don't care. End wars, start wars. They don't care about war.
Mhm.
They don't care about economics. They don't care about trade. They can go either way. Will they care about demographic change? If Trump says, I want, 10 million more Mexicans to come into the country, you see this pushback whenever he says nice things about Indians or Chinese migrants, about stapling green cards to diplomas. You see the rise up. Now, I'm not talking about the boomer watching Fox News. I'm talking about kind of the online people and the
Sure.
influencer stuff.
yeah, I don't know how much that like is in the wider party. I know that obviously the gripers and a lot of the far right people.
Yeah, but they're in control. But they're in control. Like they are the most aggressive faction, and like the normies are just gonna kind of go along with that. That's real. The anti-vax stuff is real. Like the kind of the grassroots support for quack medicine, anger over COVID, but also just like people not trusting doctors or science anymore. That's real. He can't push back against that. And just like the Epstein thing, which is just a kind of general conspiratorial worldview.
Mhm.
So Trump he has space. Like you think economics is important, like, oh, whether he believes in socialism or capitalism or free trade or mercantilism, like you think like a normal movement would like care about these things. It doesn't care about that, right? You would think they'd care about constitutional principles or any of that. No, that's out the window. They used to pretend, during the Tea Party era. But yeah, I mean, I think it is genuinely conspiracies, loyalty to Trump personally, demographic change, and basically medical quackery. These are the stools of conservatism, like social conservatism, national security, and like social and economic conservatism. That's like the old stool. This is like conspiracies, Trump worship, racism, and medical quackery. That's basically what we're watching.
Yeah, I guess when you say say these are the core values, I think I would agree with you now. But the thing I would disagree upon, or the thing I guess it was just confusing to me, was that when I think core value, I think of at least something that's like lasting, like has some staying power. It seems like the conservative movement has like dramatically changed in terms of what they cared about from like Bush. Like it's almost like a completely new party. That's what I mean when I say like things have changed.
The worry about immigration demographic, that is a long history. They fought back against Bush and McCain. That was kind of unstable. Bush and McCain wanted to give amnesty to illegal immigrants. They rose up. It was a very rare case where they stood up. So this has been years going back, right? This has kind of been social conservatism on the race question, anti-immigration. So that's been there. The medical quackery stuff, I think that's new, but that's because it's not the same people who were there during the Bush years, right? You have a lot of people like Rogan Bros and people who like RFK. They came into the coalition, and these people are they're powerful because that's all they care about. All they care about is their weird theories about medicine. So these are, and then the other, I think the old conservative stuff was it got pushed aside. It was like a lot weaker than people thought it was. But this stuff, there's a solid basis. I used to think that it was all just the Trump cult, and I moved away from that, just seeing like this thing specifically that Trump gets pushed back on. And we can see it more and more, as time goes on, as he's like nearing his last days here in office. I think we'll see more of people positioning themselves for what comes next.
What, do you think he's going to make it through his whole term?
I don't know. I mean, I thought Biden was gonna inch to the, he's gonna make his way to the finish line, and it didn't work, and it looked like, he was gonna be the nominee until a few months before. So you never know with old people, right?
You know what?
Age,
right now,
a few months from now, I think it change.
I'll bet you $20. I think Trump is going to die before Biden. Not that I'm advocating or glorifying or wanting him to die, but I think Biden will outlive
Why?
Trump.
Why would you think Trump dies before Biden? Because Biden seems in worse shape.
Absolutely not. He's a fucking that guy. No way. You see that guy eating ice cream? He's like prostate cancer. Who cares? You live for 30 years with that shit. They don't even treat it when you have that. Okay, that's just some extra weight, which is good when you're old. You need to put on some more weight. $20, do it, or you're a coward.
I'll bet. I will take. I would take that
there.
easily.
Okay, there we are. $20. Okay, I will collect.
I would be surprised if they're within 4 years of each other. Biden is older. I'm sorry, Trump is out of his mind, but Trump is closer to what he was 10 years ago than Biden is. Biden is.
I don't know. I actually would disagree with that. I think it's shocking when you look at Trump in the 2016 primaries. That's a whole different person. Biden absolutely slowed down. I agree, but like I feel like Biden went from like here to like here. I feel like Trump went from like here to like here. Trump.
I think Biden. They could not put together. Do you read the book by what was the book
Don't
called?
say Tapper.
Tapper. Did you read that book?
No, I didn't read his ass pain novel.
Okay. Well, anyways,
Fuck Tapper. He's public enemy number one for DGG.
They couldn't get Biden to do like 5 minutes. Like they would try to send like a 5-minute message or a 2-minute message to some organization, and he couldn't do it. Now Trump can get up there and he can speak for 30 minutes, and like he's insane, but he's like listening to the question and he's answering it. And he's making up his lies. Like no, I'm not a Trump fan, obviously.
I don't know if I believe that. I feel like when you listen to Trump talk, this guy's mixing up names. He's mixing up places. He's saying a lot of dumb shit. He had his whole like zigzag moment, like he was dodging sniper fire on the carpet when he was going to see Putin in. He said Russia, but it was Alaska. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, they both say that stuff. But Biden, come on. Biden cannot put together a minute. Biden couldn't take questions. Trump takes questions and he screws things up. But he does sit there and take questions and sit there for 30, 40 minutes. Biden could not do that. Biden, like when he was, after that disastrous debate performance, it was like they were desperate to show him like going one place or another, like doing a 20. He couldn't do the Super Bowl interview. This guy's in bad shape. Maybe it doesn't matter.
I want the $20 in cash, and I want your autograph on it. Okay, I'm gonna frame it behind you. Mark my goddamn words.
I'll send you a Harriet Tubman $20 bill. I wonder, did Trump reverse that? I think he probably did.
Seems like something. That'll be the Charlie Kirk. I'm just kidding. How do you think this changes? Do you think anything changes going forward, or do you think it's just another crazy political event that we move on from in 3 days?
Yeah, I mean, look, these things, they happen, and people think are like it's never going to be the same. I'm guessing it's like what is there going to be? It's going to be, we're going to fight these things out in the courts. The Trump administration is going to try to do what it wants to do. Like we're beyond the point where we can like.
Well, I was thinking more in regards to like the Charlie Kirk shooting, like the fact that we have now like one of the largest political influencers in the United States just got shot and killed. Do you think that like are all these events going to cancel, or do you think that political influencers or politicians that do like town halls? Like, do you see this like having any kind of effect on all of that stuff going forward, or are people just going to carry on?
Well, I mean, I think people carried on previous. I mean, we had that shooting at the baseball game. We had the shooting of the Minnesota legislatures. I mean, I think people worry for a little bit, unless it's a sustained thing where there's, God forbid, a few other events in quick succession. Yeah, people just kind of they move on. I mean, we are resilient. So, unless something else bad happens, yeah, I wouldn't expect everything to change. People always say everything's good. Like, probably not. 9/11 changed a lot.
Yeah.
But
do
yeah,
you
those
think
things don't.
one thing that is like kind of scary to me is I feel like there's, you talk about like all the law stuff and all the weird Trump admin stuff, and now we've got like the shooting stuff. I kind of opened the conversation with this, that people are like, oh, it's getting bad, or things are, getting really horrible. And it's like, well, I feel like we're really into the horrible. Like, we're really into the bad. Like, we've gotten there. We're past that point. Is there anything that do you think can make conservatives change course a little bit on like the insanely vitriolic, violent rhetoric, or do you think that like Trump is just locked into that as an age thing?
Trump is who he is. Trump brings these people along. Kind of, the movement takes after him. He's not going to change at this age. It's weird. Like, you look back at kind of what it seemed like vitriolic when it was like the Tea Party against Obama, and that just seems like, it just seems like they were nothing. It seems like they were just having a bad day. I mean, these people are so kind of gentle compared to what's kind of been normalized here. I think if it's going to be hard to maintain the hate because Trump does stuff, then the left, tries to prosecute him for something, and then it becomes a narrative that he's a victim, or they'll say he's doing something authoritarian, and then the left will always kind of be in an uproar over Trump, but usually for good reason, and then that makes the right feel defensive and like they're the victims and they're the ones being oppressed. With JD Vance, or whoever, they're not going to have that kind of relationship with. They're not probably going to be treated more normally by like the media, so there's not this kind of feedback dynamic. So yeah, I think Trump has to go away. I think that you'll get like they're going to be still deranged, but I think that the Trump personal touch, like his character and all his battles, which people kind of vicariously live through, right? They follow like the court proceedings, like it's O.J. Simpson or something. It gets covered on Fox, these kind of Durham reports and the Mueller report and all this going back and forth. That soap opera aspect of it will decline. And so, maybe a reason for hope, but maybe these people just keep spinning out. I mean, that's the problem. Like, there's going to be two political parties, and one of them has nobody who is sane, anywhere near, anywhere with like a large audience compared to the people who are crazy, right? The biggest people are like Tucker and Candace Owens, and they're just like, anyone who's sane is like nowhere near these people.
Oh my God. Did you see the Candace stuff recently with the numbers and the Stanford prison
I
experience?
I watched a few minutes of it. Yeah, it's bad.
Jesus.
It's bad. So I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know how you don't have one political party. That's just awful. Now it could, like, maybe we're like just all becoming dumb because of social media or whatever, and like maybe that's like they can cobble together electoral majorities anyway, and like we just have to deal with these people governing. Maybe it crashes and burns, and like Democrats dominate for the next 10 years or something. In that case, something changes. But if not, if like Republicans are winning or they're like still competitive, yeah, we're just gonna have a party of kind of crazy people that has no costs for being the way they are now.
What do you think? So when you say no cost, so obviously this is where my rhetoric gets the most kind of divisive. Like my position is,
You know what?
Oh, you
I'm
gotta
sorry, man. There's
take
a
a-
lot. I wanted to talk to you, yeah, but I gotta pick up some kids.
Oh
So,
yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Be careful. Stay safe.
yeah.
It's a crazy world out there. Okay.
No, man. You too.
Yeah.
All
Bye.
right, bye.
Fuck. I was gonna ask him about the. What do you think Democrats should do? Somebody is saying that the FBI said they have this guy in custody. Is this true, or is this just Cash Patel being a retard? Right now at a press conference, the Utah Department of Public Safety spokesperson is saying the suspect is still at large. An FBI official is at the press conference. Wait, fuck. Show me. Where?
So there were surveillance cameras as well that apparently
lawmakers, he had the ear of lawmakers.
Public safety.
Representatives from Turning Point USA asking for privacy for Charlie's family.
And we are just getting word that the news conference.
Trump had Charlie Kirk killed to galvanize the right. That's the conspiracy to go with. Could you imagine if they said that they had the shooter in custody, but the shooter died in a shootout with the FBI while they were trying to apprehend the shooter? And then we find out that the shooter was Ghislaine Maxwell? I'm just kidding. That would be...
We're getting now a 5 to 10 minute.
I would immediately 180 my whole position on the Epstein conspiracy theories, and I would believe anything about the Epstein conspiracy.
Window at this point. This could change, but this is the latest information that our producer is telling us right now. There have been a number of people who, across the country, across the political spectrum, who have offered their condolences. They have made comments on social media about the tragedy that's unfolded earlier today, and it just makes people wonder about their safety even more so than ever before. And the climate in which we are living in, certainly different from, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so now, when it comes to public events, safety, no doubt officers are going to be thinking forward. What can we do differently the next time?
I know everybody has their position on guns. Obviously, I like guns. And I know that people are... Have I retweeted? I hope I haven't retweeted these attacks today. I don't think I have. You can kind of like chuckle at them, but...
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Like, I know that it's easy to meme on the statement, but I mean, like, this is true of any right or privilege you have. There's always going to be a cost associated with it. I don't read this as him saying that, like, it's good that people die so that we can have guns, but more so, like, this is just the acceptable trade-off. Not that he would be happy that any individual would die, right? The same thing that, like, freedom of speech has pros and cons. Having cars has pros and cons, right? Somebody saying that, like, we have cars because it helps our economy and our travel and increases a whole bunch of good things in the economy. And it's worth, unfortunately, there are some people that die every year. Like, if that person gets killed in a car accident, to meme on them for dying in the car accident, like, eh. I think that the targeted political attacks and the really vitriolic political rhetoric, I think, is way more damaging than stuff related to the Second Amendment, in my opinion.
Absolutely, but I will tell you, one of the things that is always concerning for me is I don't want to live in America where I can't move freely and attend events. And I will tell you, right, and there's good studies on this. When we all refuse to participate, well, the criminals thrive, right? That's when terrorism, which is exactly what this is, right? That's when that wins. But when we all say, no, we're going to participate, we're not going to tolerate, we're going to be aware, but not afraid, and we're going to participate and make sure that this never happens again, that's when we're most safe, right? When you know as a criminal that everyone is looking and going to point the finger at you and say no, well, then it's uncomfortable to commit that act.
Yeah. And again, if you're just joining us, former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank is joining us now. You do a lot of work right now on police advocacy, criminal justice reform. You look at the data, you look at a lot of the information and try to consult on that front. But, you know, we're hearing suspect, not in custody, not suspects. What goes into trying to determine and figure out if this was a sole person or maybe some sort of a group effort?
Well, a lot of that is going to depend. So just on face, right? You have a single gunshot. Yeah. More than likely a single shooter, right? That wouldn't indicate there were multiple ones. Now, may have had some assistance, may have had some help, but you won't find that out until you figure out who that individual is who actually pulled the trigger.
I hate breaking news. I don't know how you guys watch this stuff. It could be this. It could be one shooter. It could be a shooter with a spotter. It could be two shooters that shot at the exact same time, and it just sounded like one shooter. It could be one shooter with a pistol in the audience. It could be one shooter with a gun in a building. It could have been a big bullet. It could have been a small bullet.
Then you start to work backwards and say, okay, who else aided and abetted, right? Who assisted in this, or who supported this even?
Right. And does law enforcement immediately start working, I would assume, with the medical examiner? I mean, when you're trying to collect evidence, that's part of evidence collection in a process like this. Is it not looking at sort of...
Nice. We've got Sam Hyde out here calling for a full-on rebellion, I guess, or coup. Time to do your fucking job and seize power. If you want to be more than a footnote in the American collapse section of future history books, it's now or never. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, Palmer Luckey, and real Eric D. Prince.
the wound, if there's any fragments of the bullet left in, police, law enforcement, they need that evidence, do they not? They need it right away?
Absolutely they do, and they've locked down the area. Not to be overly graphic, but in most circumstances, you don't even move the body because it's the property of the...
Okay, Chris, we have some, I don't mean to cut you off, we do have someone addressing the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Bill Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around.
Wait, why release his name? Sorry, fuck, I'm reading tweets.
Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well.
People are asking why they would name the guy. If they're charging him with a crime, then it's going to be public record anyway, so it doesn't really matter at that point if they've made the decision to charge him with a crime.
As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion.
No shot, dude. What did, was it Olena? Is that her name? When she said that, I did everything I could to protect my family, but my problem with Cersei was a failure of imagination. The Blaze just dropped a token to support Charlie Kirk. All funds will be donated directly to his family. The community is rallying. The impact is real. Is this a real account? This has to be like a hacked. This can't be real, right?
I want to thank our law enforcement.
The last 4 letters say pump. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about how. I don't even know how that works.
Officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from, who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence.
It's kind of crazy to make a speech this important, or like you have no idea, right? I don't know. It feels like we don't actually know yet, right?
That this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Okay. Good one, Chief. Why don't you catch the guy first, dipshit?
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. To ask ourselves, is this it? All of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that
Remember, every single time something happens, the right wing will all talk about civil war, violence, all that shit. None of them will talk about turning down the rhetoric on their side. It just will never happen. It'll never, ever, 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 ever happen. It won't happen. I've already seen several tweets today. Libs of TikTok was tweeting war. All of the right-wing Twitter accounts are tweeting, you know, civil war, vengeance. What was the one we're tracking you or watching? Like Jesse Waters guy is being insane. That's all it's going to be.
Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else for that?
Oh, so if that's it, then we have no idea. Dude, if Kash Patel really tweeted that. Jesus, I had so much other news open. I guess we're not getting any of this. Oh yeah, that Kash Patel tweet. The suspect for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with FBI. We will provide updates when able. So, hello? So is it the suspect or is it just a person of interest? Or that's a pretty insanely stupid fucking thing to tweet out without anything. Are they talking about the wrong guy, the press conference guy mentioned? Well, it sounds like they just have a person of interest right now. I imagine if we get more information about it, it would be released at this point.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called.
We don't even know the shooter yet, remember. We don't know the shooter yet. Maybe left-leaning, could be. Could be a never-Trumper. Could be a griper. Could be some anarcho further right. We have no idea yet. We don't know.
Panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers?
Thank you! Who is this guy? Thank you! How dare you? She's gonna say, how dare you? How dare you? We don't even know. He's having, this is my purest Dave Rubin exchange. You don't even know if that guy was a MAGA or not. He was probably a leftist. How dare you even talk about that right now?
In Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
How dare you? How dare you? I can't believe you. How dare you?
What?
No.
Wait, that's Hassan. I need Jank. Do I have a...
These people have a mental disorder.
This guy. I'm talking about this guy. She's absolutely right. How dare you?
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the
No,
Democrats
this
have
is
to,
on.
but
The
I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
Democrats
problem
own
with
this.
political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now.
Yeah, we're talking about what I want to talk about right now, okay? We're talking about what I want to talk about, okay? What I want to talk about.
That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%. And I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have...
Ooh, nice. All of my biggest haters. I guess I kind of joked about this before. I said in the Black arc and the Black Issues arc and the Lav Mr. Girl stuff that it couldn't get any crazier. And now we're on the court case / pedophile / whatever arc. And then I think I've said that like the sad thing is that like the only other place to go is basically to somebody has to try to kill me, I guess. It's like the next stage. And I guess that's now what my political adversaries are working on. Coordinating to pin the blame on Z, Destiny, and Unfuck America. This sick guy. I don't know who this guy is, or Green Gary, but I think they're like in the Queen Majistical crew. In a recent interview with Hutchinson, noted Charlie Kirk stalker, Z to the Hill, uses inflammatory language about targeting Charlie Kirk, RIP, with guns and ammo, while Hutch just sits and nods his head. Disgusting. Did Z to the Hill really hop on to Destiny stream immediately after the Kirk shooting to complain about how bad this is for her? Taking the fight to him? Can you say that? Oh, Dickers too, and Shamu. Charlie Kirk just took a bullet through his jugular, and Z's first public statement amounted to, "My career is ruined." This is going to ruin the tour. Nice.
Liberals. This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck.
Like, imagine... Do liberals ever tweet shit like this out? Like, where were the people tweeting this about? I feel like we don't even care when our people get killed. I guess maybe for the George Floyd shit, they do about cops. But those are like the far... Those guys don't even fucking vote for us. Our extremists don't even vote for us. Only the lefties do. Jesus. This guy is a J6er pardoned. Is he? J6er pardoned by Donald Trump. What a this is insane, dude. These people are fucking crazy. Like, get me the fuck out of here, dude. Fuck you. Are you going to finish the questions for the press conference? You know, maybe.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? You know, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is.
Oh, no. He wore a mask. I don't understand. Unless I'm out of touch with college camp. Like, I'm sorry, it's not 1996. Like, IP cameras have very, very good resolution. Very, like, what kind of security camera? It was on a college campus. These motherfuckers are funded out the ass. What are you trying to say? You can imagine the quality of the footage. It's low bitrate shit? Bullshit. I don't believe it. I bet he wore a mask and they have nothing. Because he has nothing positive to say here.
The possible shooter is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Jesus. He was like, this guy was crazy. If you want to make some conspiracies, this guy shot in a university. We have nobody that reported seeing him. Nobody tweeted or said anything about seeing him, unless it's the guy on the roof. No pictures. Don't even have a description. We're saying he. Do we even know it's a man? I know that we would assume that, right? But like, we don't know. We don't have a skin color. We don't know if it's a black guy, a white guy, an Asian guy.
Dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where did the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
Did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things, you know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Yeah, welcome to every single time something happens. My observation from the last few hours of monitoring U.S. social media is that Democrats are universally denouncing political violence and calling for calm, while MAGA are escalating rhetoric and lusting for retribution against broad categories of people they identify as their enemies. The escalatory potential of political violence is why this should be a moment of U.S. political unity where left and right call for calm. Deliberately incendiary MAGA responses show they are not a peaceful movement operating under the normal civic values of the U.S. Constitution. True.
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Is this him running away on the roof? There have been a few, 2 videos of somebody on the roof maybe, but we just don't know. There's not enough information to say.
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
People are spamming question marks. I don't necessarily think it's a dumb question. Like, it would be kind of out there, but this is a very out there event, right? Could it have been a 2-person thing where it's like, I'm going to ask him a question about gun violence, and right after I finish the question and he answers, I want you to, that's when you can, like, because it was a very, very, very ironic time to shoot him, right? Is literally right after answering a question about guns and blaming mass shootings on gang violence that he gets killed in a technically what's a school shooting. Is pretty ironic. I don't know if the guy was involved at all, but I'm just saying that like it wouldn't be crazy to question something like that. I think you'd probably be barking up every tree they can right now if given that it seems like they have nothing.
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot? Was this a
Both times the figure is in black or wearing dark clothes. What? The figure is in black or wearing dark clothes? You mean the 3 pixels that you see standing up on the screen?
Gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family.
That's true, but also guns were very likely to come up in a debate at some point, so it's believable a single shooter was just waiting until a gun convo came up to do it. Oh man, dude, I hate breaking news. It's so cringe. Destiny, do you think he instantly died? Yes. I think he died in a fraction of a second. Yes. Probably before he even realized he got shot. If I had to guess, the way that this worked was that guy probably knew in advance where the setup would be. Like he knew the range, he knew the distance. That guy probably climbed to his spot, readied his rifle, waited 5, 6, 7 seconds, and then shot. I seriously doubt that if you were this prepared and competent with your weapon and competent with your escape plan, I seriously doubt that he would sit there for 5, 10, 20 minutes waiting for the perfect time to shoot, because the chances of somebody identifying you, spotting you, something going wrong, it just starts to increase a ton. Yeah, I seriously doubt that. What does this 6-7 mean? Why is it every time I say these numbers, there's like memes? It's Zoomer shit. Okay.
And to the students who were there today, I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, so there was a news conference that just wrapped up with some state officials on the death of Charlie Kirk. Governor Spencer Cox calling this a political.
It's Gen Alpha, not Zoomer shit. I'm a little curious as to why you cover white-on-white crime, the Apple River stabbing. Was that white-on-white? I thought the guy was an immigrant from somewhere. Am I crazy? Am I misremembering that? I covered that one because self-defense cases are generally interesting, right? It's an affirmative defense. You've got to argue over whether or not you had the right to kill somebody in a self-defense situation. Those are just interesting cases. The guy was from Romania? Serbian? Okay. The Rittenhouse case, same thing there. The Rittenhouse case was interesting. We have a lot of video footage. It's a self-defense situation. It's very interesting. But when it comes to black-on-white crime, like Irina Zaretska, you don't cover it. Because the Jews pay me not to. I can't talk about any racially motivated crime ever, especially when it involves black people, because I get paid in order to ensure that there is a constant stream of non-white immigrants coming to the United States with the explicit goal to outbreed all of the white people, to undermine your racial cohesion so that Jews can continue to control you, so that the United States is forced to be a puppet state to Israel while they work on reassembling their state and taking over the world. Or it's because it's a boring case. The guy seems fucking crazy. He walked up to the lady, stabbed her in the neck. There's not really much commentary to give. You choose the answer.
Building is just maybe the CS building is just east of the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle.
Wait, how long ago was this? Oh, this is an hour and a half ago.
E33.
Blue Honda Odyssey, no plate.
35. And east 600 north. Denver.
To UVU, there was one shot. We are staging at the front of the school by the roundabout.
Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest. We are regional currently.
34 from Medic 35.
Why not release any of the footage? I feel like it's kind of strange to not do it and ask the public like they usually do. What, of this? What do you mean? There's been so much footage of this. What are you talking about? I feel like I've watched Charlie Kirk die from like 7 different angles.
Other victims. Break all incoming units. You guys can cancel. We just have the one victim.
They mean of the CCTV of the PO, of the person of interest here? Oh, I don't know why they would release it. I don't even know if they know what they have yet, or if anything is even, if you can even see anything. Thoughts and prayers to Charlie Kirk's family and friends. My wife was there, and a friend was able to capture this with a potential shooter. His rifle seen around a minute and 20 seconds. So awful.
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On.
Again, I could be crazy. It's too calm. Like, I feel like this would be a thing where there'd be like 8 people like screaming at the dude, and he's either killing himself or like it's going to be a shootout. The idea that like some guy is being calmly walked to a car. Like, did they even have him cuffed before? I just can't believe it. Replies say that's a pellet gun. Oh, okay.
The
sure.
guy right outside.
This is just I'd never believe it looking like this.
Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
Are they gonna pick up his doggy poop?
That's his rifle.
People were saying it's a pellet gun. What does it even look like? Hold on, sorry. What is that? Is it a pellet gun?
That's his rifle.
It doesn't feel like it's like that guy's holding it with like 2 fingers. It looks like this thing weighs like a pound. It's like made out of plastic. I don't know. That's a break action pellet gun. Looks like I had as a child. Look at the end of the barrel. Yeah, I don't. Okay. My guess is that they're stopping anyone with a rifle and just investigating. Yeah, that'd be my guess, probably. Anybody or anything, yeah. Is that a suppressor on the barrel? No, that was just not a real. Somebody said that's downtown Provo, 20 minutes away from UVU. Okay.
When the worst piece of shit on the opponent's team gets injured in a hockey game and everyone has to go, oh. And then like a minute later, with their full body weight supported on 2 of their teammates, they're dragged off the ice and everyone goes, that's what you like to see. It's just, you don't like to see anybody get hurt. You like that, but like, if you go back and you watch the highlight of the dude getting boarded and like cross-checked with the stick on the back of his neck, as soon as his head hits the boards and his neck like snaps up like this, the audience is like, yeah! What a hit, man! That's what I'm talking. And then they like, he's on the ice, like in the fetal position, and everyone's like, ooh.
Jesus.
We got to get that out of the game.
This was moments before the shooting.
I'm shot with a ballistic firearm from off screen. Oh, what was that?
Oh no.
We got him.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, 1 shot, 1 kill.
4 hours ago.
Straight shot. Straight shot.
Oh no. Charlie Kirk just got shot like that. Why? Why the fuck does chat keep saying Charlie Kirk? I was literally watching the video when you said that. Insane time to make that joke, but you do not know what just happened. He doesn't know. Oh no. Oh no. How did he know in advance? Watch the VOD.
Straight shot. Straight shot. Is this a mahjong tile? This is a rocket, bro. Shirt, right? Unclear. Both on Discord trying to convince me that pro cyclists are microdosing GLP-1 if it's not banned yet. Pouring all of our blood with platelet-rich blood. Nobody scams like pro cyclists. I mean, the Russians, they were just, that's what I'm saying. Like, you mean hard, like, that's hard. That sounds cool as shit. I mean, the Russians, they were just skating with parachutes behind Craig. He would be like, you know, in the Tour de France, doing some stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen Icarus. So oh, fuck, I died exactly. The cycling subreddit was like, I don't know if it was WADA, and they said, like, suffer the unbelievable. That's gotta, really? Frog, what did I, now I've lost it. Frog spin, 2014. Videos on YouTube and have to look at those.
Does anybody
like
bring up that Charlie Kirk got shot?
Those
or
130 like videos.
Does he not respond to it?
Let's see. Not difficult. Like, no disrespect. You're the one who's still in the chair. Why'd you say it like that, though? Well, because, like, this is not the first time someone's come into chat and been like, you haven't mentioned your cats in a while. Are they okay? Yeah, they're cats, man. They're sleeping like 18 hours a day. Problems. To be honest with you, they don't want to hear about your problems somewhere. But I think I mean, I think it was part of the recipe when I was baked, man. 2 knives out. Idiots last year. She was.
Okay. Did you heard about the new Pokemon patent?
Hold
Oh,
again.
his chat just doesn't give
okay.
a fuck.
I don't mind. Oh, you spilled juice on the rug again. Hey, stains in public bathrooms have gotten.
All right.
And I'm retaining a surprising amount of it, man. I'm gonna go. Hey, you drink wine?
Based. He doesn't really comment on shit like this. I remember when the Queen died, the same. Yeah, I mean, it's like a pretty political, like, and then political influencer type thing. It wouldn't surprise me if he wouldn't talk about it. What a day. I almost slept until 4 p.m. again, too. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to fix my sleep schedule. I'm going to wake up. And I did wake up. Yeah, this was the... I don't remember when this video was shot. If it was shot before he shot. Or if it was after. Do we know?
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa.
Like, who is this guy? Do we know anything? Did they stay and record, or?
From over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying. Get right up.
Jesus Christ, not the AI vids. Stop. If I posted that on my Twitter, I would get assassinated. I could legit get you the guy's name from my friend whose cousin took it. Jesus. Well, email me if you got it, I guess.
At the time, I thought it was horrific. This is not, and well, like I said at the time, and people on the left were even criticizing me. They go, "Oh, Ethan was talking bad about Luigi." How much has he changed? That was my point. He went out and murdered this guy, right? What changed? Not a single fucking thing changed. That's not how we enact change. And so I wouldn't recommend watching the video, but for me, it it's terrifying.
Jesus. Do these guys do live shows? I mean, it is pretty crazy watching like another influencer guy get killed. I'll be honest. It's kind of wild. You don't expect to see people in your world getting...
I feel like it's such a terrifying moment for everybody.
Dome scared.
To understand this is what we've come to. And...
I turned it off. I didn't make fun of Parker crying because especially like if you're going out, you're doing events like this. It's easy to like know that other people get shot and killed as part of wars or violence or gang stuff or whatever because it's like not you, but it's somebody that you kind of are in the same sphere as, or at least like very close in the sphere. It's a very weird feeling, yeah.
I can't help but think about the poor wife, you know.
Kids. Yeah, we've all been scared. Some of us have been looking into getting our concealed license permit.
Yeah.
But seeing it like that definitely made it more realistic and very scary.
I've avoided watching the video, but I heard Ethan's reaction when he saw it. I was like...
I was a little surprised I didn't see any harder, like him or not. Oh, I'm just an autistic sociopath, so...
And that was something... you don't see
speechless for a
every
while.
day.
I was brought to tears then because I don't know. I don't think I need to explain it anymore. But I hope people take this seriously.
Well. I might be schizo, but is there a chance that it's a Russian attack made to divide America during World War III since they attacked Poland? My guess would probably be not. Kinetic, no, I shouldn't say a kinetic attack. That's not like doing on the ground assassinations like that. There's just the liability if you get caught, the world outrage. It would be the swiftest and fastest uniting, I think, of the American people and the whole Western world. It would just be like if Putin ordered the assassination of like a personal friend of Donald Trump, why would you ever do that? I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but that would just be, my God, the calculus there would have to be so off. That would just be crazy. Cover Jesse Waters on Fox News. Do you have a longer segment today? Wait, why did I think Brett Baer left?
This is unacceptable. It's so tragic. And he touched a lot of people and a lot of people's hearts. You're going to hear a lot about more about that in the next hour and in the coming hours here on Fox News. His first television hit, Greg Gutfeld, was Fox and Friends in 2012, believe it or not. So we've known the young man for a long time, and may he rest in peace.
Yeah, he's. I've known him for probably 10 years. I mean, it's hard to gather your thoughts beyond just horror. So instead, I mean, you know, Charlie was such a force of nature. He was brilliant, and he.
People to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's
like, I'm sorry, and I understand that Asmongold is like especially brain broken because he's too lazy to actually do any real research besides what Grok or fucking Twitter tells him. But like, the obsession with random lefties on Twitter that the algorithm is putting in front of you because of how absolutely cancerous your algorithm is, it's like, this is your president.
And I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter, but his daughter's a very dumb individual, very dumb. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person.
Okay. He doesn't like Liz Cheney, and he doesn't like the other Republican guy because they were on the J6 committee. But I'm sorry, like, for you to fucking soy rage out over random Twitter dipshits while your president is like the most unhinged motherfucker imaginable, like, you just have, I'm sorry, you have literally no ground to stand on.
Doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put.
Who was naming names recently? Fuck. Like when Donald Trump was like literally naming off the judge and shit in this was for his New York State case. Remember this? These people love naming names and calling out people and blaming people for crazy conspiracies. Yeah.
Put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either.
Like, you're just so brain broken, little bro. I don't even know what to say. You're just like mind fucked. It's actually mind cancer.
But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that...
This is exactly what I just said to Richard, remember? They have this delusion that the left is doing all this shit, and then it always justifies exactly what they need to do, right? Every bad thing that they do is justified because they have all convinced themselves that the left have done it first.
That you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now, I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, you know, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put
that we tie the, oh my God, bro. Like, it's just fucking.
He was funny, but what scared people was his persuasiveness. The only way to take him down, because he could persuade you so strongly, was to kill him. You know, and the shock and despair that we are feeling, and I mean we as in shared by everyone at home and around this table and in this building, it's a testament to the impact of Charlie's friendship and his bravery and his character. And it's so deep a wound that we all feel. It's because it feels like he's one of us. He's part of us because he was such genuinely a patriot and a great person. So how do you work through this stuff? You know, it's not about him or me. It's us, the viewers. You are us. What do we do? Well, you still do what you always do, but you do more of it. You stand up, you speak up, and you share the risk. Right now, you are recoiling, but you have to come back and return stronger, more fortified, and more resilient. What is ironic, fittingly, I guess, is that this is a turning point. You know, if you believe in Charlie, you got to believe in yourself because he believed in you. You know, this isn't over. This is the beginning. And Charlie's power just got released.
Do you think you're living in the Matrix? Because according to you, everyone is wrong. What percentage of the time do you think you're wrong after you say something? Genuinely curious. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. But I mean, like for this, like I have a lot of little like epistemic shortcuts to make sure that I'm staying honest. But I feel like the biggest one is that I'm willing to argue my positions with literally any of these people, and all of them desperately avoid any sort of critical confrontation ever. So, I mean, I feel like that says enough, like on that alone. I mean, we can dive into other things, but
in all of us, he's going to be bigger now than he ever was on this chaotic planet. He made us all bigger. So I think that if you're at home and you're feeling bad, don't just get through it. And remember that he would want you to get stronger and not back down.
Jesse, before I go to you, President Trump has announced that the flags will fly at half-mast for Charlie Kirk until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. I know you knew him well, too.
Yeah, we're sick, we're sad, we're angry, and we're resolute. And we're going to avenge Charlie's death in the way Charlie would want it to be avenged. He was such a beautiful boy. He was an American boy. And he was incredibly positive. He was full of energy and life. And he made...
Wait, is he Jewish? Come pull me up from stream debates if you're so keen to debate. What do you want?
Hey, I'm just curious on what your position on this is and why you could have the position of being pro assassination of political commentators.
What did I say? I'm not pro assassination of political commentators.
So what are you? What is your position?
My position is that Republicans have been constantly building us towards where we're at now, and it's not at all surprising that this is happening. And they will continue to build. They're doing it today, and they'll continue after today. Yeah, and this is just what's going to continue happening.
You went on a big World War II history arc, right? Did you do at all any research into the Weimar Republic?
What about it?
This is like perfectly mirroring the violence between the Nazi Party and the KPD. Like, this is just giving power to Trump. You recognize that, right?
What is that? I don't understand what that has to do with anything I just said.
It has to do with everything you just said. We're mirroring history. We're mirroring the rise of Hitler, and we're doing the same mistakes that the KPD did.
I'm not the KPD. We're not the far left. I'm not a commie. So then
But
it's
you're
not analogous to
supporting
the rise of Hitler, because Hitler had to do a whole bunch of like on the ground strategizing to bring different groups into his fold and then do weird tricks in parliament in order to secure power. Donald Trump won the election. So we're way past that. It's not like he has to jockey for position in order to, rule parliament. He's the president of the United States who has a disregard for rule of law. So we're way past that.
So the jockeying for position is the part that mattered, not the repression of the political opposition?
We're past oppression of political opposition. What are you talking about? Donald Trump is writing executive orders and has been to target political opponents, to stick the DOJ on them. What do you mean? We're way past that.
To stick the DOJ on, that's a whole different conversation.
It's not a different, that's literally what you just said, is targeting political opponents.
No, that is within the parameters of the presidency. That is not going above and beyond.
Okay, so what do you mean? Hitler operated within the parameters of the...
No, he did not.
He did.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
No,
he passed the Enabling Act. He opened up all the powers to him. He had the right to...
He passed the Enabling Act that completely violated the Weimar Constitution.
Who cares? What do you mean? He was able to pass it. That's all that matters.
Who cares? That's good. Going against the rule of law. What are you talking about?
Going against the rule of law? You mean like when Donald Trump says he who saves his country violates no law?
I'm not pro Donald Trump.
It's not about it's not about being pro. I didn't say you're pro Donald Trump. I'm just saying that people like you will come and they will endlessly not tone police. concern troll, where you're like, oh my God, things are going to get so bad. You are. You're concern trolling right now. You don't realize how fucked everything is in the United States. You think that everything is normal and it's about to get really bad, but this is where we are. Like, this is it. Like, this isn't even the worst assassination that's happened so far. It was the Minnesota lawmakers for sure. But I mean, that was a meme. That was a joke. We moved on from it for 2 or 3 days. No one gave a fuck. This is where we are right now. It's insane to me that anybody would be surprised that here we are. What?
We should have put more attention on the Minnesota lawmakers. I don't disagree with that.
No, we can't put more attention on it because Republicans don't give a fuck when people on the left get killed. It's impossible to do it. There's one man right now in the country that could change that, and it's Donald Trump, but he won't do it. And his sycophantic dick sucks won't force him to. So here we are.
It's not entirely the fault of one political position.
He's the only person that can change it. The Democrats can't keep disavowing over and over again. They've done it over and over again. What's changed? That hasn't changed anything, has it?
When has the mainstream left or Democratic position on anything come out against political violence? What was the mainstream position? What was the mainstream position on Luigi? What was the mainstream position on Luigi?
Those weren't mainstream positions, number one.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. They were insane
Your finger's not on the pulse of America anymore. You don't know what the mainstream position is.
I'm sorry. Is mainstream what most people are tweeting, or is it what lawmakers and the president are saying?
People have the idea of, not what lawmakers are. That's not what mainstream is. What is this?
Sorry, I'm talking about like people with political power, not people on social media. I agree that a lot of people supported the Luigi shit, but that wasn't just on the left. That was left, and everybody supported the Luigi shit because people are fucking retarded.
Yeah, I agree. People are retarded. We should be against political violence as a general rule.
Yeah, but the problem is that prior to that, there is no political violence that comes from the right that the right will disavow. They pretend like they don't contribute to it at all. And then the left is constantly stuck trying to disavow everything. And then here we are. I mean, today, look at the right today. All of it is just saying that, like, all of it is the Democrats. All of it is the left. We don't care what happened to...
Wait.
What?
Prior to the Trump, didn't the right disavow, like, the whole baseball shooting that happened, like, 10 years ago? Or are we forgetting that?
Well, was this about Bernie or something?
No, I don't think it was to do with Bernie. It was several Democratic staffers were shot, and the entire political landscape disavowed this.
I don't even remember this shooting, but maybe it did. Steve Scalise. I would have to go and see what they said back then. But if you have to go 10 years back to find a single...
Isn't that far, my man.
2015 was a long time ago.
It's relative, not necessarily.
Also, who was being shot there? Was it Republicans being shot?
I believe it was Democrats being shot.
Looks to me like it was Republicans being shot. Because Steve Scalise was the big, I think, target here. I don't know if that was the target, but yeah, this was against Republicans.
But again, don't you feel like it's kind of problematic to be like, well, they don't have sympathy for us on this issue, so let's not have sympathy for them. Like, that's just breeding.
It's not about not having sympathy. You're concerned trolling me right now.
I'm not.
Political violence is bad. Okay, nobody should be getting killed for their political beliefs. The Republican Party continues to ratchet up the rhetoric, and they will not ever come back from it. That is a problem. It doesn't matter what the left does at this point. The Republicans will continue to ratchet up the rhetoric. They just posted a fucking video of them shooting a boat to death yesterday. And then Donald Trump, the day before that, was posting meme pictures of him saying that he's going to invade Chicago. How the fuck can you take these people seriously and say, well, the left needs to do better? Why can't the right lead on anything? They're the president. He's the popular vote and everything. Why can't he turn down the rhetoric ever?
Because I understand this lunacy is going to end when this fucking bastard croaks. So let's not.
You're retarded. So we wait 4 years for it?
How does that have to be 4 years, bro? He has massive health issues now. He's an obese motherfucker, and he's like 80.
So the goal is to wait it out. How about we demand some civility from all of our political actors? Is that really too much to ask for?
How about we call for a fucking nonviolent civil strike instead of resulting in political violence?
Nonviolent civil strike? Who are we going on a strike against? Serial killers?
A general strike. You can have a general strike.
For what?
I'm not saying in this particular... Against Trump, you're talking about resisting fascism. That's how you can do it.
Okay.
In fact, that was an effective means that worked.
Politics fun. You see it at his events when things blow up and the music plays, and we haven't had that in a very long time in this country. Every time he did a hit on my show, he would text me afterwards, "Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate having you on." And my daughter loved him. I mean, she's 13 years old. This is a man who touched an entire generation of Americans and electrified them and made them patriots. And this is not a controversial person. This is not a polarizing guy, a divisive person, a firebrand that he's being described as in the media.
Charlie Kirk's literal brand was like debating and owning college kids. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
This is like a guy that you have a barbecue with at your summer house.
This guy, there's like fucking still residual flow of blood from bypass going through this guy's heart, and he's trying to rewrite his history. Come on.
This is the kind of guy, if you came back with your daughter, you'd say, "Thank God, we got a good one." He's a great athlete. He's a great person. He's a great Christian. You see his family out there. He had his kids not facing the photos because he wanted to protect them, because he knew how evil people were. So when he goes out to these college campuses, he's not provoking anybody. He's like Socrates. He asks questions, and he does it with a smile. And there's nothing controversial about saying socialism is worse than capitalism. Men and women are different. Let's put America first, because that's all he was about, putting America first. And as Greg said, this hits differently, because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it.
We're not going to name any of the Democrats. Do you see what I mean? How one-sided this is? Fuck these fucking ghouls, dude. They're so gross.
Hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. We got trans shooters. We got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept,
like, listen, like what the fuck? Really?
Accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
Turning point used so appropriately there. This is also in Joe Biden has posted on X a statement. He said, "There's no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now." Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. I'm sure to have many more of these statements to come through. Harold, you also knew Charlie Kirk.
I met Charlie a few times. First off, my condolences and prayers to his family.
Like, I know that we don't know about any of these things that have ever happened because we just don't follow it, because the left doesn't make as huge a deal out of it as the right does. But like, people forget how insane and unhinged like all of these crazy events were, like after Trump has been elected. In 2018, explosive devices sent to the Clintons, Obamas, CNN, What We Know, suspicious packages were found in the mail of prominent Democrats and donors. I don't even know if conservatives talked about it. I think Trump said that this was a conspiracy. He didn't even believe it. On Thursday, prominent liberal critics of President Trump continued to report that they've received explosive devices in the mail, including actor Robert De Niro and former Vice President Joe Biden, an escalation of an unfolding saga that's become the center of a major federal investigation and a political firestorm. Official sources confirm that at least 10 suspicious packages, all containing suspected explosive devices, have been sent to the following people: Hillary and Bill Clinton, Barack and Michelle Obama, liberal donor George Soros, former CIA Director John Brennan, Democratic Representative Maxine Waters, former Attorney General Eric Holder, which was sent to the return address of Representative Dominique Wasserman Schultz's Florida office, Robert De Niro, Joe Biden. A manhunt is underway. This person was like I'm pretty sure this person was like a crazy fucking, like QAnoner to fucking George Soros. The fuck? Footage has emerged of a suspected MAGA bomber, Caesar Sayak, filming himself in a Make America Great Again hat while attending a Donald Trump rally. Sayak, arrested on Friday morning on suspicion of sending 12 pipe bombs, can be seen wearing the cap while stood close to a stage where the president is speaking. That video and other photos of him attending a rally held by Trump in Florida were shared by the 52-year-old former strip club worker on his Facebook page.
You take a look at these people. You study these people. Understand.
Kind of weird, kind of crazy, kind of fucking insane, but like, this was his car.
this is a young dad, the kind of pain that his wife has to be experiencing, and she is channeling her own kids. She should know she'll be lifted in my family's prayers tonight. You all said it. This is horrifying. It's profoundly sad. A 31, 32-year-old young man. I know he was born in 1993. I don't know his exact birthday, but he'd been 32 this year if he wasn't already. I don't know all the details about the shooter or any of those things. I'm sure we will learn and rightly learn. But our infatuation with our own politics and our own ideas causes us, I think, to drown in these thoughts and these justifications. I've read some things and seen some things that people have said today who have talked about Charlie's politics.
So is this whole stream just going to be you saying, but the right did it too? What value does this have to anyone or anything? The value is that hopefully it makes it so that if you get confronted in real life, or when you decide what social media you want to engage with or retweet, or when you're leaving comments or sending emails to the other creators that you watch, you stop, not you in particular, because you're probably some brain-rotted MAGA dipshit, but for liberal people to stop accepting their liberal content creators, political figures, or whatever, absolutely cucking the fuck out constantly to political violence on the right, and constantly acting like all of it is our fault, when all Donald Trump does is instigate and instigate and instigate and instigate and instigate constantly, and then pretend that it's just the left that's doing this.
Politics in a way that it sounds as if they are trying to bring some understanding or justification for this. There's no justification for this. Charlie and I didn't agree on a lot of politics, a lot of the paths to solve political problems, but I viewed his thoughts and ideas as ways to try to help make my thoughts and ideas better. Politics at its best is that. We're going to hear a lot over the coming days on both sides, those who adored Charlie and his politics, those who did not like Charlie, did not like his politics. But there's no place in our country. There's no place, if you love America, if you love...
Thank you. It's wild that nobody's even talking about this except Destiny. No! Mehdi Hassan has been tweeting a lot of good shit too, all right? That's what I'm looking at right now. So much disinformation on the site tonight in the wake of the horrific Kirk murder, which conservatives cynically suggesting, that all of the political violence in this country comes from the left. I think I made a similar tweet earlier. Probably listing a lot of the same events. They still will say Jan 6 was an inside job. They still think the Whitmer plot was just FBI entrapment. They still think the Minnesota lawmaker assassin was a leftist, nice typo dipshit. They still think Paul Pelosi was just visited by a crazy gay lover. What does Mehdi Hassan have in here? Oh, there's the pipe bombing thing that I just said. They don't even know about or believe in or care about at all. Here are the facts for those with short memories. The man who targeted and killed Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman was a Trump supporter. True. The man who targeted the home of Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro was a Trump supporter. Oh, I don't even remember this one. I think I do. This was semi-recent within the past few months, right? The men who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6 were Trump supporters. They were literally chanting it outside. Trump did nothing to stop it. The man who targeted and killed the son of Obama-appointed district judge Esther Salas was a Trump supporter. I don't even know about that. The man who tried to kidnap Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband was a Trump supporter. Oh, the Pelosi guy who broke in. The men who were convicted trying to kidnap Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer were Trump supporters. They just say that that was an FBI honeypot entrapment scheme and that it didn't count at all. The man who sent pipe bombs to the homes of Obama and Biden and like 10 other people, who are screaming about that article, was a Trump supporter. There is no equivalent or even similar list of Obama and Biden supporters who have carried out similar murders, attempted murders, or violent attacks. That BLM stuff, there was some unhinged shit during that, but like, you can draw a direct line from the Trump shit, the shit that he says. Like, and again, it's over and over and over. And again, in order for Biden and Kamala to win the election, they had to say that like violence is unacceptable. You guys can't be rioting. It's not okay to burn down cities. Like, they had to say that. Donald Trump came out and said 2020 was fake. January 6th was a hoax. I'm pardoning everybody, including the seditious conspiracy people. Everything is going back to normal, and don't worry. Like, it's...
Love freedom. If you indeed want to make America, whatever side you sit on, Democrat or Republican, the greatest nation in the world, and believe it is, you can't...
Like, you in chat is another MAGA retard. I don't want to see Destiny complaining about whataboutism again if this is how he's going to be. Been subbed for years. By far the worst it's been. I'm sure you have been, buddy. Wink, wink. But also, I love it. This is the threats. This is like the weird thing. I say this a lot, and you guys need to recognize it, like how hollow these threats are. People will be like, oh, well, if you guys are going to act like that, well, then fine. We're just going to treat you like you guys are all terrorists or whatever. You guys already do that. You realize there's no threat there, right? You guys already act like unhinged fucking lunatics who are entirely and completely divorced from reality. There's nothing, you have nothing left to say or do. Like, you already are as bad as you possibly can be as a human being.
In any way, defend this or justify this. I close where I started. I don't know Erica, but my thoughts and prayers to her and to his daughter and to his son.
Free speech lives high in your list of priorities, Kennedy.
Absolutely. And you think about all of us go out there and we want to meet the public. We want to speak. We want to speak our minds. We are fortunate enough to have been given a microphone and this medium to talk about ideas and amplify what we believe is right. It is okay to be polarizing. It is okay to be a lightning rod. It is okay for people to disagree with you. It is not okay to take someone's life. And you know, there are people who have tried to justify what happened based on the reaction that Charlie Kirk stirred in people. I will tell you this, as Jesse said, his daughter loved Charlie Kirk. My daughter is a junior in college. A lot of them only get their news from TikTok, and they all know who Charlie Kirk is. Because using the Socratic method, he has confronted the sophistry of socialism and progressivism on college campuses. A lot of them only get their news from TikTok, and they all know who Charlie Kirk is. Because using the Socratic method, he has confronted the sophistry of socialism and progressivism on college campuses. That was his life's work, and they all knew who he was. And as they shared those videos, many of those young people questioned their beliefs, maybe for the first time in their lives. And it's okay to do that as well. And I hope they continue to do that. And that his shadow resonates for generations of people who are able to sit down with those they disagree with and have a conversation with them and confront them with the inadequacies of their...
Like, what is the equivalent on the left for our response? I don't think they understand that Charlie was the nice version. 120,000 likes. Okay, little bro. The subject has been released? No shot. The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation is... Oh, they had nobody. I knew it. Oh my god, he's so fucking retarded. Why would he tweet out anything at all? Oh, at the same time they were doing the press conference. What a fucking retard. He shouldn't have said shit. What a moron. God, how stupid. This is why I hate breaking news. It's so dumb. So obviously fucking retarded. They would have had so much more if they caught the dude. They would be tweeting out pictures. They'd have a weapon. They'd be leaking some CCTV footage. They would have something to give us. What an actual fucking loser, degenerate fuck. Can't wait for us to go back tomorrow to more Epstein conspiracies. Oh no, we dropped that one because we didn't like what we found. Can't wait for us to go back to, I don't know, what else is the FBI working on? Oh, more epic videos of them arresting people who throw Subway sandwiches at the feds in DC. Oh boy. What an incompetent fucking, like...
Arguments, hoping that they come to the side that Charlie Kirk lived and believed was right.
And he did it with good cheer. Yeah, happy warrior.
Wait, is this real? The day that... Wait, when did that assassination happen for the Minnesota lawmaker? Tim Walz has reportedly backed out, but he was slated to headline the Twin Cities No Kings protest today. Protest in quotation marks. Total shocker that smearing a duly elected president who won an overwhelming electoral mandate as a fascist or a king leads to violent political radicalization. Oh, so that was our fault. So I guess we can't criticize anybody. Okay. It was near that time. Destiny's the same day as the Weekend concert. Was this when they still thought the shooter was left wing? By the way, that no protest, or that No Kings protest was like the second largest, I think, collective protest in the entire United States. I don't think anything happened bad, right? I felt like I heard nothing in terms of rioting, crime, shootings, anything. Like, but I guess we don't care about that. That doesn't matter. Nobody says anything. No one cares. Hold on, I need to see, maybe check the date on this. It was June 14th, the same day? Yep, it was. Oh shit! I just remembered. We watched this guy give the crazy abortion and trans speeches. He was like a quasi preacher dude or whatever too, right? Okay. Fuck you, coming after you. I feel like I've gotten like 20 DMs like this today. Let's see what my DMs are. What do we got going on in the good Twitter sphere? Message requests. Fuck you. Nobody will grieve your death. Based. Imagine being such a piece of human shit, your own son. You refuse to take care of because a Hitler lover. Such a worthless piece of shit. You deserve nothing. Fuck you. I fucking hate you. Disgusting, pig face, needs to be publicly hung and shamed. In that order? Fuck. Oops, meant to say cuck. When can I get a turn with your wife? She's getting bored of her other BFs. She keeps telling me, you're such a bitch. I want to kick your cuck ass bitch. You're a sick person. Fucking disgusting blue-haired dipshit. It's unfortunate you didn't pass on the fires. Jesus. Based. My kings. What? Do we have a based alert? Excuse me. Okay. True. 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 No audio, babe? Wait, what? We heard none of that. Wait, what? They're trolling. Oh. You thought you were cute with the 8,640, the 8647 t-shirts and other coded calls for violence. Now it's happening to you. It's not going to stop. Now it's only going to get worse, and no one should have any sympathy for you. Be safe. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk gets a public execution in front of the world for speaking the truth. Irina Zarutska gets stabbed in the neck for being white. Trump gets shot in the head and barely makes it out alive for standing up against the system. The far left is responsible for all of this. The media is complicit. Anyone who supports them is part of the problem. It is time to take our country back. 158,000 likes.
Charlie Kirk is dead. He got shot at an event that he was hosting in Utah. And I am sad, distraught. In fact, I just cried on my live stream in front of 250,000 people. My goal in this video is to tell you why I feel this way. If you want to end gun violence, it is something that you can never celebrate. It is always disgusting, always vile, and always abhorrent. It should come as no shock to yourself when I tell you that I think Charlie Kirk was a bad person. I've made that very clear over the last year, but does that mean I think he deserves to lose his life? No. Does that mean I think his 2 young children, who were in attendance at the event where he was shot, deserve to watch their father die? No. Does that mean I think they deserve to grow up without him? No. Does that mean I think that his wife, who was also there, deserved to lose her husband? No. And honestly, if you answered yes to
Do the whole family now. Do you think the grandmother deserved to lose her grandson and her grand
any of those questions, there's a very clear line drawn between me and you. I don't want your support, and I don't support you either. We as a collective need to end gun violence, and if that phrase is negotiable for you, I believe that you're in the wrong. My thoughts and prayers go out to Charlie Kirk's friends, family, children, loved ones, as well as every single person in attendance at his event today in Utah.
Patel confirmed the killer's still at large. Yeah, that guy is Gonzo.
This would make a lot of sense though. But that's fucking crazy.
XQC, can you check out the game Paddle 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 on Steam?
So when was that video even taken anyway?
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger?
So some guy ran up and posted up and crouched on a fucking building, looking at a fucking school, and people didn't report it?
You would right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So
I mean, when you say report it, again, like people like to backwards, hindsight it. I think that if he was out there long enough, I think people would. But I seriously doubt that like you're walking around with your friends like, oh, who's out on the roof? 911! There's a guy on the roof! Like, in the real world, people generally are probably not going to be doing this, right? Like,
there's somebody on the roof right there?
I'm sure if the guy stayed up there long enough, I'm sure eventually somebody would call. But I don't think most people are going to 911 it immediately, you know?
Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
Yo, this doesn't show anything, does it? But yeah, I mean, this would make a lot of sense though. But that's fucking crazy.
XQC, can you check?
Really cringe how these fuckers have no idea about bullet drop, wind, and distance and trying to analyze a shot based off of a map. I could be wrong, but I don't think that like wind is something you're worrying about. Shot at, was it under 200 yards? I don't know if what is the bullet travel time there? It's probably not that. How long does it take for 5.56 round out of AR-15 to travel 200 yards? 0.2 seconds. The shot was over 200 yards. That's like 5 to 7 seconds of travel time. 5 to 7 seconds of travel time? Mate, what are you talking about? That would be like thousands of yards. Oh, I feel like I don't want to finish this video now. I feel like the wind has been taken from my sails. I also had this video open. iPhone 17/Pro/Air impressions. Spot the red flags. Feels kind of weird to watch this. If this shooting happened in Chicago, entire military, wait, there'd be B-52s and F-35s flying overhead right now. Wasn't there another shooting that happened? Yeah, at a different school, but those people are taking a backseat today. The fuck is this?
You motherfucking animals! You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animals! You are so hateful in your hearts to go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone with Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a father, a husband, a friend, a son. You shot him. Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology? That's the reason why he deserves to die? You fucking animals!
Okay. Fuck! If we never catch this guy, this is gonna bother me. I'm conspiratorializing now, okay? I feel like the guy... military background or something, or sniper training? The guy... This is the impressive part to me. He did one shot and left. He was like the cop in that video. He posted up at 200 yards, one shot. He didn't shoot, because it was like one shot and gone. Like, I'm surprised he didn't shoot more. That's crazy to me. Like, what if he would have missed, or what if he would have, how do we know it's one shot? I think we can hear the, you can hear it from behind. I don't think anybody heard a second shot. I think there's only one shot heard, and then there's only one bullet that we've seen reported, or any crack or anything. Is that a difficult shot at that distance? If you are practiced, then no. But it was more just like the prep and everything for this Like, he had a good spot that he shot from. He found a way up onto a building. He obviously had the proper gear with him, right? He had his right. He was dressed up and ready to escape. Like, how many times, like, all of these things always end with the people killing themselves or, you know, whatever. Yeah, but who the fuck aims for the neck? Well, he was either aiming center mass or he was aiming for his head, and either his zeroing was off or he just. If you're missing your shot going up or down, then it's probably you were just on the wrong. I don't want to criticize the guy's shot. He killed him in one shot. I mean, Jesus, what do you want me to say? But he shot one time, and then he dipped. He was wearing all black. Nobody saw him go up or down. I don't know how hard it would be in that area to go up or down in that spot. Maybe it's a really secluded. Does it matter whether you hit the head or neck into the veins? Well, so like the thing is that like generally you would shoot like, I guess like center mass or whatever is usually where you're aiming. You could aim for the head if you want. But if he's using an ordinary like NATO round at that range, I'm just surprised he only shot one time, right? Isn't that kind of crazy? How many mass shooters for like rifling at that distance are only shooting a single shot? This is basically just the JFK assassination over again. That guy shot 3 times, didn't he? Wouldn't the gun be tracked, though? How hard is it to get away in time in that case? Well, it depends on how, I guess, like, prepared he was to leave, right? If he shot, and then he just, you know, ran to the back, if that was him running. Also, like, the running, too, right? Like, the kids, if that's to be believed, if it was that guy, the kids said they saw him run to the position, so he ran over, posted up, took his shot, got up, ran back, climbed down, apparently with his rifle in a backpack or some kind of case or bag. You can have like, fuck, what am I don't know enough. If it's a short barrel rifle with a, no, but he didn't have a silencer or anything on the end, right? Because we heard the shot, it was pretty loud. I don't know if you can like screw off the barrel, if that's like a reliable rifle. And I don't know what, in terms of attachments like that. Maybe it would just fit in an ordinary backpack. I guess a big enough backpack, maybe. He was dressed in all black. Apparently there's no CCTV footage of the guy. Not a single video of this guy climbing down the building. Nobody saw him. Nobody got an escape car. No reports of anything like this. This guy, like, this was like a single shot assassination in broad daylight at over 200 yards without a single witness. That's just insane. That's crazy. That's like a Navy SEAL's assassination. That's wild. Like, I feel like this is like a movie. It's like a movie tier assassination, no? Hey, Destiny, my buddy in SF, and before they even announced it was 200 yards shot, made that assumption based on where the bullet hit. If the rifle was zeroed for 100 at that distance, it would hit low. I mean, you can zero your rifle for whatever you want. You would just aim high or low. That's what you use your mil dots for, right? Whatever his aim was good. Whatever you had to say about it, like whether it was a little high or low, it was center enough to get him right in the neck. There's a clip of someone on the roof leaving after that shot. Yeah, we have the clip of him like running. Cashwood Hill is absolutely being roasted. Yeah, he should be. I don't know why he was tweeting that shit out. Also, Tim Pool should be getting roasted too, but I guess maybe he's just a joke and nobody takes him seriously. What was Tim Pool tweeting out What was he tweeting out earlier? The fucking, oh, don't worry, guys. His family member just told me he's stable. Like, I just watched this dude's fucking neck explode in 4K slow motion. What do you mean the guy's stable? Are you fucking retarded? Why would he even tweet that out? Maybe he knew he had a bulletproof vest on? Did Charlie have a bulletproof vest on? And do bulletproof vests usually protect from 5.56? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not all of them. I'm not sure. We have a clip of him running. Yeah, somebody link it. Somebody post it. Do you think the guy was experienced civilian, former military, or lucky amateur? Like, taken individually, none of that is impressive individually. It's just as a collection of things. Like, if you were to post up on a building where you're prone with a good scope and you're experienced with a rifle, you can make that shot 10 out of 10 times, I would imagine, right? Depending on the scope, I guess. But it's the fact that he, one, to do it in a live setting where you're nervous, you're at a live event. Live isn't, there's like hundreds of people there. This is after, not only would I would imagine your pulse is already throbbing, but like you're like, I don't want to say winded, but you've climbed up a ladder, you're running to your position, you're going prone, sighting your target, all within, I guess, several seconds. It doesn't sound like he was there for minutes or whatever. That's just crazy. That's just an insane. Have you watched the video on stream? Not the bloody one. I feel like it's kind of violent. The fuck is this? Don't know, don't care. If it was 5.56, he'd probably have taken a couple shots. No reason to shoot 5.56 if you know you'll do it in one shot. I don't know what the I don't know like what the wounds look like if you're using like a, I probably refer to as battle reference. I don't know what they're called. Like the 7.62x5.4, like what you would find like what my Mosin shoots, or like a 7.623. Is it by 3.9? What's the AK rounds or 3.7? I don't know what those wounds look like, but it's like a small wound. The entrance point. Would you really see like an AK round make a entrance wound like that? I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know what it. Like if you would have just shown me that in a picture, I would assume it was like a fucking like a 22 or like a 9mm. I would just assume it was a very small bloop. 308. Yeah, and also, I mean, like, I'm assuming this is just a coincidence, but also, like, after the perfect, like, line in his speech and everything. Somebody's saying a 5.56 bullet likely hit the bulletproof plate under his shirt and was deflected.
Counting gang violence.
Would a bullet really travel like that? It wouldn't shatter, or well, it wouldn't shatter, I guess, right? Okay, time to do the frame by frame analysis for some shit I don't know anything about. Let's see. I don't know why I'm looking at this. I have no fucking idea. The ricochet theory. Before the shot, bullet hits the vest top left, bullet goes upwards and enters throat. Bullet enters from the bottom up into his throat. Blood gushes downwards. I don't know if the direction of the blood gushing matters. The reason why I'm intuiting this right now, but I feel like if Kevlar or bulletproof vests like could reliably deflect bullets up into your head, I feel like that would be a really bad bulletproof vest design. No, would you like here's a bulletproof vest, awesome. Warning: could cause shots to ricochet up into your fucking brain. Like that feels like a suboptimal. Plate, not Kevlar. Sure, but even aren't the plates designed to crack to absorb the kinetic force and to distribute it? Destiny, it wasn't 5.56, it was a hunting rifle. It sounded like bolt action 308. I refuse to believe that you can tell that reliably what the sound is when you don't know the distance or anything else. I don't believe you. I was the bullet, I can confirm. I read a book as a kid written by a Vietnam War sniper veteran, and in the book, the guy aimed at the exact same spot Charlie got hit. Okay. It being a bolt action would make sense for the single shot. I mean, sure, but like, why would you ever use a bolt action rifle for this? Why wouldn't you just use an AR-15? .308 Lapua, just based on the single shot. It's a matter of odds, not determining if by tasting the wind or whatever dumb shit, or thinking you can see the size of the wound, LOL. Well, I don't understand why you wouldn't just use an ordinary... The first shot was subsonic 300 blackout, but it missed, and the second shot was from the Deagle. Okay. Re-watch the bloody one. You see a black dot move from his shoulder to his neck right before he is shot and then disappear after. It just looks like a fold in the shirt where there's like a shadow, my dude. I don't know what you're looking for. If you think that you keep spamming this in chat, like it's an alien or something, like hovering over his body. I guess we would hear, I mean, at some point, maybe the hospital will put out some kind of statement, autopsy. Well, no, why would I say that? That's not true. This is medical information. It's protected, right? The FBI or somebody would have to put out the statement. The shooting from above Kirk would never ricochet upwards. Bro, ricochets are weird as fuck. I don't know if I would ever say those are like reliably predictable. I feel like you can see I feel like ricochets can do some wild shit. Go look at the site of the shooting on Google Earth with 3D buildings enabled. Can you tell me what I need to look up? What's it called? The University Valley, Idaho. The fuck is it called? Remember an attack on Titan when Tibor was giving a speech about how Eldians were an evil race, and then Eren ate him. Armin told Eren, tone down the rhetoric. Okay. Destiny, a bullet can enter your body, bounce around inside, and exit through your shoulder or neck. I think that I could be wrong. Oh my God, I'm hedging so much here. I think that that can happen with pistol rounds, but I think that the 5.56 cartridge, I think, just has way more energy than that. I don't think a 5.56 round is ever bouncing around in your body. That thing is like going through and coming out the other end, right? Will 5.56 overpenetrate the skull? In almost all cases, a 5.56 rifle bullet will penetrate a human skull completely. The risk of overpenetration is high, especially with a standard FMJ round. Like these are big. These are much more damaging rounds than like a 9mm. I mean, like look at the Glock 17 muzzle velocity, right? This is a 9mm bullet that leaves at about 1,100 to 1,200 feet per second. Was the 5.56, was it twice as much or? 3 times as much, about 3,300 feet per second. Plus it's a larger bullet too. Way more force. I don't think 5.56 like bounces around in the body. I just don't think that happens. I think that maybe with smaller calibers, pistol bullets, it can happen, but speaking from reasonable experience, 5.56 is highly variable in the human body. Its rounds tend to tumble a lot, but the fastest loads, are very fast. It's all meme/RNG. Oh, maybe I thought when when they talked about tumble, I thought they talked about the way that the round like moves like through the air. That when it goes through, it's likely to create a larger exit wound or do more damage as it's passing through because of the way that the round like quote unquote tumbles like that. Not that it actually like bounces around in your body, but I could be wrong. I don't know. 5.56 versus human head. I think that dude's dead.
Right there. Crouched.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm a sociopath. Just forget it. Sorry. Like, really? Yes. Yes. Please. God, yes.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States?
Yes!
Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word. Oh, please.
True. Jesus Christ. Oh. What was the name of the university again? Somebody, we can go look at it on Google Earth since we're in our breaking news mode, I guess. Oh. RIP. Remember to cancel your subs. You will be dead soon. No. Okay. Oh no.
That's the guy with like the crazy ass takes, right? Or some shit. He be saying some crazy. He be saying some crazy shit, right? Holy shit. What the fuck? Don't watch, okay, bet. He got assassinated. Shit. Alright, chat. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, somebody stabilized the video. We are like on. I don't know how else to explain it. It is really weird if it's not related at all. But we don't know for sure. But like, theoretically, this is. I do think it's funny though when the guy was like, "Oh no, we can see this guy's dressed in all black." It's like, can you though? But supposedly this is the guy running off the roof after shooting. That's just so. This is a. God damn. Stalk me for schizo post. Jesus fucking Christ. A bolt action would make sense if it was a long-range shot from an experienced shooter using a more accurate long-range round, like a 6.5 Creedmoor or a 270, typically shot only through a BA. Why? I feel like when it comes to like rifles and killing things, not to be boring, but I feel like it's kind of like Glocks, where it's like, do you want a pistol that's reliable and shoots a lot of bullets and can kill people and doesn't need to be cleaned very often and doesn't malfunction ever and it just kind of like does its job? It's like, yeah, just buy a Glock. It's very boring. It's not sexy. They look kind of ugly, but it's like you're just buying it, gets the job done. I feel like AR-15s are pretty similar. It's like, need to kill somebody close range? AR-15 is probably good. Need to do it from 100 yards away? AR-15 is probably fine. Need to do it from 300 to 500 yards away? Throw a scope on that bad boy if you want. AR-15 is probably fine. Like, I don't know if you're at a point where like, oh, it's over 100 yards for the shot. We're going to have to switch up. I feel like you're probably fine with AR-15. I think you're probably good. I feel it's a very versatile rifle. I feel it's a very powerful cartridge. But I've never tried to kill anybody at range before, so who knows? I might be, who knows? I don't know. Where are our seals at? I feel like you're also doing that shot with a bolt action is very risky because if you do miss, you're fucked, right? You're going to have to, you're reloading, you're re-sighting, you got to reacquire target, everything. The guy might be running. Like, that might be a significantly harder shot at that point if you miss. With the AR-15, I've never shot an AR-15 prone before. AR-15s already have no recoil. I can't imagine shooting prone. Does the gun even fucking move? Like, assume you have like a bipod or some shit on that and you pull the trigger. Does the gun even move at all? I feel like you could just do that over and over and over again and you wouldn't even.
And again, tonight a martyr.
A martyr.
and someone who cared so deeply about family, the American family, and the American child. He devoted his entire life to it well before he had children. He inspired me to have children and was constantly asking me, when am I going to have babies after I got married? Constantly. Now, this is a young man who was in his young 20s when that Rush Limbaugh clip would have happened in 2018. Charlie Kirk is somebody who, the year after that, provided something that I will...
Don't eject casing on purpose. One shot, leave no evidence. I mean, you can just pick your casing up, right? Or I'm sure there must be... You know how you can put like bags on lawnmowers to pick up your clippings? I'm sure can't you get one? Can you get one of those for a rifle? I bet you can. You must be able to, no? Like have like an attachment to collect your casings? Maybe? I'm sure you can, right?
Charlie Kirk is somebody who, the year after that, provided something that I will never forget, and a story that I've never told anyone, Laura.
I'll also say, oh, dude, I'm on full conspiracy right now. Evidence for it being a professional. Fuck, I just read a message in chat and it's sending me now. If you have a thing like this that you're doing, and this is like your big fucking life mission, these people are crazy enough that like killing themselves or getting killed is whatever afterwards, as long as they have their mission done. But I feel like at the time, if you really want to get away, it's because you really don't want somebody to know who you were, which would actually further the conspiracy that it was some other, like a foreign nation or some type of operative who you really don't want to be found or something, I guess, right? Because you don't want to get caught. You don't want the body. You don't want the investigation. You don't want to know anything about the person. You don't want the investigators, anybody. But I don't know.
Kirk is somebody who, the year after that, provided something that I will never forget, and a story that I've never told anyone, Laura, and I will tell you right now.
What foreign nation would want to kill Charlie? I don't know. I don't think anybody would. I don't even think Russia would assassinate anybody in the US. It would just be, dude, if you got caught doing that, it would be such an unbelievable liability. Holy shit. I don't think Iran would do it. Fuck no. No, I feel like it would be crazy for a foreign nation to engage in that. It would just be crazy. Like that when we were reading through all of those leaks that Tulsi Gabbard so graciously provided us, like there is evidence that even Russia was like kind of chilling on some kinds of, you know, propaganda shit, because this is like too much. You can't, like, this would be too much to actually like start killing people or to deploy operatives on the ground to like fuck with shit or to do on the ground espionage. I just, the idea of getting caught like that, oh my God, it would be so horrible. Oh my God, it would be so, like, there's a reason why we read about that failed Navy SEALs mission or whatever, and they killed those North Korean civilians and they just fucking bounced. They were like, mission's done, we're out of here. Like, oh my God, it would be so horrible to get caught. Destiny, are you memeing about this shit? Is there any reason to believe it wasn't just a random student? I'm not memeing. I'm kind of like playing into the conspiracy a little bit, but this was like a flawlessly this was like a movie tier assassination, like an actual movie tier. I feel like the timing of the sentence and the topic was luck, but this was like a single shot taken at a respectable range from a guy who supposedly, if the two videos are to be believed, this guy climbed up a ladder, ran to the edge of a building, posted up, took a shot within several seconds, one shot, one kill, packed up, left. This is a university that's got hundreds of people around. I'm sure tons of cars, traffic from this massive Turning Point USA event. And he got out and not a single person saw him, not a single report, not a single cop. Nobody has anything to say. Nothing. Like, that's just, it's pretty crazy. Trump just made a video addressing it. Fuck, I didn't even finish our boy Benny.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a
Oh, this is going to be Trump's video saying, all of us need to turn down the rhetoric, for sure, I'm sure.
college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith. and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year. The fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of campuses nationwide. He championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
Still don't know the shooter identity, by the way. No idea what his political affiliation is. No idea why he targeted Charlie Kirk. We have absolutely no idea. Despicable.
And it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So, like, this is it. So we're just going to keep going down this road. So even the President of the United States did exactly what I said. They disavow nothing. They don't take any responsibility for anything they say. All of the blame is on the left. That's it. That's it. That's it. So we're just going to keep going down this road. Okay, cool. What did Biden say after the shooting?
There's no place in America for this kind. I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back, take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke to him last night, and I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support, or if he communicated with anyone else.
It's not even remotely comparable. The measure of both of these men, they're not even in the same universe of integrity.
Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election, we make in this election, is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become.
On the schizo theories, why do you think Russia wouldn't do this? They can always deny it. They have nothing to lose, really. And it seems like it would be a perfect Would they could always deny it? No. They might be able to deny it publicly, but we would know. I imagine we would know. We would figure that out. That Mueller investigation went really deep into the Kremlin. We got a lot of information. I feel like we would figure this out. And then they can play publicly stupid all they want. But I don't think you want to get back into a back and forth with the United States doing like political assassinations. I feel like that would be a very scary world to be in.
This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight...
Yeah, ballot box or battle box? Uh-oh. They heard battle box. That's why the guy shot him.
I'm asking every American to recommit. To make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play.
Like, it's not even close. It's so crazy, dude.
There was a horrific fire on my block in Washington, D.C., right after a mass shooting when D.C. defunded their police. We had just brought home our newborn baby.
Oh, yeah. In case you didn't know, literally every single crime in the world happened on Benny Johnson's stoop or whatever, and his cameras caught literally all of it. Every single crime imaginable. What was this? This was a fire that happened after a mass shooting. There were so many gunshots that the bullets sparked and caused a fire. Right after they wheeled his wife into the home, right, like minutes after giving birth.
Mass shooting when D.C. defunded their police. We had just brought home our newborn baby, and the lives of my wife and my newborn child was under threat. And we felt horribly vulnerable, and we felt truly like we had nowhere to go. Charlie Kirk allowed me and my wife and my family, my young family, to stay in his condo here in Florida, to search for a new home, to have refuge and shelter when our home had been horribly fire damaged and when bullets rang out on my block that could have struck my family. And Charlie was there for us, and he never asked for anything in return. This is why, in fact, I live in Florida. My family has quintupled since then in children and in blessings, and it's because of Charlie. Extrapolate that to tens of, if not hundreds of millions of young lives who Charlie has affected, and what you are seeing on your screen right now is perhaps the single most effective spokesperson for the American dream that we've ever seen or witnessed in our lives. It's why he's an American martyr.
The American dream? Is that getting killed at a college campus by an assault rifle? I feel like it's kind of ironic, but...
And a Christian martyr, and we will continue his work. God bless
Alex
Charlie
and
Kirk.
Benny, both of you, thank you so much tonight. And again...
He had 6 kids. Wait, do you say that?
Single most effective spokesperson for the American dream that we've ever seen or witnessed in our lives. It's why he is an American martyr and a Christian martyr, and we will continue it. And what you are seeing on your screen, tens of, if not hundreds of millions of young lives who Charlie has affected, and what you are seeing on your screen since then. In Florida, my family has quintupled since then in children and in blessings, and it's because of Charlie. Extrapolate that to tens of, if not hundreds of millions of young...
I'm guessing he has 4 kids or something. Does this guy not know the timeline? Somebody, damn me. When you said who's going to do it and then posted a picture of Charlie Kirk, what do you mean by that? Are you happy that someone took your invitation? I don't know how old you are, but Charlie was 31. And does he think that I tweeted that out randomly and he just happened to get killed? Jeez. Am I able to, is there like a shortcut? Oh. So Kirk was down here, set up, right? And the thought is that the shot came from somewhere up here. So those one kids that took that video. Wait, somebody link me the 2 videos of the running. Destiny, do you ever use those paper targets at the gun range that tell you what you're doing while pulling the trigger? Looked like he was aiming center mass and pulled up and to the right. I've only shot at that range like one time in my life, so I don't have a ton of experience with that. But my guess is that you probably can't, like, doing like anticipating the trigger and all that. When you start shooting at ranges like this, I don't think you can really do that at all. Because if you do, you're going to be wildly off target. Not like a fucking centimeter or whatever. You're going to be super off. Also, I think generally if you're anticipating the shot, I think it's going to pull like left or right. It's not going to go up or down as much. But again, I don't think you can afford to do that much at like for a 200-yard shot. I think you would super wildly miss. Okay, this was the...
Yeah, you think he'd already be in place?
So these people would have been coming from here and then looking up there. Is that what this looks like? Oh yeah, it's that building. So he's must be on top of this thing. Oh, no, wait. Nope. He's on top of this thing. Tippy top. Yeah, assuming this is him. We still don't know. Except the shot. Fuck. They said that the person in this video says they saw him run here and post up. That's why I said I feel like he must not have been there for very long. Because imagine like running there and posting up and then waiting. It sounds like he ran there.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
Awkward. Just saying. So they would have been around here, and they saw him running from back here. So he could have come from like any of this place, right? He could be parked over here. He could be parked anywhere. He could have just fucking parked back here. He could have like literally, I don't know how you would get up, like with the ladders or access. I mean, theoretically, you bring your own ladder. No, you'd need like a truck or something then, right? And you can't drive around with a ladder. There's no world where he has his own ladder. That'd be so stupid, right? You'd be super obvious. So there's probably some way to get up here and then down. There are stairs. Oh, Jesus, true. They give you easy, free access to the roof like that? Is this like, do you think this is like gated off or something? a truck with a ladder is suspicious, it would be a thing that would make you stand out that you could immediately identify. If you think there's a shooter on the roof, I imagine you're putting out calls for things that look weird. If a guy's driving around in a truck with a ladder in the back, it would just be a thing that would make you stand out hardcore from anybody else, no? You wouldn't be suspicious on the way there, but if you wanted to... What is that? Exfil, what does that mean? Exfil. Extraction something? If you wanted to get out. Oh, was it just exfiltrate? That's a word? Okay, whatever. Just leave the ladder after you're done? I mean, I guess you could. But you'd still be driving there in a truck. I mean, if there's just stairs, then fuck, you don't need to. It connects to the building, check the red walkway and follow it. Wait, why do you need to connect? Can't you literally just walk over there? Don't care. Can you measure distance? Yeah. Is there a shortcut button to do it? Oh, wait. So assuming he was here. Oh, even. So maybe around 130 meters, which is about 130 yards. I don't know why we're looking at this. If you were on top of this, can you see this thing's not blocking you, is it? Why would you shoot from here? I wonder if you'd be worried about the risk of this blocking you. It was an inside job. He knew in advance exactly. I can't believe that Cash. Oh, and then link me the video of him running away. I can't believe this dipshit tweeted out that they had the suspect in custody. What a fucking idiot. How are these people so incompetent? Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, if the heights are... Assuming this is him. And he's running... in that direction, whatever the fuck. So whoever took that video was like standing in here and then looking that way, and then they see him running right to left. You can see this little thing here, the little thing on top is I'm guessing that, or it's the building sticking out a little. Oh, no, it's this. It's just this part of the building right here.
Can ride up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
Huh.
He just ran from, over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
So they're saying he ran from back here, but then it looks like he doesn't run straight back. It looks like he runs in this direction. I wonder why. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what else we can... I don't think there's anything to be gleaned from this. Maybe he has his next class in 5 minutes. Keep watching the Alex Jones video.
Unless you've been hiding under a rock, you know that medical grade methylene blue is all the rage. It's incredible. It's changed my life. Well, now, our sponsor has taken it and added a key compound, alpha lipoic acid, that totally are to bluevitality.com. Use promo code.
Thanks. I can't believe he would tweet this. The suspect, he says subject, but the suspect for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with that FBI. So fucking crazy that this fucking retard tweeted this out. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. Somebody said, what about this video? Oh, we wouldn't be able to see the shooter because he would be behind this building. This is blocking us, but he'd be over there, right? So I don't know why I'm being linked this.
Charlie Kirk brings a pretty good audience.
I just can't believe this. I'm sorry. I just can't believe the single shot. That's just...
Good audience.
That's just so crazy to me. Oh my God. Bad timing? Oh.
Brings a pretty good audience.
True. Did he time it with this guy as well?
There were some shots. There was just some shooting going on here at Charlie Kirk.
Doesn't sound like a bolt action at all. I don't know. I don't know if there'd be a huge difference in sound between I don't know if a bolt action wouldn't make a different noise necessarily. No, it's just how you eject the cartridge.
Somebody just shot here at Utah Valley State. One shot.
Well, Jesus. The weird sound is an echo. I don't know why people keep acting like it is the initial shot sound. Oh, sure, yeah. Like I said, when there's shots in big places, I feel like we watched a YouTube video on this with a guy behind a hill getting shot at, like as a test, and you can hear, like after there's like 3 shots, but you'll hear like 9 reports or whatever, like because it's the ricochet and the bullet hitting things. It's just, it could like cause a lot of weird sound stuff to happen. That's not as obvious as one might think. Jesus Christ. The entire right has to band together. Enough of this infighting bullshit. We are up against demonic forces from the pit of hell. They're killing us in our churches. They tried to kill our president. They killed Charlie, one of our greatest advocates. Put the personal squabbles aside. Now is not the time. This is existential, a fight for our own existence and the existence of our country. Agreed, except for Nick Fuentes. Fucking Milo. What a hater. Holy fucking shit. I wouldn't tweet this, not good, but okay, I see how it is Twitter. My ranked teammate versus the other team. Well, Jesus, I was going to look over this real quick.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
The official... Feels kind of weird now, though.
The official story on...
Why is this so loud? Do they end up agreeing with all of it like I thought they would? Or is this from yesterday? Oh, wait, this is from yesterday. Never mind. That's good, at least. And then I was going to watch the iPhone 17 impression. Well... They used blank rounds on this movie, Destiny. This is how guns sound.
Get down.
Wow. The problem, though, is that it's if you're in an echoey place, you can hear like sound reverberating sometimes, one, but also two, there's a separate sound of the bullet hitting something next to you. It's demonstrated really well, I think, in Arma. I say really well, like I've been shot at in real life. I guess I don't know that. But what do bullets sound like? Fuck, I wish I could remember this video we watched. The guy's like, I think he's on the other side. Oh, was it this 25-second video? No shot.
Could you tell the difference between the sound of a gunshot and the sound of a firecracker? Let's find out.
No.
I'm going to be shooting.
Jesus. Okay. It's not really what I was looking for. It was the M1 Garand video? Garand? I think it's Garand, not Garand, sorry.
Today on
Oh!
Anthem.
Oh, are we going?
Oh,
Was it this guy?
Did you?
That's it. We're not. No, stop.
Oh,
There
it
we
was.
go.
This. This guy had some crazy tweets today.
Perfect. I want you to adjust right, bring down elevation.
Copy. Right, down. Fire.
Oh. Adjust lower.
Jesus. Is that really the sound of a...
Very distinctive. We're good. We're good.
Copy. Grabbing unsuppressed 556.
We are in defilade.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I hear the crack.
And then the gunshot. Okay, so again, we can learn a lot. This round, as you can tell, was supersonic, and we heard the report after the crack. That lets us know a lot about the type of gun that we're being shot at by. We know it's some type of...
You've done so much to encourage hate and divide. Come fight me for charity. Oh, rip. What did the anyone gonna do it tweet mean? Well, after the guy went to the hospital, I was gonna say people usually like rush to fucking edit the Wikipedias as soon as people die. That was my use. If you saw the first video of Charlie getting shot, I'm pretty sure he's super, super duper dead. Like, I don't think there's anything you could have done for him at that point. Unless maybe he got shot like that and literally, it's like an AI video. They pick him up and put him on a hospital bed with a full staff hospital right next to him, maybe. I have no idea why Tim Pool was tweeting shit out that he was stable. There's no world where he was ever stable going to the hospital. That motherfucker showed up either dead or in critical and then was put on fucking bypass or whatever immediately, and then they wait for the family to show up to pronounce him dead. That would be my guess. I've seen a lot of House, okay? They don't really deal with trauma, though, I guess, with House. So I don't know. That dude, don't watch it unless you like watching people die, because that was kind of fucked up, but it seemed like he was super dead as soon as he got shot. Instantaneous. Stan's tweet. Oh, cringe. The both sidesers.
Be civil, don't do anything, don't do anything.
Wrong. Well, damn. I don't know if I have anything else to say. Shit's fucked. Raw emotion. I think I already did Connections past midnight last night, so I don't think I can do it again. Are we getting some raw emotion?
There are news outlets reporting the worst right now, Glenn. I don't know what I'm waiting for before I report it. You know, I trust just the news. I trust Deseret. What are we waiting for, like, the AP to say it? We don't trust them more than we trust these.
Oh my God. Wait, compared to what?
Before I report it, you know, I trust just the news. I trust Deseret.
What are these? Some fucking corny right-wing news out? Oh my God. Kill me. Do not. If I get shot and killed at one of these events, please fucking God. Please do not fucking do this type of cringe shit. Fox News is reporting Destiny's dead. We only trust it when August posts the video. Oh my God.
What are we waiting for, like, the AP to say it? We don't trust them more than we trust these. They're reporting that Charlie has died.
Why are they crying if it was just the fake liberal news that's reporting it?
He's dead. At the age of 31. Which he would have to be if that video was real.
There's no way he survived that.
I don't think you guys are both religious. Aren't you guys supposed to pray in these times?
The only good thing is, it had to have happened quickly.
Right. Right. If you see the video, you do not see any suffering.
No.
He appears to have been spared the horrific moments after that the girl on the Charlotte train wasn't, when she knew she was dying or she knew something terrible had happened.
What are we doing here? Hello? What?
You do not see any suffering.
Even Hassan's not this shameless. Or maybe he was. Was Hassan doing this today? Like, when I saw Charlie Kirk getting shot, all I could think about was all the Palestinians getting shot the same way. Is that?
No.
He appears to have been spared the horrific moments after, that the girl on the Charlotte train wasn't, when she knew she was dying or she knew something terrible had happened.
I don't think
In the
Charlie
videos,
did.
it's clear Charlie went down. He went down quickly.
Jesus Christ, stop. Jesus, stop. Stop. Oh my God. See, look, I've restrained so well today. You guys would be so proud of me. Charlie Kirk was probably planning a PR stunt and was like, just aim for my ear and graze me. It'll look really cool. Jesus Christ. I can feel it. The 2027 Destiny Charlie Kirk debate. There's absolutely no world where these two internet personalities don't meet on a panel before the election. Well. Would you feel differently if this had happened to Ben Shapiro rather than Charlie? No, I think both, it's not good. It's pretty bad. I think it's kind of weird to watch influencers getting shot and killed. It's kind of fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd probably feel the same for both. Well.
That is murder. This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. That is murder, Charlie Kirk, right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving down a Provo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it.
On a slightly less depressing note, I feel like I can't watch this now. I just wanted to see what the new iPhone was going to look like today. We'll just watch it tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess, fuck. Like a summary for today. What do you want me to say? Not good. Political violence is bad. Don't do it. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm sorry, I just saw. There was just a story about an American-Israeli sniper admitting to killing multiple civilians in Gaza and no one cared. It's so disgusting to see the difference in coverage. No empathy for the children in Gaza murdered in the same way. Mike for PA in Hassan's chat. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, today's kind of crazy. Charlie Kirk got assassinated at a school event. We have no idea who shot him. Plenty of people with motivation to do it politically if it's an assassination. Seems like the guy had his shit together, whether he just got lucky or whether he was some fucking highly trained, operator that like had a fucking car, like a brass collector, fucking booties on. What do you call the little, we used to wear these carpet cleaning. You put them over your shoes or whatever. Because this guy apparently came and went without a fucking trace. We have no leads. Nobody knows who did it. No camera footage except for the two 7-pixel figurines running across the building. Booties. Is that what you call them? Little plastic things. Yeah, shit is crazy. We have, what happened with the other school shooting today? No one knows, no one cares. Shot was, I guess, a little over 100 yards away. Charlie died, my guess is probably instantly, based on the video, or if he didn't die instantly, he lost consciousness. Basically instantly, if you've seen the up-close shot. Rushed him to the hospital. He was probably dead on the way, or at the very least he was passed out and his brain was in the process of dying. I don't know why Kash Patel and the FBI were tweeting out stupid things like we have the suspect in custody. Clearly they didn't have the suspect. No, yeah, no leads, anything. At this point in time, it'd probably be good for everybody to kind of like chill on the crazy rhetoric. Unfortunately, the right cheerleads most of it, and they have continued to demonstrate no desire to lower any of it. They are in full unhinged mode today, just as they are with every single event of political violence. So I imagine we will see more events like this in the future, whether it's directed on people on the left, right, center, whatever the fuck. We have no idea. Again, we don't even know who this shooter was, although everybody on the right is, including Donald Trump, has already blamed the left for it. And yeah. Maybe tomorrow we'll know something. Although, if this guy's gone now, I'm very curious. Like, I wonder if he's just like fucking gone. Like, imagine this dude is in like how far? What the fuck was this? What was this school? How far is this from like the? Oh. Utah Valley University, Google Maps. Oh, that's way the fuck up there. This is a long drive. If he wants to get to Canada or Mexico. They'll do shit to track him for the next couple of days, like camera, drone stuff individuals don't have access to. I mean, hopefully. But like the thing is like if this guy was as clean as it seems he is, I have no idea. Like he's outside. He was in all black. the scariest thing I think is this is the scary thing to me. The scary thing to me would be that we don't have anything. I don't even know. They're saying a man. I think they're just assuming that. We really don't know anything. So they can't put out a thing for citizens to report. They can't put out anything for anybody to keep track. Theoretically, this guy's just like at large. We don't know an approximate height. We don't know if it's a man or a woman. We don't know if they're black or Ukrainian. We really don't even know the weapon used. I'm sure we'll have a ballistics report. I'm sure the bullet is somewhere. We have no idea about anything relating to this person. We don't know, again, their motivation, anything else, but the person is just gone. But the fact that we have nothing, I don't even know what they would look for, right? Because I imagine if they had some kind of description at all, wouldn't they put it out? Like for Amber Alerts, wouldn't they put out, like this, we're looking for this car, this color thing, we're trying to find something. Would they put out anything? Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't there be some sort of DNA on the roof? I mean, you have to rely on this guy being in a database already, and who the fuck knows whether there be DNA on the roof? I don't know. Would there be? What if the guy like shaved his head and didn't leave any? Would hairs be left behind on top of a roof? They wouldn't just blow off. I have no idea. What odds would you put on a shooter never getting caught? Well, like my intuition here is if we don't know anything by like tomorrow morning, my intuition would be that he's just gone. Wouldn't the gun be tracked? I don't think you can trace it. I think you might be able to trace it if you have a brass. When a bullet shoots, there's the whole thing, people call it like a bullet, but really the whole thing is like a cartridge, and in the back is the casing, and there's like a little itty bitty bullet at the tip, right? And this whole thing back here is like the cartridge. But if this guy is as prepared, it seems like he probably just kept his brass, so there's nothing laying up there. There's a bullet, but I don't think you can use a shot exploded bullet. I don't think you can trace that to a particular gun. There's no way. They didn't find the gun yet? Well, they don't have the gun or any brass, I don't think. They didn't mention that. Didn't Luigi essentially get caught on a lucky call? Didn't Luigi literally fucking walk up and kill this dude on camera? Don't we have camera footage of him shooting him? I don't know how identifiable he was from there. What's brass? Usually your cartridges that the gunpowder is in it's usually made of brass. What makes the shooting FBI jurisdiction? Shouldn't it be state police? I imagine it would be state police, but it's a high-profile event. The FBI can always drop in and help, I'm sure, unless the state refuses. And the guy's probably fled. So the FBI, the feds would get involved because it's going to be interstate. The guy from the press conference said they are looking at campus CCTV. The way that he said that made it sound like they didn't have shit. Like, if you listen to that guy's statement,
Hello, everyone.
Does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now. But it is security camera footage, so you can analyzing it. Closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Like, I don't even know where they got that from. Like, I'm curious, when he says we know he's dressed in all dark clothing, does that just mean that they saw the same pixelated videos that we saw of him running on the roof? Like, again, they're saying he. I don't even know if they really know it's a man. They might just be assuming that. I mean, it probably is. Men like to shoot people more than women do. I think it was the call that we listened to. Is there more information on that call when they reported seeing somebody? Or what was that? What was the context of that? There was Campus Watch radio audio of them saying they know the shooter has left campus, which makes it seem like they know who the shooter was. Really? I would have to hear it again and listen to it, and I need to place it in time. People keep saying a bolt action would make it easier to keep the brass after shooting. You can put extractors, or you can put like things to keep your brass so that it doesn't just get ejected. Or you could just pick it up, right? It's not like it shoots out like 100 yards or something, no? Can we see the guy on the roof wearing jeans? No, I don't think you can make that out.
Core of the left conversation.
Like, how weird is it to feel that, like, this guy, like, if they don't catch him tomorrow, if they don't get this guy, that he could just be gone. And now you're just, like, out there doing events knowing that there's some dude that's like a conservative fucking shooter murderer guy. I feel like that would be super fucking weird. Not good. Dustin, you're sure they can't get a print from the lead in his body? It seems like they could do it in this case. Are you linking me a fucking Batman clip? Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Do you think the lack of funding for the FBI is making this harder for them to catch him? I don't know. I just don't know the details of the situation. I'm too lazy to fucking breaking news it all out. Like, assuming the guy knows where the security cameras are, and assuming that the well, yeah, if he knows that, and he knows what can see him and what can't see him. Like, if this guy parks behind the school, runs up, climbs the stairs, runs to the thing, posts up, shoots one shot, kills, picks his rifle up, runs back, throws it in a bag, climbs down, or stairs, walks down, and then hops in his car and just drives away. Like, at that point, he's, like, almost gone. I don't know if... Like, what would you even put out? What would the police even put out? Hey, stop all cars that you see everywhere around the university, right? Or, hey, like, I don't even know what they could say. And at that point, you have minutes probably, if that, before, like, imagine, like, how far is this place from, like, from the interstate? Like, it looks like it's right off the highway. Kind of looks like it. Like, this guy could be on the highway going any direction. And then what do? Do you lock down all of the, like, interstate traffic going, like, in and out of this city? I feel like he's just gone. Like, theoretically, Charlie Kirk could be dead, and before Charlie Kirk is even declared dead, before, like, within 5 minutes, this guy could be, you know, south or on, what is this, I-91 or Highway 91? I can't read, 89? Or going west on whatever, and then he's just gone, right? How would you even, at that point, how would you ever find him? If the CCTV only has a grainy, blurry footage of somebody in all black, there's no brass left behind, and assuming he's not, like, smearing his fingerprints on anything, yeah, I don't know. Welcome to the discourse for the next month. I feel like our news cycle is in days. We'll see how long this lasts, but Destiny, there is someone in custody. A new one? Link me the tweet. Link me a report, a news anything. I don't think so. Well. If you booked a plane ticket for an hour or two after the shooting, he could have been in Mexico just hours after the shooting. I feel like doing a plane ticket out would be scary because now you've created a paper trail and you could very easily have a list of, you know, there's probably less than a few hundred people. It's probably not a big airport he's near, right? That have flown out internationally. I feel like that would put you on a very narrow list of suspects. I feel like car is best. You're just invisible. Like, what are you going to do? Track every car? The shooter probably walk/scoped out the event site before the event, days/hours before, might be able to pick him up on cam then, but the feds don't know who they're even looking for. Yeah, like, well, yeah, that's the issue. If they were doing it like that, though, that would also make it easier to track. I wonder how seriously they take an investigation like this. You don't know 100% where Charlie's going to be set up, right? I don't even know if Charlie's staff knows 100% where he's going to be set up. Like, do they know that? Do they plan that out the day of? Like, they know he's going to be outside, but they don't know where the table's going to be exactly. I wonder how detailed the planning is. Because if there is more detailed planning, or if it's said exactly where he's going to be, because when you're taking a shot on the roof at that range with other obstacles in the way, you really got to know, you know? If you're just guessing, then you might end up in a place where it's obscured and you can't see him, you know? How hard would it be to disassemble a rifle to make it less noticeable? I mean, you can just put it in a bag, right? I don't think you have to go to a machine shop to, like, remove a barrel either. I'm sure that there are, like, systems where, like, a barrel might be detachable or something maybe, but I don't know. But I mean, like, you could throw it in your back seat. You could throw it in the cab of a truck. You could, I mean, for an AR-15, it'll fit in like a rifle-shaped bag. It doesn't have to be that big, right? AR-15 is not like that long. How much you want to bet on him never getting caught? I mean, I feel like if he doesn't get caught, I feel like if we don't know anything by tomorrow, I feel like there's no shot. I feel like we'll just never know anything. AR-15 disassembles with the 2 retaining pins. Oh, I haven't actually cleaned mine yet. I've only shot mine like, I think 4 or 5 times, so, for this rifle that I have. So I haven't taken it apart to clean it yet. If he isn't caught, how much of it is the admin's fault? I mean, you should blame him 100% because fuck him. But, I mean, there's not... They got Luigi. Didn't Luigi walk up right next to the guy and shoot him? Don't we have Luigi literally on, like, high-def 4K quality camera? Luigi on camera. Or am I making that up? Shooting... Damn. Why would they name the potential suspect if they're not anymore? I don't know. Maybe they've already decided they're going to charge him with obstruction, so it'll be public anyway. I don't know. I feel like that was kind of crazy. Destiny, they could have been trailing him throughout his events, looking for a good opportunity. I think they'll go through all the touring footage too. Maybe. At approximately 12:20 p.m. MST, political influencer Charlie Kirk was speaking at a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot during the event at Utah Valley University, after which he was taken to Timpanogos Regional Hospital and hours later pronounced dead. The shooting is still an active investigation. Oh, man. That makes it sound super dead. Just so you know, guys, we're still looking. Oh, man. The Utah Department of Public Safety and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are co-leading the incident in unison with the Utah County Attorney's Office, the Utah County Sheriff's Office, and the local police departments. We initially took in George Zinn as a suspect. He was later released and charged with obstruction by UVU police. A second suspect, Zakaria Qureshi, was taken into custody and released after interrogation with law enforcement. There are no current ties to the shooting with either of these individuals. There is an ongoing investigation and manhunt for the shooter. I wonder why they do release the names here. The FBI has created a digital media tip line for information regarding the shooting at fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. We ask the public to please please provide any information they may have to this tip line. DPS's State Crime Lab, along with all law enforcement involved, are working multiple active crime scenes. These were identified based on where the victim was shot, as well as the locations where the suspect and victim traveled. The shooting is believed to be a targeted attack. The shooter is believed to have fired from the roof of a building to the location of the public event in the student courtyard. Any additional clarifications cannot be provided to protect the integrity of our investigation. To secure the event, UVU PD had 6 officers working the event. These security measures were in addition to Charlie Kirk's security detail, who traveled with him. Approximately 3,000 people attended. The location of the event was held in the University Quad, an outdoor bowl courtyard on campus for events. This is a tragic moment for Utah and our country. As we all heal, we encourage those who need help to call 988, our state's mental health crisis line. The UVU campus will be closed for the rest of the week. If students, faculty, or staff need additional information about the campus, please visit uvu.info. Is the Trump video AI? Watch the jerk at 19 seconds.
Fellow Americans, I am filled with I knew him and loved him, are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted...
Wait, if his hand's going up and down, or what am I looking at jerking?
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his patriot. Charlie was a patriot.
His face?
who devoted. Charlie was a patriot.
Oh, shit.
Charlie was a patriot. Are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
Stop. It's just... Stop. Where is he right now? Does anybody know if he's for sure at the White House?
Who devoted his life to the cause of open debate, who devoted his life. Charlie was a patriot. Charlie was a patriot.
There's no way that there's no way they do an AI video for this. No shot. That would be crazy. Stop. Look at the window. What? Stop. We can't even see. It's not even that high of a resolution.
My great fellow Americans, I am shocked.
What, this back here,
and
the window?
horror. Charlie was a patriot.
Oh, no. Wait. Oh, shit. No, come on. Stop. There's an explanation for this. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm looking at this thing up here. But it's probably just...
Shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate.
Wait. I think
and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for open debate and the country that he loved in horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted...
I bet that there's I bet there's like an exposure thing, or there's something digitally that's happening with the file compression. And when the, after he finishes the sentence, when the teleprompter scrolls to the next thing, it exposes or does something digitally in the background. Like maybe it's a digital blur and that's why it looks like such shit. And then as it's doing that, whatever algorithm is chewing through the frames is causing this to look different.
I loved him.
Because it's picking and choosing for different things. That's my guess. Or they did 2 takes and they combined it, maybe. Stop. Okay, we're not doing this. Oh, what a horrible day. Hey, remember to like and subscribe, youtube.com/Destiny. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube, okay? Because I love y'all very much. I'm trying to recover people after my child exploitation arc. So we got to be ready for the next arc, which is the, do I survive the next assassination attempt or not? Oh boy. News on Pangburn. I don't know. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I should also plug this. Go buy shirts and stuff. So if you do get blown away, you're at least looking stylish when it happens, not these things. Wow, look at how adorable these shirts are. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, look at how cute. Oh my, look at the skull guys. Oh my goodness. The oven, the belly, onion, not onion, the belly oven The shooter guy? Maybe not that one right now. Factorio memes, skeleton guy. Wife beaters, sweaters. Sorry. Is the blanket not for release yet? Okay. Good luck. Is Dan and Moon, did they stream on Kick or? Please restock the plushie. The last fucking company canceled on us right as we fucking launched, so we have to get a different. Answer Dodger Blues questions, please. What is this mug? The mug is based. Okay, I guess we're hosting food shops on Kick. Good luck. Be careful.